Gather round, freaks. It's time to go to boot camp and become the world's first female SEAL team member. Oh, you're a guy? Well, fear not. We can show you to be the monster that you are. Once again, I choose the bear. So gather around the internet tactical multi-band radio and gather around the internet MRE heater because it's time once again for the show that you've been waiting for now for 22 hours. It's, hey, did you see this one?
In a world where society tells you to doubt your strength, question your intelligence, and dim your light, we search for voices to tell our stories. Voices to empower us,
uplift us, and keep us heard by the masses. These are the voices of powerful, resilient, and talented women who aren't afraid to speak up and speak loudly. Women who teach us to be brave, to be vulnerable, and to believe in ourselves. So, Hey, Did You See This One? Invites you to Feminist Masterpiece Theater.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, hi, everybody.
Hello,
sorry,
and welcome.
Jenny, if your name wasn't in the intro there, it's an old video, and I didn't have the raw to put the new titles in. I apologize.
No, I was sitting here just like.
When's
seething
my
about
name
it.
gonna pop up? Listen, arguably, you're the most famous person this month. You should be
That's
up
true.
there.
That's hilarious.
This is Hey, did you see this one? You've been here listening to us for the last half hour while I did the longest pre-show in the history of pre-shows. We are a weekly review reaction roundtable discussion podcast where we just have to ask the question, hey, did you see this one? On this show, we take a film and completely pull it apart, leaving no stone unturned. We are co-hosts. I am Jason Urgayle. I'm joined by
I'm Stephen Boba Blackfly Waters.
and this week we're talking about G.I. Jane. It is a Feminist Masterpiece Theater month. G.I. Jane. It's also episode 192, so we're old. And It's also season 3, episode 43 if you're playing at home. That's an arbitrary number that will be revealed someday. I think my current plan is
actually a really elaborate puzzle that I've been designing for the last several years.
The answer is going to be every episode is going to be episode 1 once I reach a certain number.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But
that's a real twist, Jason. Have you designed puzzles before? Holy moly.
Kind of.
Bro, speaking of episodes, I managed to see an original, first print laser disc of the Star Wars. It was so freaking beautiful.
Yeah. Tim
Yeah.
actually.
That's awesome.
The first stamping on it, not even de-res. So it wasn't in its 4K. It wasn't anything despecialized. It was in its purest form. And honestly, 4K can kick its butt. It just looks so good.
Yeah.
Its jankiness, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Last year, Tim gave me and Jason both individual massive thumb drives with all of the laser disc prints of Star Wars on them, and Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. And,
but sorry.
and they are they're not the special. It's like it's the original. The files are like fucking 60 gigs each because they're so insane.
On though, a laser disc.
Laser. Oh, you watched it on an actual.
It was
disc.
actual. Like we had to flip the laser disc around. Like it was 3 sides. It was the coolest thing. And like you have to set them in so gently because they start to shake. Oh, it was so freaking cool. Okay, what show is this? Am I?
You're not on anything right now. Where are you?
Yeah. You may as well. Yeah, you may as well come in vertical styles.
Hey, I'm getting my.
I mean, this is better than nothing.
This is great.
But
I wear Uggs.
Yeah, I mean, we should welcome both of our guests. I mean, you guys have, if you've watched the last couple of episodes or many episodes in the past, you know Noel K is back again for Feminist Masterpiece Theater Month because Noel is our foremost expert on feminist masterpieces
and theater.
So welcome back, Noel. As always, I will find the applause button too late.
We love you, Noel.
I love you guys so much. If I could only copy and paste this link here.
But also returning to the show for the sixth time, maybe? Is it 5th?
Do I get to make you a playlist finally? I think it's only 4.
I think it's 4 now, isn't it?
Is it 4? I know you were Robin Hood. You were Warriors.
Galaxy Quest.
Yeah. And then is it just 4? Okay, well this is the 4th round of the block. Jenny R. Johnson, famous painter, artist, beautiful human being, and excellent guest of our show. Welcome back. We love you. Thank you for returning.
I'm very happy to be back. And it's so nice to meet you. It's Noel?
It's Noel.
Noel, thank you. It's very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you as well. This is going to be so good, man. It's going to be so good.
I feel like Noel is very excited to talk about G.I. Jane, the 1997 movie directed by Ridley Scott, starring Demi Moore. It is a movie about military.
Oh, wait. Do you want me to do the summary? Did you want me to summary?
Of course we do. I was just kind of getting us into the while you figured your camera out.
Look, we can
remove one of you.
No vision.
Oh my god. I'm seeing double here. 4 Knowles.
4
Keep both of them.
If this was D&D, I'd be frightened. That's a Noel joke about Knowles and D&D. They're hyena people.
Nice.
Okay.
They're the little guys.
Oh my god, there's a stranger in the background. I'm gonna kick your old self. Kick guest. Bink. There we go. All right.
But Noel has no sound, so we gotta get Noel the sound. Oh no. Lost it. I said, if there were
folks, everybody smoke them if you got them. Do you think that if I ask Zardos about it, okay?
There we go. There's G.I. Noel. That's genius.
G.I. Noel. All right, G.I. Noel, are you ready for the synopsis? I mean, actually, I'm not supposed to ask you. Somebody else is supposed to ask you, but I'm not sure if they're here.
Zardos speaks to you. He demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
Well,
G.I. Jane. So Jordan O'Neill is a skilled topographical analyst who is handpicked as a test case to integrate women into the Navy. She's placed in the most intense program, but is given women handicaps like a step stool. She asks to be treated exactly like the guys, so she is, but she does all the stuff and then the men give her approval. Turns out the lady who put her in the program sabotages her because the whole thing was a political gambit and she wasn't supposed to make it that far. Then she saves the guy who trained her with pretend rape.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true. All of what you said is true.
Yeah.
I like that
What
you
is
called
it?
it pretend rape, but it's like 90% real rape.
Yeah,
It's almost all the way there.
1 second away. If they didn't turn their backs, let's not laugh.
It's not funny. It's actually the most disturbing part of the movie. And I was watching it with Danny, and afterwards we both kind of were like, that was a little bit too much, right? Like,
deeply unfunny, I think is the way that I would put it. Oh, I'm on the
Yes.
ground because my cable won't reach.
I've been there before.
Mhm.
All right. So, I mean, generally we start this show by talking about our brief histories with the movies. And because this is a movie from the 90s, I think maybe all of us at least have some sort of passing experience with it. But why don't we go ahead with our brief history?
A brief history.
And in a rare turn, I'm going to go first because it's going to be quick. I remember this movie. I remember it coming out directly after Striptease. I remember Entertainment Tonight beating us all over the head, telling us that Demi Moore got breast implants for Striptease, and she would keep them in for G.I. Jane. And I didn't see it. Like, I think I was too young when it came out in 97 to actually have watched it. And it wasn't one of those movies that would go on to be on television or anything, really. So I've seen bits and pieces of it over the years, but it was more so just like, remember this thing, this relic from the 90s. And then on top of that, just spoilers from my final thoughts. I enjoyed it. Like, I had a good time watching it today. I thought it was like a pretty well put together Ridley Scott film. You know, it's not Alien, but it's like, what if Ripley went to the worst fucking nightmare boot camp you could ever imagine, but take away all of her agency, and let's just have a good time ish. That said, I remember it existing, but I had never seen it until today.
Right. How about we go with Noel next? Noel?
Yes. Same as Jason. I was too young to have seen it, but I remember it was such a we live in a society moment where everyone was like striptease and now this. But I remember media being really mean to her for this.
Mhm.
It wasn't
Yes.
like, look how awesome she's getting. It was just like, but no, I'd never watched it. I had no desire to because I remember it being talked about so poorly that it was just one of those things that it's like, this is a bad movie, right? It wasn't a hey, did you see this one? It was a lost relic of its time. And then Demi Moore just like fell out of favor entirely.
Mhm.
And then again, and now she's back. So
Well,
what's
she's
with
back,
the-
baby, and we're waiting for her to fall off again. Like, is she gonna do something crazy again?
But none of it was her fault. I feel like she
I agree.
gets like those two movies. She was just ripped apart for being a woman in two movies
Mhm.
Yeah.
about women.
Yeah.
She also, she was like
How
weirdly
dare.
kind of like, no, I don't really like talking about this kind of stuff on this show because it's not what it's about, but she was also weirdly steeped in like other very prominent Hollywood personalities throughout her life. And it like,
Mhm.
it put this weird sort of cloud over her where it's like, she's a good actor, but also she's married to this person. And now she's married to this person. And her whole like world almost became like, who's dating Demi Moore now? And it's like, who gives a fucking shit? I want to see her in more movies because she's a very competent and good actor.
Yeah.
Like, I fucking like watching her.
She's glaring at you.
Yeah. I know.
But I was
She's got a gun to my back. That's why I just said that.
oh shit.
Yeah.
But I was really excited when I saw that this movie had been picked.
Mhm.
So I'm really happy that Jenny, you brought this movie to us because
Yes.
I'm glad that I watched it. I have thoughts.
Oh,
But I
sure.
am glad that I watched it finally. And it's like my life was this like kind of like puzzle and there's like pieces missing and like one section just fell from the sky and now 1997 has been completed.
Oh,
It all
that's really
makes sense now.
special.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess that
exactly.
too, because I forgot to mention that people saw that we were doing this movie, and a lot of people were like, even my wife, who of course is a woman, was like, "Doesn't that movie suck?"
Your wife's a woman.
What?
And I was ready. I was going in expecting something a little bit more like A Few Good Men, like a political military thriller drama. But this is like full on action.
Oh yeah,
Like, there's a lot of action.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Jenny, you have a rare situation. Cass next week did the same thing as you, where you were presented with a list, or you came to me with your own list, and then you said, "Actually, forget that list. I chose a movie.
yeah.
This is the one." So why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us why you
That's what
you
happened
went down
with.
this,
That's what actually would happen with Caitlin last week too.
and Caitlin as well. Yeah,
And Caitlin
came
also
to
picked-
Steve with a list.
Yeah.
Caitlin also picked Thelma and Louise and G.I. Jane, which
Oh no way.
and most people don't realize both of those directed by Ridley Scott.
Yeah. Yeah.
Secret
Yeah.
Ridley Scott. He's actually not a secret feminist. I think he's just like, I know how to tell a good story, and I love women, and you know what? Why can't I be as cool as men? That's his whole
Exactly.
Would he call himself a feminist though?
noted.
Good question.
But sorry, let me pull back the curtain here before we get to Jenny. Let me just storm in here. I'm a man. No, pull back the curtain. So I put together, like, Feminist Masterpiece Theater came together because of a joke that I made on the first episode I was on. So I had this running
Last Action
list,
Hero,
right?
I believe.
It was, which is a feminist masterpiece. But that's how this all started. So that list that's presented is just like a list that I've like brought together. It's like a cross section of female leads with male directors, female directors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what I absolutely love and what actually makes this so much better is that when they bring in another guest to look at that, like, there's so many movies that we could talk about, and every person has their own experience with a movie that spoke to them in that sort of lady feminist way. No, but like movies stick to us for different reasons. So I think that's super cool. Like, that list is a jumping off point, right? And I hope one day we'll do the entire list. But the fact that we've got such a cool group of people who brought so many different movies is like freaking fantastic.
Yeah. Ooh, I love that. That's awesome.
Well, without further ado, Jenny, why don't you tell us about your first experiences with the hit movie G.I. Jane? I don't know if it was a hit, actually. Was it a hit? I don't know.
Well, the funny thing is, I actually can't remember if I saw it in the theater or not. I know I was going to see tons of movies then, so I feel like I must have. But I don't know, because I also went, that was the year I went away to university. University is the word I'm looking for. Anyway, but I have a VHS copy of this that I got from in one of the bundles of movies that I stole from Columbia House under an assumed name, of which there were several.
Yeah. For one penny, you can have 17 movies. Yeah.
17 copies of G.I. Jane.
Exactly. So I've owned it for as long as it's, been available, and I've watched it a lot. Because I just, I mean, there's many reasons. There's many reasons why I love it. At the time, it was just, I don't know. I mean, the idea that, like, Demi, sort of the legend of her training for this and all of that I found very, like, I just hadn't sort of heard of anything like that before at that point. So I was really quite taken with that idea. Like I really fell for the Entertainment Tonight hype,
Right, yeah. You're like dancing around like Demi Moore. I love Demi Moore. Yeah.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways I felt it kind of came through, in a lot of ways. The funny thing is, actually, tonight when I went to watch it, I was thinking, okay, my first impressions, because it's been 10 years, so it's actually like pre Me Too.
Right.
And pre the
Me
point
one.
where, right? So there's
back
there's
in
a
Me
lot
One,
of
the
ideas.
first era where no one believed any of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a number of things about feminism and how movies are made and that I didn't have in my brain the last time I watched this, so it was really interesting coming at it from a adult perspective, you
Right.
know. But yeah, I'm a big fan of this film.
Cool.
Mhm.
I have seen this movie before as well, but it's been so long. Oh my god, the police are coming after me. The thought police. I had an impure thought
Yeah.
about Demi Moore's giant fake breasts in this movie. No. So this movie, when I first saw it, I was on like a Ridley Scott kick where I was like, I'm going to watch all of his movies because I watched the same 4 movies of his over and over and over again because I love them. And my main takeaway when I first watched it was like, yeah, compelling story. I like it, but you know, I think my mind wasn't sort of evolved enough the first time I watched it as a teenage boy to genuinely watch it from the perspective of G.I. Jane, because there are so many male perspectives in this movie that are constantly sort of shouting over her, and seem to be the ones that she's having to work for their approval of. I was kind of like, I was almost like blind to it, right? Where I wasn't understanding what the movie was trying to do. And I never really watched it again because it wasn't my favorite. It was all about sort of this like drama that was happening, and the action sequences in my brain never really had real weight to them because it was all training, right? So like I didn't see it as like a real thing that anybody had to overcome, which obviously that's a stupid child brain thing to think, because this movie is heavy as fuck. And the entire time I was watching it, I was like, not only would I not be able to survive this, I would never even think that I could. Like, I would never even for a moment be like, I'm going to try and do this. Only a moron or a man would try and put themselves through this, or a woman with something very, very important to prove. And going halfway through it, realizing that like getting through it is what needs to be done, because that's like, why would I ever put myself through this again? Right. I don't want to like go all the way to my final thoughts here, but like I did like it, but I do have a lot of problems with it.
Yeah, we have a lot to say.
Yeah.
I don't trust a man with a made up first name and a first name as a last name. So
right.
Tell you that.
I mean, Ridley Scott probably doesn't give a shit. If you ever listen to him in his his fucking audio commentaries, he's just munching on beer nuts and drinking wine and being like, hilarious. I'm a fucking genius, you know. I love making movies and I'm really fucking good at it. So don't even think about telling me I'm wrong.
I was sitting watching the opening credits, like, or just that opening moment, and until the things popped up, I was thinking, because I heard the music, and I'm like, yeah, this is such a Bruckheimer movie. Yeah, Bruckheimer. And then I was like, and I forgot. I absolutely like I had completely forgotten it was a Ridley Scott movie.
I thought for so long watching it that it was Joel Schumacher. I was like, I was sure of it. There's a lot of shots in this that look like a Joel Schumacher thing.
You mean Viggo Mortensen's beautiful legs being put on display over and over again?
Oh yeah.
And then I had to look it up because I couldn't face it. I couldn't face me thinking that anymore. And
there are several moments in this movie where Viggo Mortensen starts from beyond the camera's lens and walks into frame, and I'm like, oh, here's Demi Moore, because I'm like, beautiful ass, beautiful legs, and then it's Viggo Mortensen, and I'm like, oh, hold on a minute.
Yeah, there's so many times that the camera angle is just balls.
Yeah,
like that's right there.
Yeah.
You know, the first thing that the easiest way to tell it's on a Jerry Bruckheimer movie is the teeth. Like, yeah, everyone in his movies has veneers.
Right.
Oh, what?
That's huge.
That's wild.
Huge teeth.
Yeah.
I thought it felt closer to a Tony Scott movie than a Ridley Scott movie.
See, that's a name.
Yeah.
But I guess we can move on to the production talk of this movie. I mean, we've talked about him a million times on this show before, even though we've never really done a lot of his movies. Have we done any of his movies, Ridley Scott? I think this might be the first one.
Could be, yeah.
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of shit. Sound. Speed. Action!
Just out of the gate, though, this movie cost $50 million to make and made $48 million. So no sequel, but it's
It made
interesting.
$98 million.
Oh, that's you have 98. I'm looking at the old IMDb.
Oh, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page, so
Wikipedia.
neither can really be trusted. So.
Yeah. It also says 50 million estimated. So what
Right.
does it say on Wiki for the budget?
It might be that it made $48 million because 50 minus or 98 minus 50 is 48. So
okay, yeah, that's a good point. So sequel, I guess. No, still no sequel. You gotta make triple your fucking money to make a movie back in the 90s. It of course Ridley Scott is the director, and Ridley Scott most known for probably Alien, I would say, but then a lot of other stuff.
I don't think that. I think that it depends on the generation of movie watcher.
True.
And Ridley Scott is also one of those directors that makes so many fucking movies that when you look at his thing, you're like, oh, what? And you're like, I've seen so many Ridley Scott movies and didn't actually realize that. Like, I went for a very long time without realizing that Hannibal is directed by Ridley Scott. And then you watch it and you're like, oh yeah, it's absolutely directed by Ridley Scott. All this like Jesus allegory and like religious paintings and like old history and architecture. This is exactly what Ridley Scott loves in everything that he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually funny. Once I remembered that this is a Ridley Scott movie, I was like, wait a minute, Thelma and Louise is also a Ridley Scott movie.
Yeah. Which is like staples for the list, or like things that people have tried to add to the list. So, and you know what? Alien should be on the list as well. I think Prometheus at its heart is also sort of a feminist masterpiece. I don't know how you feel about it, Noel, but I would think that it's more of a feminist masterpiece than G.I. Jane, which we're talking about now. But I think that it's one of those things where it's hard, because if you were to try and push back on Ridley Scott and say that this is not a feminist movie at its core, he would probably tell you you're stupid and that he's the best director ever and then spit beer nuts on you or something. But I think that, me and Noel were talking about this the other day, about how like it seems like he went into it with the idea that like this is going to be one of the most profoundly feminist movies ever made, but it's from the perspective of a man, and everything that's happening in this movie is really grappling for the attention of men and not necessarily for women.
It's like it was a well-meaning like a well-meaning man putting on film what he thinks is feminism.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, because it is at least an attempt. And if anything, it will force the men whose attention is grabbed by this movie to think more feministly to a degree.
I actually think, like low key, I actually think the message is harmful and is actually very anti-feminist. And I think it takes us a couple steps back from where
I'm pressed to agree.
Is it an entertaining movie yourself? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. What I mean to say is that like there may be some men who watch like very, very sort of like very sexist men who watch this and have a different perspective about women than they did before it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no one watched this.
That's true. Which I think is still speaking to the fact that like I don't think that it is benefiting feminism in a way, but I do think that like it is showing a very, very strong female character in a movie, which is in its own right a type of feminism. But I agree with you, Noel. I think that this movie is it's some people will watch it and get something from it positively, but I think overall it's not doing what it set out to do.
Yeah, I mean it's especially because of when it was made and the sort of the idea of what the idea of what feminism was, but what people kind of thought it was at the time. And it's like my high school boyfriend, we went and saw The Birdcage, and after we watched The Birdcage, he was like, "Whoa, gay people aren't so bad." And that
I may even say they're cool.
Yeah, so that to me is sort of a core, like a similar kind of like there were definitely people that went to this and were like, "Whoa, all right, okay."
It is weird though. Like, I mean, using that specific example, like The Birdcage is one of those things that like straight people, it's like digestible queer cinema for straight people, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of it. It exists everywhere where, it's a heartwarming narrative, or it's a very funny movie, or it's something that humanizes people that are otherwise treated poorly, even if it's just in someone's mind. They can watch it and for 2 hours think of these people as people and not just caricatures or cartoon characters that walk around in their lives.
Yeah.
But sometimes it doesn't stick. It's just like it almost reinforces those stereotypes in some people's minds as well, right?
Sure. I'm going to use this guy for a second.
Oh God, the degree again.
So 1997 is exactly the peak of girl power feminism, which was the
Spice Girls.
Yes, but it's called girl power feminism because it's that wave of feminism. First wave feminism is the boat. Second wave feminism is bodily autonomy. Whoops. Third wave feminism is how do we make money off of feminism? So it's the commodification of it. And so that's why these movies are being made in this time period. It's not because somebody decided. It's the same reason that we had woke stuff that was making a lot of money. It's because it makes money. And now the woke stuff won't make no money. So we don't do that anymore. So it was this was the version of feminism that we were all girl power. Yeah. Girls can do it. Girls can do anything. Yeah. Without actually having anything beyond that.
Yeah.
I think I described it to Jason as a man making a movie about feminism, but at the end of the movie, all you really hear is Ridley Scott saying, "You go, girl." He's not actually adding anything. He's just saying, "Go ahead, do it." Yeah. It's also very disturbing that there might have to be a second wave feminism at some point. There's going to have to be a part 2 to second wave feminism.
Oh, honey.
E3.
Yeah, we're in post feminism.
Oh man, we're in the.
Yeah.
But I mean,
it's funny looking at the opening you guys put together. I mean, I have a lot of feelings about the Barbie movie.
Right.
I only have positive feelings about the Barbie.
I have Anyway, it's a different discussion, but yeah.
We did it last year, but maybe we'll revisit it after it'll be
nope,
after
it's
years.
Perfect. No, don't care.
Listen, it was a great episode, and I really enjoyed.
No,
the movie
it's the Godfather of
I love it.
Movies about Barbie.
I love it.
It's true. It is. I think I agree with you.
It's the Citizen Kane.
Amazing.
Of movies about Barbie.
Citizen Kane adjacent too, because it is a fucking masterpiece of a film.
It is the Casablanca.
I would prefer to watch Barbie over and over again than Citizen Kane over and over again. That's fine.
I would rather watch. Sorry, I think the Barbie movie is perfect because we need a little bit of shit that's not so fucking bleak in this world.
Oh, absolutely.
So
sorry, I've loved the Barbie movie so much.
Yeah, I don't want to derail our talk.
Sorry,
about
you don't.
I do want to talk about how I truly believe that Ridley Scott is one of those directors that he hires a cinematographer and he just attaches himself at the waist, or at least he has absolutely 100%. Or at least 95% of what he wants in his brain.
Right.
And I know that Ridley Scott storyboards himself. He sits down and he draws. And I think that he just hires people as a hired gun. And he's all right, I know exactly what I want. And he's munching on his beer nuts, drinking wine. He's all right, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna get down low, and then the camera's gonna do this. And then they set up all the lights, and the cinematographer is almost just there to just turn the camera on and have people push him around.
Facilitate it, yeah.
Because this isn't his go-to cinematographer that's in every single one of his movies. But if you look at Ridley Scott's movies, they all have a very sort of distinct style to them. And they all look similar. And they're all very caught from the eye of a photographer.
Yeah.
And if somebody has a cinematographer for their entire career, it's usually the cinematographer that's responsible for that. But this is almost tourism, I would say, in terms of Ridley Scott, having this visual language and tone that he has been able to maintain for almost his entire career. I think there's not too much. Yeah, it's not too much that strays away from it. So as much as I want to give credit to the cinematographer of this movie for how this movie looks, I do genuinely believe that it is Ridley Scott just being no, I want to have the man get rolled over by the big tube, and I want to have the tube over, and I want to have the camera down here,
The cinematographer for this film actually didn't do a lot of cinematography. They did a bit more camera and electrical department stuff. but they did do the cinematography for White Squall, which I believe stars Keanu Reeves.
Nope.
Nope.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges, okay, but also Chronicles of Riddick and Aragon, which were two kind of
Chronicles of Riddick, another feminist masterpiece in my opinion.
I love that movie.
I also love that movie a lot.
Jenny,
have you ever done a painting of Riddick?
No.
Oh my god. How much
should
will
be
it
completely
cost
black
for me
and
to
just
get
a little bit of
visual?
light showing his goggles.
Like one person.
Yeah.
Is Chronicles of Riddick
Paint one of the dogs.
Barbie movie of Vin Diesel movies?
Yeah.
Is that him?
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
I think so.
I'm gonna say almost, but not yes. But I would love to say yes, but I don't think so, because the Chronicles of Riddick is one of those like brain seeds of Vin Diesel. Like Vin Diesel himself is like, I'm Riddick, and I love
this comic book. Make me him.
But Barbie willed herself into existence, as does Vin Diesel.
Well, Vin Diesel tries to, but he can't quite get it.
Oh.
He keeps trying, but he can't quite do it.
Oh, you can there is a Fast and Furious car collection.
Yes.
I know, but okay, so Fast and the Furious is not just Vin Diesel. I know that Vin Diesel is a major part of the Fast and the Furious.
It's about family. And Ludacris.
No, sorry, Vin Diesel.
Oh, you don't actually have anything to say? You just wanted to shut me up for a second? Okay.
I quite like
No. I mean, if we want to talk about the Fast and Furious, I can talk about
No, I don't want to talk about the Fast and Furious at all.
That's what I was trying to warn you about.
Okay, good.
We're replacing Feminist Masterpiece Month with Fast and Furious Year. So
No. Okay, all I wanted to say is that Vin Diesel has on multiple occasions tried to do what Barbie is, right? Like Barbie is this brand that has lasted forever. He tried to turn himself into James Bond with the XXX series. He tried to turn himself into whatever the fuck the last witch hunter was supposed to be, which is basically like his childhood D&D character that he turned into this like crazy movie that he's like, I want to make a whole bunch of these movies, which also I like that movie, by the way, and I wish there were more last witch hunter movies. And then he also did the Pitch Black movie, but then he took that and he ran with the character of Riddick, being like, we could make like 1 million of these Riddick movies forever. And like, you know what? I believe that they could have had the money been there. They made the Chronicles of Riddick. They made the movie Riddick that came out after that. They made a video game called The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay, which is actually one of the best video games ever fucking made. Amazing. And then he also tried to do a video game series called like Tiger Escape or something. I know that's not right, but it was like a car. It was like a GTA style game starring him. He's tried so many times to make himself into like a James Bond.
He loves video games so much, and he's a massive fan of the survival game Ark. And Ark 2 has been on the horizon of being released, and it won't get released for some reason, even though he's put all this money. There's a trailer for Ark 2. They remastered or remade Ark in all of this time, but there's a trailer for Ark 2 where he's like in it, and because he's trying to fund it, so he's been working on. I think he's a gamer guy, a weirdo gamer weirdo.
He made a video game of Riddick. He did that himself. Like he was like, oh, I'm gonna fund the beginning aspect, and he made like this spec demo of the game that everybody was like, this is kind of fucking great. And then like a bunch of other people poured money into it. He did that with his other video game. He also is like a huge D&D guy. Like he loves playing tabletop RPGs. The first time that I ever got into DMing, dungeon mastering for D&D was
Vin Diesel taught you?
Vin Diesel. Wow. My friend asked me to DM, and I'd never done it before. And the first video I watched on how to DM was this short video by Matt Mercer, and then it led into Matt Mercer running a D&D game for Vin Diesel to promote The Last Witch Hunter. And it was just like Vin Diesel and Matt Mercer playing D&D with like a couple of the other regulars on Critical Role. And I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is like Vin Diesel kept being like, this guy's a really harsh DM about Matt Mercer.
And Matt Mercer's like, yeah, I am.
He's not. He's a good dungeon master. He's not harsh. Anyway, so that's my Vin Diesel rant. I didn't mean to go on that long. I don't have much else to say. I think the music was fine. I think it was a little overbearing at times, and I think that I've had Mama Told Me Not to Come in my brain for like fucking since I watched it all day, and I can't get it out.
Yeah.
The sequence where they're in the bar and there's like the song that's playing was very like it stuck out to me. I think that it felt very cinematic, obviously, but very cinematic in a way that made me. I got involved, like I got dialed into this movie a lot of times because of like the musical progressions that they utilized, and I think it's good. Like from a filmmaking standpoint, I had a lot of moments where I was like, "This is awesome," and I really just to round out our production talk, I think they did a really good job at making this like almost a proto what superhero movies are now. Like, I'm a dude and I want to take my girlfriend to the fucking cinema so the girl and protagonist can like get the win, and I'm a dude and I get to see the dude do the military stuff. Because in the 90s, military movies like this were typically the dudes doing all of the main character stuff. It was like a dude who you wouldn't think would be able to go become a SEAL becomes a SEAL. So they kind of turned it on its head, but in a very like almost like
not turning it on its head kind of way.
A double-sided kind
Jason, you're revealing yourself to be the type of meat man that this movie was geared towards, to be like,
I know, and that's kind of the irony of it all. Is I almost am I'm a pretty progressive person that took like the wrong message out of this movie. Like I liked it for the wrong reasons accidentally.
I mean, to be fair, that's probably
it's
like
not
partly me too, honestly.
It's also not accidentally, it's by design. The movie is designed to do that. So it's not like you're being tricked, you're just doing what the movie wants you to do. But it's unfortunate because
I didn't realize there was a soundtrack.
Rude, but
no, that's definitely a bit rude.
I'm fine with it.
I didn't notice there was a soundtrack because after like maybe 35 minutes in, I was just stuck in a permanent like.
And I was like that several times while watching it too. I was like, what the fuck? But other times I was like, yeah, this is geared towards me. And I'm not like a typical, but I'm a little bit atypical, you know? I do choose the bear, but what if the man...
You're allowed to choose the bear and also like G.I. Jane. Jason, we're not calling you dumb for liking G.I. Jane. What we're saying is that you got tricked by it.
Yeah.
I got pranked. What a prank Ridley
Scott's been pranking people for years. With his
I've been trying to be woke for the last 20 years, and he was like, nope. Yeah. Guess what happened in 97? No woke.
Ridley Scott's at home, and he's got a handful of beer nuts, and he's rattling them around in his claw, and he's like, I got Mr. Phillips again. Sucker.
Oh my God.
He looks like Gary Oldman and the guy from Breaking Bad had a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I can see that. Bryan Cranston.
That is also like a glamour shot where he's like, I get my good sides.
That's
just
why
kidding.
It's
all my sides are good sides.
Yeah. What a funny man.
Oh no, my camera's going crazy. Ridley Scott's hacking me. I'm sorry, Ridley. I didn't mean it. Oh no, he's deleting me.
Speaking of production talk, nobody's named Ridley except for Ridley Scott and one of the main antagonists from the Metroid series. So that's interesting, right?
Weird.
Oh, my camera's dead.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
What did that happen again?
Tampax.
Oh my God, that part was.
But tampons! Don't you care about tampons?
You're telling me the tampons don't freak you the fuck out? How do they work? I don't know how they work.
That was one of my biggest problems with the movie, but
I really wish.
Not the
tampons,
really hope. The fucking idea that I can't even get over the fact that this woman would sleep in a bed near me while she has tampons on her person.
The 90s was a wild time.
Yeah. Yes.
I really hope that one day on Feminist Masterpiece Month we do She's the Man, because that movie, that's a feminist masterpiece. And they know what to do with the tampons.
Yeah. She uses them for like nosebleeds or something, right?
It's just everyone's reactions is like the most opposite to what this is. When he sees the tampons, it's just
it's delicate and it's nice. And like I love the fact that you get to watch Channing Tatum like question his sexuality throughout the movie over and over again. It's like it's like Mulan or whatever.
It's exactly like Mulan.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's do that next year. This year, GOJ.
Okay, so I guess we can hop right into the body of the episode. Let's go for a long body.
Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
The long body is pretty sexist.
I know, that's why I played it. I haven't played it once this month yet, but because this movie came out within 365 days of striptease, I figured why the fuck not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was when she's got damn, she just opens up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also was looking
I
at
definitely saw that in the theater.
I was looking at some set photos because I like looking at set photos. I think it's cool watching everybody is sort of collaborating and thinking, and you can like see them like, talking, even though like sometimes I'm like, are these performative? Like, are they just like, are they aware there's a cameraman taking a picture of them right now? Or are they actually having a conversation? Who knows? But it's cool. And, I want to talk about it when we get to it, but like, I also think about the Gatorade commercial aspect of this movie that happens like 40 times throughout this movie. That I'm like, oh my God, this is too sexy. This is too sexy. I need it to stop. Which is like when she's doing her push-ups and her chin-ups and her pull-ups and stuff, and she's like dripping with sweat and she's wearing very revealing clothing. And I'm like, this doesn't feel empowering to me. It feels subjugative and like weird and like performative and sexual.
You know what it reminded me of? And I think that this is the spiritual successor when Ben Affleck is in Batman versus Superman and he's doing this.
Yeah, but you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. But Zack Snyder also filmed Ben Affleck like he wanted to fuck Ben Affleck.
Yes.
So,
correct.
What I was thinking of during that sequence is like Sarah Connor in Terminator 2 when she's just like stoically doing pull-ups and you're just seeing how strong she is. You're not like glamorizing it or like being like, oh, I would catch that fucking sweat with my fucking mouth or whatever. Like, that's kind of like what the way it's filmed. That's how it felt to me.
Right.
We need a straight man to ask about the sweat in his mouth thing. Jason.
Yeah, Jason, would you ever catch Demi Moore's sweat in your mouth?
I mean, the funny thing about that
I have to ask is, did we accidentally cross wires? Because I feel like my mentality is much more feminist than you, focusing in on this. And also, when I was like, Joel Schumacher
to be clear,
directed
I'm
this,
not sitting here.
I'm going. Joel Schumacher couldn't have possibly directed this. He's an openly out gay man. So, but I do know what you're saying. How is that homophobic?
Because you're like, this is too fucking hot for a gay man to have directed.
The shorts. All the shorts walking across just like thighs and shorts in the screen.
Yeah. Also, if you remember those Batman movies, Joel Schumacher was winding up on the fucking butts of ladies and boobs and stuff too. Joel Schumacher may be a gay man, but he knows how to shoot a woman beautifully.
It's right.
Equal opportunity body part shots for sure.
Yeah. And sorry, Jenny, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
It's
I walked away for a second and I heard you guys talking about the strengths.
Which we shouldn't have done that right out of the gate. I don't know why I got right up on that, but we did.
What the heck?
Anyway, the movie opens with
we like this movie. Yeah.
The movie opens with sort of like an auditory montage of reports of like, women in the military and like what's going on, and how there's all these sort of like lawsuits coming up, flaring up, and how they're going after women in the military, and like there's no evidence of that, like men and women are equal in the military. And then we have sort of like this courtroom rumble where the music is like so intense, and one of George Costanza's bosses here
Yeah.
And he's like, well, if women can pull me out of a burning house, then they can, as soon as that happens, then whatever. And it's like full of sexism. But then we've got this senator. What's her name? Her name is Senator DeHaven.
DeHaven,
Lillian DeHaven, played by Anne Bancroft.
And she's like a no nonsense Southern lady who's got a lot of fucking flick to her dick, where anything that comes at her, she's just like, get that bullshit out of my house. I know exactly who I am and exactly who you are. And I'll make sure that none of you are going to talk about ladies this way. And you're like, okay, so she's a no nonsense lady and she wants to prove them wrong. So they're lifting her up as like a strong female character right out of the gate, who's putting these people in their place, but you can tell that they're all smirking with this sort of like shit-eating grin of a man who's like, I guess we're just gonna have to put up with this bullshit until we can figure out how to deal with it. And
a fly in the ointment.
A fly in the ointment, yeah. And then we get like the classic sort of like leaving a courtroom scene of an absolute mob of reporters just like shoulder to shoulder right up against a senator, which is like would never happen now, but like everyone's like marching down this and being like, Senator, can you answer 15 questions in 2 seconds for us, please? And she's like, I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that women in the military are recognized and not just labeled as lesbians and weirdos. Now let's get to my limousine, please. And she gets in her limousine and decides that she's going to take this to the next level. And then we kind of break over to Demi Moore showing her abilities in the military, where she is able to, she's a topographical cartographer. She kind of like helps people get out of war zones and stuff. And she's very good at sort of like analyzing the flows of water and how high things are and like where somebody would naturally go. If she was in that situation, I would head over here. So this is where we should put people to excavate them from their situation or whatever, to like give them a clean exit. And not only is she good at it, but she's also like willing to speak up and tell people when they're wrong, which is like, okay, cool.
In these like 20 minutes of the movie, I recognized that they did body shaming, slut shaming, don't listen to women. Like
that doesn't make you a feminist, Jason. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
No, I know.
Oh
I know.
my God.
I'm not saying that for that reason. It's just literally like I couldn't believe how many like they ran the gamut of like all of the things that make you go, wait a second.
Yeah.
Nowadays, but in 1997, like I'm watching this through the lens of 2025, but watching it through the second lens of 1997. And basically, I think Ridley Scott.
No, we're not at that part yet. When they're picking a woman, that's
man,
that's coming up.
No, but there's like the things he's talking about, how they're like, oh, she's saying like, no, they would do this and they're going to go on the other channel, and the eyes are
she
like,
might be sexually active.
Yeah,
woman. That was like considered.
And then, but then there's like the one guy who's sort of listening to her, and then it turns out that that's like her boss basically, and they're fucking in the tub later. Which you're like, oh,
Man,
he wasn't even listening to her because she was right. He was listening to her because they're in love.
No.
But maybe that's why he fell in love.
But he also kind of wasn't listening to her.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah.
A lot of things were happening.
Yeah.
This movie is like, if you said, give me all of the tropes of a woman trying to make it into the military, all of them. And then AI would shoot this movie out.
Yeah. But I mean, who sorry, yeah. I mean, it is written by a woman, but it's also written by a man. So they probably work together.
It's just, things are products of their time.
It is
right?
true.
Like
that is
one of the reasons that like I was like, yeah, Demi Moore, she sucks. G.I. Jane is stupid and whatever, is because like it all just latches onto you like a sickness.
Yeah.
It's also like, especially for people our age, which we're all within the same sort of like, bracket of age demo, where like our parents were, fully formed in their ways, and they had no fear of just screaming their opinions to their friends and family at the time, which no matter how much we don't like to admit it, imprint on us opinions until we know better, which is like, sometimes you'll have a stupid opinion that you can erase by the time you're 14. but a lot of people don't, right? Like
Sure.
that opinion will never be erased. And sometimes you'll believe something from the age of 7 up until the point that you die. And like it's an unfortunate reality for a lot of people, but this is one of those things where like sometimes a movie gets branded as bad for reasons that like this isn't a bad movie, but there are bad elements to it, which we're discussing right now. But it's not bad for the reasons that like my mom or my dad would make me believe, right? Like they would just say it sucks and you don't know why, so you just assume it's a bad movie.
Yeah.
But it's not.
It's okay, Scott. We liked it too.
At one point, Demi Moore was the highest paid actress. Was this that point? Because I feel like that also had a lot to do with people turning on her. Like
it feels like Jim Carrey in The Mask, the Ace Ventura, and Dumb and Dumber all in 1 year situation where it's like she's in striptease and G.I. Jane. Holy smokes.
Except she's a woman, so how dare she?
So half
it reminds me of J-Law's trajectory. I was like so hot, everything. Highest paid actress in the has to disappear.
Yeah, disappear with like, people actually. Oh, but she's this and she's this and she's,
I think Scarlett Johansson's kind of experiencing something like that now.
Totally.
She's the highest paid actor of our current generation because of the new Jurassic Park and also her trajectory.
She's the highest grossing actor. Is she the highest paid actor?
She should be if she is.
Yeah.
Well, that was the big stink with Black Widow, was that she wasn't being paid the same amount. They put her movie on like her
back burner.
Her contract was tied in with how the movie was released.
Yeah.
So they chose to release it on whatever, which would have meant that she wouldn't have been paid what she was supposed to have been owed, and that's like not a problem because you're making millions of dollars. Except the guy beside you gets his movie launch and makes
exactly.
all that.
It is wild,
and you have to do it on your period.
Holy shit! And you know what? I know for a fact Tony Stark doesn't know how a tampon works. He's tried to get Jarvis to analyze it many times, but even Jarvis is like, I don't know, sir. I've tried to analyze how it works, but I really don't understand it.
Jarvis, make an arc reactor that's also a tampon.
All right, sir. So after that,
I think that's a butt plug.
You don't know what running is like until you've done it without a sports bra.
Oh God.
I do it.
I don't know. I put some weight on over the years, and
well, men do.
Jason calls his an esports bra.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I don't even know what that would look like. I assume it would be the same, but I thought that was a funny joke.
It's called a man's ear.
I think an esports bra is funnier.
Let's not body shame men who have boobs, which is a thing.
I have some boobs.
Even though I started it, and
they're coming. So Lillian DeHaven confronts the Navy. She basically says that they're going to start this program, and these men grudgingly agree, but then they decide that they're going to try and find the most difficult program possible in order to put this woman into, because they could put her into any program. That was sort of the agreement, but they're like, we're going to find the one that like, not only is it going to be impossible for a woman, but like most men that do it can't do it. It's like 60% of people drop out, and it's like the advanced Navy SEAL program, I believe is what it is.
Yeah.
Abuse camp. That's what it's called.
How about the random appearance of John Michael Higgins? Who to me is like a comic actor, usually in like comedies, but he's just in this as like a regular actor.
Yeah.
Which one is he?
He's the guy from like the Christopher Guest movies.
Her assistant.
Yeah.
Oh,
like her aide,
right,
yeah.
Right. Yeah,
little
this is
soft-faced beta male to go with the lady.
I was like, is this a comedy suddenly?
Yeah.
But no,
You're kind of waiting
not.
for him to like be quippy, but he's not.
Yeah. He reminds me of like, have you seen the movie AI, Artificial Intelligence? The movie with directed by Steven Spielberg, and Jude Law's robot in that, where he's like a hooker robot. That's what this man reminds me of. Is like he looks like he's a robot who got turned into a man. That's what I always think of when I think of him. I don't know if that's rude or not, but I think it's
a little rude.
I don't know. He reminds me of a man that's been turned into like the Tin Man became real, or like Pinocchio grew
I can
up.
actually, the Tin Man who became real is John Michael Higgins. Sorry,
Yeah.
John Michael Higgins. We're gonna invite you on the show one day.
Wait,
and you're
the
gonna
Tin
be
Man is real. He was a man that was turned into tin.
Yeah.
Okay, well then he got turned back into
Get
a
your
human
facts
after he got
straight.
turned into a Tin
Right?
Man. Okay.
The witch made his axe cut him into
Yeah.
pieces.
Exactly. Exactly.
If they
And then
do
you had to
make, they should
a
make
new
him the Tin
body.
Man. I think
Yeah,
that
exactly.
if they were
You
casting
forgot
for
the heart.
if they're gonna cast for a new Tin Man, I advocate for John Michael Higgins
in
to be,
Wicked 2.
yeah, the Tin Man. I think that would
Too
be good.
Wicked, Too Furious.
He's been cast already.
It also is
folks.
like his sort of his typecast.
Spoilers.
Sort of like,
Yeah.
you know how he's kind of got
He's
that
in
like
the
really good.
He's in the first one already.
Is he?
Spoilers.
What he is?
Oh yeah.
So
Maybe.
is the Scarecrow.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Oh, I haven't seen it. Sorry, I thought you were talking about John Michael Higgins is already in it. And I was like, really? And then I was like,
No,
maybe he
they've-
gets turned into the Tin Man.
No, they've already cast the Tin Man in,
Oh.
depending on whether they go stage, book, or musical.
Mhm. Right?
So wait, he was in the first one. The Tin Man's in the first one.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
okay.
I've seen the like I've seen it in a
Listen,
musical.
I love
form.
Mark Scott
Oz.
says,
I
"Stop
love
saying
Oz.
spoilers."
Yeah,
love
this
Oz.
is hard spoilers, bro.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, the Wicked 2 is going to be like the Lord of the Rings 2, where it's
Is it called
battle.
The Wicked?
Yeah.
Hold on.
The
Is it called
Wicked.
The Wicked. Yeah.
Wicked 1 and
I mean,
The
no
Wicked.
one mourns the wicked. Okay, all right.
They've got a
I'll
Fast
take
and
it.
Furious sort of naming convention.
The third one's called Wicked.
Yeah, that's the third one actually,
Yeah, and then the fourth one's called John Wick.
Yeah.
and it ties in with the John Wick.
Yeah.
It's actually a
John Wick
sequel to
universe.
Ballerina.
Okay, so
Sorry.
then
I
we
love
get
Ballerina.
yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
Everything I wanted in a movie.
This is sort of like a montagey moment though, where like we've got them deciding to do this, her doing her job and doing it well, and then also her getting called in. But then there's also like the committee of John Michael Higgins, the senator, and like all of the staff going through and being very mean to like every photograph. Like they're basically judging it on their merit, but then they look at the photo and they're like, no. It's like
foreshadowing.
yeah, it's borderline. Sorry, go ahead.
Foreshadowing. So I was thinking while I was watching it, I was like, okay, so they don't want to pick someone who looks like a man or a Russian bodybuilder or like whichever. They want somebody who's pretty. So I was thinking like, wait a second. So is that for the publicity that they're looking for someone who's pretty? And then as the movie went on, I was like, wait, is it someone they knew would fail because all of these women would do well? So they picked somebody who was a little athletic, but like too pretty. And I was just like, it's a lot being said here.
Yeah. It's the publicity, it's the sexuality, it's the This
is maybe the one spot Ridley got right. This may be the part the woman wrote.
Right. Because it is
this
like
one was bang on.
it's mega sexist and mega like internalized misogynistic, but not even internalized. It's just like outwardly presenting misogyny, and it's like you get why they're doing it because obviously they want to have somebody that's presentable as a news story, but at the same time, like you said, Noel, she secretly, you don't find out till later, she does not want her to succeed at all. So it's like this one looks pretty enough.
Or she doesn't care.
She doesn't really care. Yeah. She's using this for votes, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. And she's not going to use.
I would like to point out for one moment that Demi Moore is fucking gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
Like, fucking stunning.
Right.
Bro, when she's got her hair like pulled back and she's army topographing, she's doing her like map psychic stuff. Like, and she's got her like demure voice on.
Right.
And she hasn't like that scene. They were like, pretend, like, be this character for this, and then never again in this movie. Got it? Okay, change your voice, change your hair, change your everything. But I was just like, man, she didn't even look like Demi Moore. She just was like.
I mean, to me,
An
that's
army
what Demi
angel.
Moore looks like. I mean, now she's beautiful, but it's like weird. But that, like, actually, there's a scene later on where she comes up out of the water. And there's just this, it's a fabulous shot, and it's stunning. It's absolutely stunning.
Like
it's like when she came out of the water in Charlie's Angels 2, full throttle.
Yeah. Only this time she's got stuff.
It should be that Demi Moore is seen as like a beautiful woman, but for some reason, because she like got into shape and they wanted this like almost like muscular woman to do this, they have to like keep playing up this element of what they sort of show us and the way that they look at her, which is so fucking weird because if you look at Demi Moore through her whole career, like I just said, she's fucking stunning. Like she's a movie star.
Yeah.
Hey.
So, speaking of boners, no, like Demi Moore, when I think of her, I think she strikes me as someone with grit and not someone who's like dainty. And in that moment, that's what I'm trying to get at. She was like dainty instead of what I'm more used to seeing.
Playing that,
which is not like, so she's not like JJ normal, but like this is not her. Like this is her playing a role.
Yeah,
and
the best acting in the whole movie.
And I think that's also like, you know, just the way she's interacting with people, but also like you said, the way she's carrying herself, but also the way they're sort of like, I think they oversized the costumes a little bit and stuff to like, you know, make her look smaller. Like they legitimately made her look like a smaller person. Which I think is like, you know, again, speaks to Ridley Scott's ability to visually trick you. And you know, like I think of like the shot in Alien where they cast like 3 children and dressed them up in miniature versions of the space costumes and shot them from very far away to make them look even tinier for this model that they could build or whatever. I'm like, he knows how to do that.
Who does he think he is? Peter Jackson?
Yeah. Who does he think he is? The Prestige? What is this magic trick? This movie magic he's trying to conduct. He's Houdini.
I think you're right about that first bit with her doing the analyst job, and really she's like performing what like Jordan is, not to me, but like Jordan is performing. This is who I have to be in this. Yeah.
It's also
it's
like
the customer service voice.
Exactly.
And I also think that it's super satisfying that isn't left behind, right? Like obviously that's why she's being selected, but like, and it's part of the story, but like they never really let you forget it, which is great. Cause like every time she's in a position where that comes back as something that's handy, it's always satisfying when she cracks the code or she figures out where to go. And the very end sequence, as much as I'm like, okay, I get it, this has to be here. But like it's all wrapped up in a nice, tiny, neat little bow, and I fucking love it. Like, good job, movie. You made me like all of this shit. But there's a lot of other gross shit happening in this.
And when I was watching, remember last time I made fun of you guys for being like, "Oh, I know what's going to happen in this movie," or "I thought this was going to happen." Yeah. So I was sitting there when she was doing her map psychic thing, and later on in the movie, I was like, "Oh, she's going to win the boys over by also being smart." And then even in the movie, they were saying like, well, when it comes to like the more academically oriented things, she's kicking everyone's ass.
Yeah.
Then it's stupid. It was just like, I felt like I was beaten over the head with this.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't want to like discredit the movie because there are lots of moments where she's also kicking people's ass physically, right? Not the strongest people that are there, but she's also like, she's making it far beyond the weeds they give up early. I think one of the most satisfying moments in the movie is that the guy who talks the most shit, who you're like, is this guy gonna like end up loving her in the end, is actually the first guy who leaves. Like when he's like, I had to petition for 2 years, I called my senators and my generals in the area, and I finally got in, and now I gotta share a bunk with a lady over here. What are you, nuts? And that guy's
he kind of sounds like that.
Yeah, that's the guy who dings the bell immediately, and you're like, that's very satisfying. Good job, movie.
There was a bit of this movie that gave me a bit of PTSD from
wrestling.
Yeah.
Noel was a wrestler.
It's kind of like
amazing.
That. It's kind of like that for women in wrestling. I don't want to.
I can imagine, and I can
imagine. Oh yeah,
very.
I remember the. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't wrestle on a broken foot, a broken finger, whatever? Oh, this guy, he's got a broken arm, but he's golden. Don't worry about that. But you gotta do the thing. Work twice as hard.
Yeah.
So there's the bathtub conversation that we learn that she's sleeping with sort of her, I guess, superior officer, but they're working together closely. I assume that's where the romance.
Yeah, I mean,
blooms.
he's her superior, but he's not really her boss. Like,
yeah, and I mean, I guess we can give him his flowers for being the only like non-super sexist character in the movie, but he's still sexist throughout the entire movie.
He goes on a journey.
Yeah, he goes on a journey of realizing that the reason he doesn't want to see her succeed is because he loves her so much and just wants to make sure that she's safe, and he loves her and wants to hold her.
That's a pretty human response, though.
It is.
Like, he doesn't stop her, but like that's not. Like, that's another thing that's like kind of bang on. The woman must have written that part because it's just like a very natural response that's not sexist and that's not overly masculine. It's just you want to be around the person that you love.
Yeah, but that's his realization, right? Like everything up to that feels like that sort of like tense sexism where like, I'm not going to say this because I don't want to come off this way, but like he's even thinking that his thoughts and his actions are sexist. And I, you know, there's parts of me, because there's so many other moments where it's like him talking to generals and, you know, military men, and they're all being just like shitty, sexist assholes. And he gets a couple of good quips in every once in a while. One of my favorite lines comes from him. We'll talk about it when we get to it. But like he doesn't stand up, which is like, I guess you wouldn't, right? Like, how would you if you're in a room full of your superior officers and they're all
no. And I think,
like,
I mean, that at least I think rings true in terms of like the patriarchal.
Yeah, we're all men here.
What the military is, you know, you can't. He can't.
It's a boys' club.
Exactly. Like just like Jordan has to be this, he has to laugh along with their stupid jokes and
right.
You know.
So why don't we move to Jordan arrives at.
All right, are we still in the bath? Can I go back to the bathtub?
Oh right, yeah. Sorry,
just quick. I wanted to point
we
out
need to stay in the bathtub for a minute.
Jason Beach, interesting. That guy is like typecast as a villain forever, and it was interesting to see him as like I see him come on screen, and I thought that he was just going to be some sort of antagonist until, of course, they did the slow motion shot of Viggo Mortensen. It's like, wow, what a. That's my Steve. That's my look over to you and say that's the bad guy.
I was watching it with Danny, and just his face, like his like weird grin that he has. I'm like, I think I said out loud, "Oh, he's evil. He's evil, evil man."
That's the thing, though. There was no villain in this movie.
Well, the villain is the patriarchy.
Nope, sorry. I apologize to say, well, actually, but I would.
Oh, wow. You did do that.
I know. What a dick move I've just done. Here's my interpretation.
Jason just said.
Yeah. I think the Senator is the ultimate like final boss. And I think that Viggo Mortensen's character is the like foil, the perfect foil.
I would say that if this was a TV show, Viggo Mortensen is the villain in episode 2, and then the strong ally in episode 9, and then dies in episode 10.
Yeah,
that's kind of like what his vibe is.
So I completely disagree. Like, as soon as Viggo came on, I was just like, oh yeah, he's just doing the army thing. Like, he's not doing anything other than what he's been asked to do.
Yeah.
He treats her the same as he treats the other guys.
Yeah.
The whole like when other people fuck with her, he does not treat them any better. Like, he's just he's doing the army thing.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
He's being asked to do it.
That he's like the foil for her.
Yeah. So I will say, as mediator here between Noel and Jason,
I apologize, and it's not a fight.
You guys are both right.
No,
you're both right.
I'm not arguing with Jason. I'm arguing with you.
Me? What did I say?
He's not the villain.
He's not the villain.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah, the villain is the villain is the
No.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And having
let's
this over
let
and
Noel
over
finish.
and over again. Yeah.
No, keep
going. So he's not the villain. He's just doing the thing that he's being asked to do. And she's not the victim. She's just doing the thing that she's being asked to do. And the lady senator isn't the villain because she's just trying to get ahead in any way that she can because they're going to get rid of her because of the system. And then she puts her right back in super quickly. So, like, there's no villain here. The villain is maybe war is that. Like,
absolutely.
The villain is the Libyans.
My main thought throughout the Libyans are the true villains here. Yeah.
Don't sound clip that.
No.
Oh no, Jenny, your following count is going down. And no, your commissions are being canceled.
No.
Yeah.
But our views are going up, so I don't know what to
Hey,
say.
It's
you're
worth it in the
welcome.
end. I will say
Matt
that.
B wants to say hi to Jenny, so your views are actually going up too.
Yeah, he's from Libya, by the way. So I would like to say that in terms of movie design, he is absolutely designed to be the person that you are going to believe is going to be the villain, and he accomplishes the goals of a villain throughout the movie when he's beating her half to death, when he is about to rape her in front of everybody. All of these things are things a villain would do in a movie, but we understand, like you said, Noel, that he is just doing what he was told to do. The only thing that makes me disagree with you even remotely is that he truly, in his heart, believes that having a woman be part of this program will weaken the military because they can use her against him and his men. And that's the demonstration that he's making.
But that's not what he's saying.
He's not. Yeah, it's not.
He's not saying that.
The military.
But what he's saying is that like I'm going to show you what they could do to you in the field, which is I could just brutalize her in front of you, and that'll make you give the information up. Like that's what the weakness is.
Sir. What he's trying to say is what I'm trying to say all the time. Men are secretly all monsters. That's actually what he's saying.
Yeah, he
literally
said. He
literally
says it.
He literally says that afterwards.
Yeah, she's not the problem. We are.
Yeah.
But that's exactly it. Like, and throughout the whole, that's why I mean, like the second time you see him, he's watching the other guy through the scope.
Yeah.
And he sees that, like, he never lets her know that he's on her side because he's not on her side. But he's not against her. He doesn't believe that she shouldn't be there. Other people in the movie say that very openly, that they do not want her there and they want her to fail. That room of guys all says that. The commanding officer says that. But he sees a person and a soldier, and he knows that these people, not everybody is strong enough to go through this program. So I think he's probably the most like evened out person because he sees the ultimate weakness in all the men that have left. Like so many times, he's been doing this forever, and he's seen so many guys ring the bell, and he's seen so much stuff, and he never treats her any differently, and he only does that like we'll get to the rape scene when we get to it, but there's
I just feel like I may have like not made myself.
You're saying that there's no villain, but if the villain.
If there has to be a villain in the movie, that's who he is because he is portrayed as the villain throughout the movie. I
still disagree.
His role is that. Okay.
He's not the villain.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
but I'm talking about in terms of like the structure of a screenplay, not in terms of like his actual villainy. I know that he is not a villain, and I know that what he's doing is ultimately good. But
often you have someone that's like appears to be a villain but isn't.
Yes.
You know, and I mean,
but he doesn't even appear to be.
No, he doesn't.
But I also like in his villainy, he's saying like, you know, like I don't not want you to be here, but I don't want you to be here because of us. Like it's not because of you.
No, that's not what he's saying.
No. He's
well, what the fuck is he saying then?
He's trying to produce the best soldiers he can produce. And he sees that there is an issue that probably needs to be solved within this particular group of them, but he's not saying, you know, he's just going, okay, I need to figure out how to make this work. And
when they're sorry, I interrupted. When they're torturing Lee, they're hitting his broken knee. They're exploiting the weakness.
Yes.
Yeah. And when they're like it's whatever it is that they can poke at that will hurt the most. And he does that for everyone, which is why I like that there was a torture scene. There was a torture scene with him like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because the way I read that is that like they're doing that because that's his weakness, and then they march her out in front of everybody and like faux rape her in front of everybody because she is their weakness. That's what I was reading it as.
That's her weakness.
But I thought that was their weakness and her. Like obviously her weakness is that like, you know, people will desire you to do this to, and then the weakness of the people in the cage is that they're going to feel empathy for her because of this, and they're going to give up information because they can do this in front of them to make them give up information.
Because
That was
without
Jenny's
any of
point,
that, she
though.
also says, like, don't let them use me against you.
Well, yeah, she's
Yeah.
the whole time being like, no, don't do it.
Yeah.
And I think that's like sort of a revert, like the backwards like allegory for the whole thing.
Like he's in a pressure cooker, like what Jenny was saying. He's just trying to produce good soldiers, so he's going to take whatever the scenario is and exploit it.
Yeah.
So you don't think maybe there was a smaller guy who had like a broken whatever or something that they hadn't like tossed
that's
out?
Or like
part of it all that
Wickwire
I-
in the previous
yeah,
time he'd been through, they knew that he was claustrophobic and they used
Yeah.
that against him. Like
They
like
tried.
That's why in the beginning I was talking about how like if this was like a dude who was the G.I. Jane character, but he was kind of like a
I
smaller
wonder what his
guy.
name would have been if it was a man.
G.I. Sean.
G.I. Man Jane.
G.I. Sean.
Mangiani, yeah.
Oh my God! Do you know who would love to be G.I. Jane, man? Vin Diesel.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Excellently casted, perfectly articulated.
oh yeah.
All right. I feel like we are spending way too much time on a scene.
See how
that
long
hasn't
into
even
the
come up
movie we
yet.
are?
This is,
I'm
well,
following along
this is
in the actual
important. This is
movie.
important.
It is
But
very
now we don't
important.
have. But now we don't have to talk about that part when we get to
It is, but
That's
it's also
right.
interesting that like my take on it was like so vastly different than Noel's, and I feel like Noel's was also different than Jason's, and I feel like, or sorry, Jason's was definitely different than Noel's, but I meant Jenny's. You guys even have a differing opinion of it, and then Jason has his opinion of it as well. It's interesting that we all have different perspectives on that.
I mean,
one
I
scene.
pretty much agree 1-to-1 with Jenny.
Yeah.
No, you guys had different opinions, didn't you? Didn't you?
No.
Come on.
No.
They didn't exploit her
let
as
me-
much as at all.
Trying to make the best
Oh.
soldiers.
Let me
exploiting-
use this. Yeah, let me use this again for a second.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Don't make me pull out my IT support diploma.
I can pull mine out that is specifically geared towards
No, but
film.
this is why I did whatever. This is why a movie like this, when I was watching it, and why I was thanking Jenny at the beginning, is because this movie is so. It's got so much going on that of course everyone's going to read something differently. And like there's a lot that's being said, but because there's such complex topics.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
when I
like-
watched this when I was 18, I didn't pull a lot of this out of it. Like I was like, oh, he came around in the end. But
He's
There's so many
nice, his
layers to
mustache
read
is
this
good.
in.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
can I
none
ask
of those
you-
layers are wrong. And it's not even what the authors want to tell us, right?
Mhm.
Like the authors are telling us something. Some people are reading exactly like that. Some people are doing oppositional reading. Some people are,
Yeah.
semiotics, cultural studies.
I do think that
That's
scene
awesome. Ah.
specifically is like it is meant to be read like 7 or 8 different ways. I don't think there's one way to read it, but obviously I agree with what you're saying, but I still think that mine is valid. I don't think that mine's invalid.
Stephen,
Why?
you are valid and we see you.
Okay, just want to be seen and valid over here.
We've seen you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I appreciate that as well
Yeah.
because
Jason,
Jason deep in his voice.
Jason, you are seen
no, I don't care.
and we love you.
I don't
No.
want to be
I
seen
know.
anyway.
I know that I'm invalid and unseen.
You-
Maybe we should get back on track with the story, though.
But
Yeah,
who's
what
the
happens
villain?
next?
Well, I think we all agree that there is no villain in this movie at all, and
I
you know, like
disagree,
my,
No, it's
point-
the guy.
Yeah,
The
the
point-
men.
well,
Man
misogyny
is
is the
villain.
villain of the movie. That's the whole thing. The fact that it infects
Misguided
even, like,
misogyny is the
fact that
villain of
the
this
fact
film.
that it even infiltrates powerful senators who are women still being
Yeah.
affected by misogyny, women who think that they're going into to prove something and realizing that they're just a piece in a game that is meant to from the outside just be a piece in the war against misogyny, but then you find out you're not. You're just there to actually further somebody else's gain. Somebody that you think is a feminist, but they're not actually a feminist. They're part of the misogynistic machine, and they're just trying to push themselves forward. It's spooky and scary and real. That is a real thing that happens all the time.
Yeah.
But I will agree, Stephen, if you're saying that he's a mean guy and we're not on his side, then Yeah.
The way that he goes about
Absolutely.
it, what
Sorry,
he's trying to do is
I thought I made it clear that like he's not the villain of the movie, but the way he is portrayed up until the point that he is no longer portrayed as a villain, he is written to be the villain. He's shot like the villain. Everything he does is villainous. He walks in on her while she's showering and eyes her up and down and goes like, "You need to go downtown over the big like that whole
soldier something."
Yeah, it's because he's villainous for a lot of
he's Army the Man.
He's Army the Man.
The name of my new band I'm starting up.
Army the Man was Jason's band in high school.
But okay, this speaks to how when people are like, "Oh, but it's just a movie," or people are like, "Oh, but it's just culture," or whatever. Like, there's so much that needs to be like studied and understood about our popular culture.
If this is just a movie, because we haven't had this kind of discourse on the show in like a long time.
She's not even at boot camp yet. We're not even at boot camp yet.
12 minutes.
We're still in the bathtub.
Okay.
So the bathtub. I really hated movies when they're in the bath that long and they're not pruning and uncomfortable.
Well, it was a romance bath. You saw those those romantic petals and candles around, right?
You don't prune in a romance bath?
No, I just feel like this is the end state of romance bath, right? Like they're just in the they had a romance bath, and now this is the after part of romance bath. Where they're like,
apt.
Yeah.
Yes. The end stage.
Is that what everybody? That's how I read it. Is like they've had their romance bath, and now they're having a real conversation, which is like I've been asked to.
The romance bath has overstayed its welcome.
Yeah. And now they have like a semi-little romantic argument or whatever. I was going to say, Noel, can you please mute while Crypto goes nuts on that blue bone?
She also says something along the lines of, "Get that dick back in here.
Get your dick back in here." Yes.
Get your dick back in
That's
here.
never been my favorite line for whatever reason. It just there's a couple of lines like that in this that feel very ham-fisted, like it's just sort of giving her some flavor that's not necessary, or
it's really playing up the like I am a straight woman who loves dick. Like that's
Those are the lines that Ridley Scott wrote.
Yeah.
But I mean, like sometimes that
agree,
occurs on set. We don't know that Ridley Scott wrote that line. We can't throw that to Ridley.
No, it's true.
But maybe Tony Scott was on set that day. His brother.
Joel Schumacher wrote that.
He's a notorious troublemaker.
Tony Scott is Ridley Scott's brother, right? I'm not just imagining that.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Noel knows. Noel knows.
Jason, just in case you don't know, Tony Scott is like
hey Google,
Ridley Scott,
is Tony Scott Ridley Scott's brother?
Yeah, well, it is. He died of a suicide, didn't he? Because he had brain problems or something.
He was the youngest of three brothers, one of whom is fellow film director Ridley Scott.
Yes.
Yeah.
Google is a guest on the show. Hey Google, stop.
Google, shut up. Yeah, he died. He jumped off the San Francisco Bridge or whatever because he had a brain tumor and he was dying. And then, but he also made like Days of Thunder. He made like a lot of crazy action.
Yeah.
He was the more revved up version of Ridley in a lot of ways.
No, she's the most revved up version. I think.
Yeah.
It's the most revved up version of anybody.
I'm glad he didn't make fun of his veins then.
Tony. Like Tony Baloney, what a sack of shit.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I love romance bath. Please write something called romance bath.
We can make a t-shirt called Romance Bath. We'll just draw the bathtub with all the petals and stuff, but no one in it, and we can interplace like we could put Jason and Freddie in the romance bath. We could put so many different people in the romance
Oh, not
bath.
me. Freddie Krueger.
Oh my god.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
We could put Jason as Jason Voorhees and me as Freddy Krueger in the romance
Amazing.
together.
I mean, I'm into that.
Yeah, we all know you're into that, Jason, you sick fuck.
I'm a sick fuck. Pervert.
I'm going to try to mute when she's freaking out, but she's just not having a good time. Actually, she's having a great time.
Yeah.
So Does anybody have anything else to say about romance bath before we move on?
It's been a key part of this.
The romance
show.
bath is the villain.
I mean, it's
I thought
it's a moment.
I thought they were going to show hang dong. That's what I thought I was going to see. But we didn't even see hang breast. So anyway, she goes to
They don't hang.
military camp.
That's what
They do
Jason
not
said
hang.
too. I was like, "There's hanging breasts," and then Jason said they don't hang, and I was like,
No,
"What?" And then
not those
I was
ones.
like, "Oh, because they're fake." Yeah, I get it.
They're up. I believe they're called
up.
bolt-ons.
No matter
They
what
are-
direction
yeah,
she moves,
bolt-ons,
they're up.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hell yeah, Jenny, I know what's up.
she finally gets to the camp, the recruit camp, and like she walks by just a pen of muscular men who you never see again. You don't see any of those jacked men again.
Huh.
They all look like bodybuilders, like from like
Yeah.
Vienna Beach or whatever, Venice Beach or whatever it's called. I was thinking about sausages, wieners.
I like Vienna Beach much better.
Vienna Beach is the bottomless version of Venice Beach.
Viennese beach.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, they're
Venetian
jacked
Beach.
as fuck. Look how jacked. Anyway, I'm watching.
Venetian Beach was what they called me in high school.
Heyo.
But yeah, it's basically like she walks by a bunch of jacked men. They're all shirtless. They're all working out, and they're all way too big to be any of the men that we see in the rest of the movie. I swear they just like that was Joel Schumacher's day on set. He's like, "I'm here with my entourage," and like Ridley was like, "Oh, perfect. Put them in that fucking gym equipment
Right.
over there." I was trying to get people greased up and oiled, but they're already done. And they filmed it, and they all eyeball her, and then she makes her way into the cabin. But I think we do have like a moment where she talks to the chief or whatever.
Yeah,
He's not the
she
chief. He's like
She talks to Herschel from The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
For a while.
Yes, who's also in Seinfeld. There's a lot of Seinfeld actors in this movie, by the way.
It's funny.
It's true.
Yeah, every kind of like stressed out looking male that you can ever think of who's older in Seinfeld is in this movie, except for like Seinfeld.
Except for
himself.
Mickey. Except for Mickey.
Not Mickey.
No.
No Mickey.
But yeah, we get a sequence where she goes into his office and he, is being very cordial.
Mhm.
And he stands and waits for her to sit before he sits, and then he puts his cigar out immediately, and we get that sort of like close of him making sure the cigar is completely out, and you're like, oh, he's pulling the old school gentleman card, where like he's doing all the by the book things you're supposed to do when a lady enters the room. And my brain is being like, this is deliberate. This is a deliberate thing. Like he's doing all these things because he knows this is what, like, if there was a rule book for how you would act when a lady enters the room, I'm going to do every single one. But he's not doing it because he's trying to be nice to her. He's doing it because he's trying to like be like, I'm doing this because I have to do this.
And you're different, and we're
yeah. And we get a little bit more of it later. When,
you're not one of us.
Which I do like the contrast between this scene and the scene afterwards, where it's almost sort of like this demonic shadow version of it, where like he's like backlit only and he's basically in silhouette the whole time. He's like, the only thing that offends me in this room is your fucking perfume, madam. And you're like, oh my god, this guy's a dick. He was so nice earlier, but like even when he's being sort of
That's
like
much later in the movie.
when he's
Yes.
it is, but like even when he's like oversteeping her in his niceties in this moment, you're like, you kind of get uncomfortable by it, because you're like, I would be uncomfortable if somebody was treating me this sort of properly in a situation like this. And he says, no matter who it is or what they say to you, you come to me immediately. If it's a fellow officer, if it's a commanding officer, if it's me, myself, and I want you to make sure if we're making you uncomfortable. I don't think that's his actual accent, but I like doing it. So I'm gonna keep doing
it is.
He says,
And
if
I-
anything in general happens, you come to me.
Yeah. That is the
Thank you,
accent,
Jason.
though, for some
General.
reason. General accent.
General accent here. How may I help you?
General.
General
Can't
accent is
show
real.
the
fucked up. He has
thumb.
brain injuries and he speaks in different accents every 5 minutes. Well, Jason liked that one.
I did.
Jason loves funny accents.
Sorry.
It's
not you. I'm trying to figure out my audio because I'm now, my technical difficulties have happened.
It sounds
to be on the
perfect right
floor.
now. I gotta say.
Yeah.
I just like that Jason laughed so hard imagining general accents speaking.
I missed it. I'm gonna have to watch it back, listen to it, and then laugh.
I didn't even do a funny accent. He was laughing at the idea of a general speaking in different accents. Yeah.
Because they talk exactly like that.
Yeah.
General accent.
My name is General Accent. What are you doing? I'm walking over here.
I'm walking over here. General accent.
I did that this morning in the TCC. I said, I'm walking
here.
All right. So, I mean, I don't really have much to say about this because I think it's a pretty clear scene.
Yeah.
But I do think it's a pretty potent one as well. And you kind of you understand that she has this ability at any time, sort of like a ripcord where she doesn't have to ring the bell if she doesn't want to, which we're introduced to in a bit. But she can go and have this this secondary net, if you will, like if she feels like she's being treated unfairly.
She can snitch.
Yeah,
she can snitch. Yeah. And then that's when she goes and he's like, you've got your own head, you've got your own cabin, and you know, how many tampons do you need again? 4 or 5 a week all the time, or is that a specific time of the week? I don't know.
100.
How frequently is she getting pap smears? That
I know.
An OBGYN to keep track of their pap smears.
Yeah.
Do they know?
Well, I think it's a part of the.
No.
The thing is like also one of like the main nurses on staff is a woman.
You've disrupted my whole company by your OBGYN having to come in here.
Right. Thank you, Jason, for
bringing
bringing us back to that moment in the movie. Yeah. So, but a
pretty odd story.
But that's later. But like at the same time, you're right. Like you would think it would be easier to train a nurse to be able to do that than to just keep one on staff. But maybe it's like a lot of school. That...
You also need a pap smear once every 3 years.
This is why the military costs so much.
Yeah.
Women in the military.
Pap smear. You're just going in there and getting.
Yeah. When I think of a pap
it's
smear,
Tuesday. Off you go for your next pap smear.
When I first heard about what it was.
Jesus.
Yeah, no.
Why do you have that? No, why do you have a pap smear device right next to
it's
the
not.
camera?
That's a speculum, right?
Wait, are you telling me that that's not designed to hold paper towels?
Ooh.
When I think of pap smear, at least when I first heard of it, I thought of like, you know, when you like have to like spuckle on like a wall, like a hole in a wall, and you're like, and then you like seal the hole up. That's what I thought of when I heard pap smear. Just saying.
Wow.
I also think that like pap smear is like such a thing that is like, it's stigmatized in a way that like, why? Why?
True story.
Why is it? Somebody explain it to me.
So the way that it works in Ontario is that they send you a letter that says you're due for your cervical cancer
screening. Oh my God, you get a letter?
Yes, they say you're due for a pap smear.
Oh, wow.
And then you book it with your doctor, and then they send the results to the government. And then the government tells you you don't have cancer.
What?
And then repeat every 3 years.
In Nova Scotia,
somebody at the government,
you make your own appointment, and if there's nothing wrong, they just never call you.
Wow.
No
cancer in the military this year. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
So
she gets to her bunk and they've just dumped her shit in there. They're like, you've got your shirt, and she finds her shirt, and there's like a nice sort of coy grin on her face where she's like sick.
Yeah.
I like
there
that
was like a weird
it's like an empty barracks basically, and all the beds are stacked, and there's this one for her, and I'm like, they could have put her in a closet.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There was a part of me where I'm like, wouldn't it be so cool if she just like set the whole barracks up properly and like made all the beds? But then I'm like, you know, like that would have been my version of this, just because she's like, I need to like prove myself or whatever. So she makes up the whole barracks in the way that a military person would. You know?
And sleeps in a different one every single time. And then we got this amazing scene of her jumping through all of them while it says to the window.
Yeah.
To the
Oh, I thought I was gonna be like, ooh, do 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 do.
Oh my god.
Do, do, do,
Nice.
do, do, do,
Nice.
do.
Bit of a tone
Do, do,
shift.
do, do, do. I finally made it.
Real
to Navy
coming of
SEAL
age story
training.
about Karina.
Oh no, it's just
man.
that scene in Home Alone where he realizes he's home alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish my family would disappear.
And he's like, he does the, yeah.
Rides a skateboard down the stairs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
There's a
when
scene
she
of
was
De-
shaving
yeah,
her head.
She goes like, yeah. She goes to the barracks and she's like, "Is this toothbrush approved by the Dental Association of America?" Herb, we've got a question here about a toothbrush. So
Love a montage.
that's what I would have done. But
I'd like
also
to
that makes
very
no sense that she would
quickly,
make up the entire barracks, but I think it would be
I'd like to
cool if she
very
did.
quickly thank you to Eric Scott for gifted subs to a whole bunch of people. So, thank you.
Amazing.
Gonna give him a
Oh,
clap.
that's so awesome.
Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you like our nonsense.
Nice.
Eric Scott's been here the whole night and has contributed a great deal. And now,
Yeah, we love seeing your comments.
Mhm.
Like it's thank you so much for chatting with us.
Yeah.
This is actually why we do this, not because we want to figure out what the
Who the villain is.
surgical
Who the villain is of G.I. Jane. Yeah.
Yes.
It's the
Who the
military
literal-
complex. Yeah.
who the literal pap smear is going to be at the end of it all.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that Jason uses pap smear as a slur.
Nice.
Yeah, but
It's fair.
You know what?
Yeah.
I agree.
So then we get like a kind of like a meet cute the meet cute of this movie, which is all of the shitty men talking so much shit, but then there's a few that are like, who gives a fuck? Like, and then there's a couple of guys who are like, just shut your fucking mouth and do what you're told. And then she comes in, and they don't. It's not like everyone goes quiet in the room. They're like, because that would be too comedic. But they try to act natural, and then some people are whistling, and it's semi-realistic, I guess. I don't know. I've never been in a situation where I've been in a room with 100% men and one woman walks in before. I don't think, at least. But it's tense, and they don't make like a huge sort of show of like her sitting down and people leaving, but that's happening. But it's not like the point of the scene is not that, right? Which I kind of like, where it's like that exists in it, where she sits down and everybody leaves. And like, I think the reason they didn't make it the main vibe of the scene is that like, we already know that's going to happen. And she, more importantly, already knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Too, right? Like she sat down and they left immediately. And it's like, we don't need a reaction shot of her being like, fuck, G.I. Jane. I knew it. I knew they're going to call me G.I. Jane, all of them. Because we kind of already get who she is, but we're getting who they are, right? And we're getting all their individual personalities injected into us like throughout this sequence. I don't know. I guess my main sort of like question for this scene for you guys is like, is there anybody in this room that like immediately made you be like, or is there someone that you're like, I kind of hope that this person has a change of heart, or like, does that exist, or do you even give a shit? Like that's.
I was like, the black guy's probably gonna be nice to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that he doesn't.
And then
really
I
have
said, "Is that
anything
Jim Caviezel?"
yeah. The horny one. What doesn't he say something like?
He's the
give me, like,
tampon guy.
He's the tampon guy, but he's also scared of women. I think. Like
I knew the men
love them from a distance.
Yeah.
I knew the white men were all going to have weird disdain towards her.
Not all.
They pretty
but
much,
yeah.
pretty
There
much.
was that one guy who was like, it was a very human reaction to a bunch of art. Sorry. I think it was actually a very muted reaction, probably, to what a whole bunch of army guys would do if one woman walked into the program and no one really gave them too much of a warning shot on it.
Right.
And it was a program that, like, it's so eat or be eaten that they hate all of the men around them, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So now there's a lady vying for the spot, too. Like, as That's my Steven does that guy impression. Was that okay?
Oh yeah, that was good. It was good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Give it an 8 out of 10.
Oh wow, that's an
Hi.
8.
Hi.
I knew who you were talking
Impressive.
about. You know, when you did it. What the fuck? I lobbied my fucking local grocery store to tell them that I, did all this shit for them for extra on the weekends. And now I'm here with a lady? What the heck? I hated that guy so much. Just his face. Like they did a good job of casting somebody who has like a really unlikable face, like out the gate, where you're like
Caviezel?
Not Caviezel. He's like hot or whatever, right? Like you're just like, oh, he's pretty. He's a pretty guy.
Okay.
But then well, I really dislike the fact that he's like, give me 3 days and I'll sweet talk or whatever. And I was like, ew.
Oh man, I blocked that.
Yeah.
When he said that, give me 3 days, my mind went to he's gonna sexually abuse her and she'll go away. That was what I thought.
That's what I thought too, and that's when I said ew. But like before that, I was like,
so everyone
did pretty. And then as soon as he said that, I was like, ew. And then he never recovered from that. And then the tampon shit on top of it.
Our Lord and Savior.
Yeah. He walked across water. Yeah, the scene later when they're coming to the beach, he's just like
he couldn't even make it into the program.
Exactly.
No, he made it. He made it through, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah.
But even at the end of the movie, I was still like, ew. Like you said that shit at the beginning, and they try to have the redeeming moment in the bar later, but like he was never redeemed for me. He was always gross. The Tampax thing was like where it really sent it over the edge, where I'm like, unredeemable. This guy has never even seen a nipple that isn't a man's nipple before.
Yeah. So to answer your question,
you never will.
And Jenny, I'll give you the floor, but for me, I was like, that's much nicer than I thought it would go.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny because again, I mean, I've watched this over and over again, and there's certain scenes that I inevitably like am expecting something to happen that doesn't happen, even though I've seen it this many times, and it's the same thing that first dinner scene. I always in my head think it's going to be worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, they're not like hitting her and raping her now. Well, this is
yeah, yeah, right.
It's not Alien 3.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's not Alien 3.
I agree though, but like I feel like they're all trying to be, because this is supposed to be sort of like the peak, the pinnacle of like training or whatever, right? So they all have to. It's not like boot camp or like grunt training, right? Like they've all been in the military, so they have some sort of discipline that exists within them. Even though a ton of them seem to be absolutely brain dead when it comes to like any sort of like gender perspective or even just like perspective in general.
But I mean, like you go to a men's hockey locker room, that's what it's gonna look like. When I played sports with the boys, that's what it looked like. And in order to be treated as an equal, I had to be like, yeah, that girl's so hot, and like, yeah, this guy's and whatnot, and then like,
totally.
just be gross.
Yeah,
that made my heart sink a little bit.
What's going on with them having to just like lift and push things for 19 hours? Is that real? Like, is that real? Like holding up boats and
from what I understand,
pushing things uphill.
This is what that particular training is like.
But to like what end? Because I know that I know boot camp and military.
They might have to pull a satellite into the ocean at some point, Jason.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Remember the end of the movie where they're dragging a satellite through the desert?
It's about getting rid of the weak ones. That's the main point of this whole training is
if you can't last,
you're aiming to have the strongest set of soldiers at the end.
Yeah.
And so you need to do whatever you can to get rid of as many of them as you can.
And like I get all that. Yeah, true. I get the thing where it's like I want one person to quit on day one. I do understand that, but I also feel like it's weird that this is played up this way because there's no way that in reality it's this intense. There's no way.
No,
like I don't know.
I mean, I've never been through it, so I can't speak to it. But I mean, I assume if there's a program where 60% of people quit before the end, then I can absolutely believe that in the first day they try
I'm
to get
out.
one person to quit.
It's called
Yeah.
law school. Like
Yeah.
the reason they make you sit in the
Yep.
LSAT and the reason they make you do each question in 1 minute isn't because you're going to be on the spot as a lawyer being like, okay, if I have 6 cats in this crate and 2 of them are male and 2 of them are female and they're in box D and box E, like they just want to be like, can you handle this?
That's
I feel like
has
that
nothing
was.
to do.
I feel like that made it less clear to me, but I understand.
Really? No, I mean, it's like sleep deprivation,
Yeah.
all of the, all like
And
like all of these things. I mean, they're basically putting them through, I mean,
Yeah.
extreme physical training, but also torture,
also,
various
like,
forms of torture.
I believe that like if he didn't get somebody on the first day, he would have just made that day last until someone quit, right? Like it would have the day would have just kept going into day 2, day 3, like until somebody dropped out.
It's like back to law school, year 1, they're like all of these layers is just to weed people out.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, yeah, we don't want any of you guys. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. It's expensive. You're gone. You're gone. Only this is the like beat the shit out of you version of it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I would not be surprised if
how big
this
are your
is real.
legs?
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is real. In fact, I would be more surprised if this wasn't real.
Yeah. 100%.
I think that like
it made me want to join the army.
You're like, my next goal, G.I. Jane 2. Careful, you'll get slapped by Will Smith for making that joke.
Nothing makes me want to work out more than watching this movie. Like I'm not
she
even
looks
joking.
so good, and like she looks better than everybody else.
It isn't even how she looks, like because I used to, I did like boot camp stuff years back, and it's like it's the strength. It's just watching people be ridiculously strong and suffer, and I love it.
Being able to like pick something up that you didn't think you could be able to pick up is like one of the most satisfying feelings in the entire process. You're just like, whoa, this is 150 pounds. Wait a minute, how did I do that?
See, for me, it's when I have to open the cap on something. I'm like, I'm a huge strength.
My wrists are strong. I used to work for the beer store and delivering like kegs and stuff. And like after like 3 years, I used to be able to pick up like 150-pound keg, like and like pull it up to my chin. And I'm like, and then I could just like pick people up. I could pick items up that I could lift a bed up with one arm and vacuum underneath it. I'm like, I'm so strong. This is so cool.
Imagine if you'd been practicing holding a boat above your head.
I could have been lifting the world,
right?
People.
Diesel.
Yeah.
Ayn Rand.
I could have been. I could have had a family.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I'm waiting for Jason to come back, but
he's having a domestic.
Yeah. Should we call 911?
Ooh.
I'll call 911, and when you say go, I'll dial 1.
I gotta move my fan. Give me 1 second.
When he sees that in playback, I really hope. I had goofballs today. Apparently.
What does that mean? You had goofballs.
I'm real tired, so I'm really excited.
Oh. All right, we're in the first physical tests and harassment. So the grueling physical training and obstacle course, the beach run down the so like a bunch of people get injured, and she's trying to like help people, but they're kicking her over, and then eventually they all make them run down to the beach and do push-ups. And this is the first time that you're like, oh, her hair is literally getting in the way, but also like it is so long. Like, why is her hair that fucking long? Was my question. Like, she didn't cut off like a good foot of that before she went to SEAL training. What the heck did she think was gonna happen?
Yeah, the crazy bit is earlier when we were talking to that other guy, she said, "Oh, I haven't been to the bar. Like, I meant to go to the barber shop first." And he's like,
Right.
"I don't care so long as it's out of your ears and out of your face." But then it's like immediately like this, and she's like.
There's that moment where she tries to like put it back, and they kick her over, and they're like, stop fucking with your hair or whatever, and she falls in, and she just has to do them as her hair is like matting up against her face and so long that it's dipping into the water. And I'm like, and because I remember the shaving head sequence from the trailer when I was a kid, and I remember that from when I first watched it because I thought it was pretty powerful. But then like all I could think was like, why the fuck wouldn't you do that immediately? Like, I would do that right when I got there, or just cut it. But it's part of the movie. It's supposed to.
But do you know what it reminded me of? In most movies, like your Scarlet Witches. Oh, I'm alone. So, welcome to the Noel Show.
I'm here.
Oh. How's everyone feeling tonight? Good? Oh, so what it reminds me of is in most superhero movies, any movie with a woman in it, her hair is always down and long and beautiful, and she's flipping it around instead of having it like tied up. So I actually really enjoyed that her hair was impeding her in the way that hair would if it was there. And I don't know if that was intentional or anything, but it just reminded me of like, yeah, true. Like you wouldn't be able to do any of that with your hair in your face.
I think it was definitely intentional because like it is so long. Like it's almost like they were like, grow it as long as you fucking can.
Well, and she had, right? Her hair was that long at that point. Yeah.
And,
no, but I mean, like, I don't know if they meant to subvert the trope or just have like a very stark contrast.
Yeah.
To...
Are we giving Ridley Scott too much credit, or
or just women have long hair?
The one thing that would make me think that like no, they wanted that was when she's fucking with her hair and he says stop fucking with your hair and kicks her into the water before she has a chance to tie it up because she's about to tie it up and do the push-ups. So they're like, no, you don't get to do that.
Yeah.
What the fuck you think no one else is tying their hair up. You don't get 2 seconds extra to tie your hair up.
And it's especially like pointed because the commanding officer was like, oh no, you don't have to cut it. No, don't cut it. It's fine, you know.
See how we both tied up our hair?
Yeah.
We also learn later that he is in on it. Like he's also like, what the hell is going on? I thought she was going to be out of here in 2 weeks. As he's like chewing a cigar right by a jet engine, somehow still having a cell phone conversation.
Mm-hmm. That's that scene with the jump scare where you think it's Viggo at first.
Yeah.
Because he's doing the little jogging and you're like, oh, there he goes Viggo jogging, and then you realize it's him and it's like, ha! It's like every
You're not
time
as hot
I'm just
as
like,
Viggo. Where's the mustache?
That's why,
but not a bad set of legs.
Yeah.
That's why in Birds of Prey, when Canary hands or somebody hands one of them a hair tie because her hair is flopping in her face and she's trying to get it out, and they hand her a hair tie and she's like, like that's the first time that's ever been acknowledged on film,
right?
And before that, G.I. Jane.
I love that you brought this up. Yeah. Because
thank you, Stephen.
That is almost like a militaristic level of like ability, like loading a rifle. Like if I was all of a sudden given like extremely long hair and had to tie it up really quickly, I doubt that I'd be able to do it as quickly as either of you two, because you've probably had at some point in your life long hair where you've had to tie it back. Jenny, you started the show without your hair tied back and now it's tied back.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's a million degrees right now.
Right.
So it's less about getting stuff done. But I also,
I had long hair once in my
you.
life, and it was down to about here. And I tied it back one time only, and I looked strange and weird. I looked like a weird, like pickpocket who was like, I live in the sewers. So I never tied it back again after that.
All right.
No, I don't have the ability to like one-handed like.
If you ever if you ever run into a woman's rugby team, you'll see, or like cheerleading team, you'll see they get their hair into two French braids like themselves immediately, just boom, 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 because like you have to have your hair back. So this is the one thing about long hair, like the fact that her bangs are like this, like was ridiculous. The easiest way to tie back long hair, or to tie back hair and to keep it tied back that's not shaved, is long, because then you can pull everything back. So the fact that she had long hair like that, if she'd had it long in the front and done like what like synchronized swimmers or martial artists or whatever who do where the way that they braid their hair and tie it back, it's meant to stay. Because like I have short hair, so when I put it in like little pigtails or ponytails when I was doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu, my hair would just be like, I can't put it in a braid, it'll go out. Like you really have to like have it long yanked back.
Yeah. And I mean, there's certain hairstyles that women wear in the military specifically, you know, for that reason, you know, which wouldn't necessarily just be a little bun at the nape of the neck.
Wasn't there, there is like the code of conduct for hair. You either have to have it longer than particulate.
Yeah.
Longer than whatever or shorter than whatever.
Yeah, it goes like, Cover your head with hair. Long, beautiful hair. Here, baby. There, baby. Everywhere. Na, 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 na. Hair, 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 hair. Right, Jason?
Great. Jason is missing some important context clues.
Are you gonna unmute me? Here's what happened right now. Just right.
We don't need to know. Your wife came home and you talked for a while. It's fine.
No, my cousin showed up off of.
You're married to your cousin? Oh my god. Just kidding. Go ahead.
And I just had to go and talk to her. What part of the movie did we get to? It's my most
the hair.
Still trying to figure out if the guy's the
We
villain.
honestly spent a long time talking about how her hair was long when she got pushed into the water, and her hair was so long, and we were just talking about it.
And you muted me for that?
I muted you because your fucking volume was so loud, and we could hear your whole conversation with your cousin in the other goddamn room.
Right. Okay. My apology. I didn't realize that you could hear that. At any rate,
all good.
Also, Jason, I resent the fact that I gotta pay for a goddamn pap smear for you every goddamn month.
Listen, I need to get my
Every
vagina
day.
checked. It's furious. My vagina's furious. It's filled with anomalies, and I need to have a doctor. check it out.
Military anomalies, I might add.
Which most women have, filled with anomalies.
So, by the end
My
of
James
Feminist
Bond girl
Masterpiece
name is Cervixula.
Oh,
Cervixula.
very nice.
Oh my god, is she from Transylvania?
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
she is
that's
trans-
She
excellent.
is trans, I think.
That's excellent.
She's Famke Anson's cousin.
Nice.
Mine's Penelope Bang Bang.
Ooh,
That's really good.
really great.
It's really good.
Fantastic.
So,
Did you get
at the end of this
disappointed
training,
there?
at the end of this training, they end up they're all sort of levying boats above their heads, like they're holding them, and they're clearly full of water because you're getting spillage right away. And Viggo Mortensen and everybody else is being like, quit. You can quit or you cannot quit, but we're not going to end this day until someone quits. And we keep getting the, and I'll say, like, this is one of the, I think, best attributes to this movie is that all the actors are doing a good job, man. Like,
Yeah.
no matter who it is on screen, they're doing it, and they're making me believe the feeling, because you see that guy, the guy who was like, I rallied all the time and now I gotta serve with a woman. Every single time you see him, he looks like he's about to burst into tears. And while he's holding this, he's like his lip is quivering and his face is lemoning up, and you're like, oh man, this guy he's gonna quit. I know he's gonna quit. And he does. And it is the first of many satisfying moments of this movie where, like, a man who was like a piece of shit and had almost no sort of like qualities that you could ever be like, maybe he'll be good, just gets eliminated from the movie. Like, gone. He's done. We don't need to worry
I was
about
kind of infuriated by the fact that they present her with a step stool, and then
so
she's
she.
like, no,
Yeah.
fuck that step stool. But then at the second that she's about to climb that wall, we have that moment where the guy is like, hold my hand, I'll pull you up. And he's like,
He
fuck
basically,
you,
like,
woman.
He Scar Mufasa her.
Yeah,
He did, yeah.
a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great because she runs up and she shoves it over,
the
right? And
king.
she's like, she creates her own trail up, right? So she basically creates like an additional trail because she was supposed to go off on her own, and everybody else is going up. So, like, she shortens the time of a whole bunch of people by creating a third line, because there was only supposed to be two lines of people up, and she was just gonna go over on her own. So, like, when she did that, she created a shortened time for like a whole bunch of other people who would have had to have waited in line for the rest, and basically like boosted the average of everybody by getting all these people to the end first. And then, you know, the person to fuck it up obviously is what was his name?
Cortez.
Yeah.
Cortez, yeah.
And he Mufasas her where he's like, give me your hand. And he's like, also there's this one shot where like Viggo Mortensen is like watching through like a scope, and then all of a sudden the scope is like from her perspective looking up at him, and I'm like, whoa,
that's Ridley, a little janky.
Scott,
Yeah.
what the heck?
It's also crazy to me that, like, it seems like even in these early moments of the movie, they're using live rounds for these like war games. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about bringing that up, but at the same time, I'm like, I wouldn't put it past the American military to actually just like lasting real life. And I know that like even in the Canadian military, they use live rounds for practice training because
especially because this isn't boot camp, right? This isn't basic training.
This is
this movie a little bit Starship Troopers? That's a thought that I was having throughout. I know that's satire.
I mean, to be fair,
not satire.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Starship Troopers is a little bit this movie. Yeah.
Well, the book that it's based on came well before, but I just think that it has a little bit of that, like when they were writing this, they put a little bit of satire into and a little bit of intensity to make it seem more intense than it should have been.
I think that Starship Troopers is the beautiful reality that was created after G.I. Jane was the first female Navy SEAL that ever.
My immediate thought too after that is that there are a lot of very strong female characters, strong woman characters in Starship Troopers.
Yeah, there's a whole sequence in Starship Troopers where they're all just in a communal shower and they're not thinking about,
and they're not looking at each other
up. They're just in there washing and having a conversation.
Because I think one of the most egregious moments of this movie is Viggo Mortensen going like,
characters in
Christ,
Starship Troopers.
I didn't do it.
Jason was talking over you. Jenny, go ahead.
Sorry. Oh no! It's just I mean like it's a different movie and a different topic, but yeah, the strong women characters in Starship Troopers. Yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I just want to sleep with you before I die.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on.
So,
maybe presented better than this movie though, because there's the one strong female character.
Well, this is the part that I had like a serious, like my brain split into 3 pieces and I had to start doing dishes because I couldn't. I was just like, I went offline.
Right.
So the box thing and the time for women and those adjustments that we're always talking about when we're saying that we want equality and equity for people. You give them apple boxes so they can see over the fence, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's important because historically some people have been given less and so they have like more, like it's not that they're getting more, it's that they're getting an even amount.
They're getting
it's
an evening
the
like starting spot.
Is just different.
Yeah, exactly.
So then I was like, okay, so that's great that they have something so that women can do this program, even if like, so the tallest woman is probably taller than a whole bunch of the men, but might not be as tall as the tallest man. So, you know, like,
that's how it should be divided, is what you're saying.
Are we doing boxes based on height? So she's like she's smaller than all of them. So like if she's a woman who's that size, then that actually gives her the ability to go up the thing and can do the program, right? So that's good, right? But then,
sort of.
But is it good? And this is where like, so, and then, but is it good in this program? Because it's supposed to be all of the guys doing the most guy-y thing.
Yeah.
And so all the short guys wouldn't get the boxes either. So they get out of the program. So this is like, you can't include anyone into something that's just so inherently toxically needing one person. So then my brain fell out there. And then I went, hold on. What about in the general army? Should we allow apple boxes in that in order to get when it's not that intense? Or
I think
should we train people to be able to use each other as the apple boxes so that everyone can pass over? Or the military is inherently flawed. Maybe like there's no way.
Flawed.
Maybe there's no way to de-sex them and detoxify and demasculinify the army because of just how it has been built, what it means, like there's just what it is. Like you cannot have that army and you cannot have that program and not have it be the most intense masculine roidy thing on the planet. Like you just can't divorce those two things. And then I did dishes.
I mean, if you think about like Viggo's mission, is make the strongest soldier, soldier. So
I mean, technically shoulders too. They have to stand on each other's
right?
shoulders, to get over the
But
wall.
the goal of the military brass in this case, supposedly, is to just get the woman through the program. But
without the expectation
goal,
that she will actually succeed.
Exactly. But the goal of the program is to make the strongest soldier. So Jordan's right in like not having. Jordan's right.
Yeah.
Because
but they're not adding it for Jordan. These are standard military procedures that they're using for her.
Exactly.
Which was another layer of my brain being like,
yeah.
The way I looked at it though is like it shouldn't be like a weird sort of like circus act where it's all men for themselves, because they're all supposed to be working together, right? So like
yes,
you would ideally like divide up the groups as you would logically, to ensure that like these people are with these people and these people are with these people because they will work the best together.
Yeah.
And they do get onto that afterwards, like this is your unit, that's your unit, and then if this happens, you go down to this unit. But like the entire hierarchy of the military in this movie, I think, is like briefly explained to be ridiculous and stupid, where it's like because you're the senior officer, you're now in charge of this, but it doesn't have anything to do with anything other than your rank. That doesn't matter your ability, your strength, your intelligence or anything. It's just like, no, because you're senior, you go there.
Yeah, you finished this a month before that guy.
You applied first.
Yeah.
So imagine like this one little, like a 5'4" stocky guy who's really good at shit with his team, then getting moved down to this team because he's senior and they're all fucking Leviathan monster men. Like, are they going to respect him? Maybe. Are they going to be able to lift him over their shoulders? Yes. Is he going to be able to lift them over his shoulders? Maybe not. Like, and put people with what works best. And like, that's sort of like one of the main issues of the military in general, is that that's not how it works. It's all based on like union rules, like you're the senior, so you're in charge, and this is how it works. But like, if they were to pair them all together before, as they did, it would have just been the same outcome. But because she branched off, like I said before, like a bunch of people finished who wouldn't have. And then she's the one who sets the bomb off at the end. And she's blamed, but she's not the one who loses, right? Like he is the one who loses.
She's also not the one that's so like, yes. Maybe this was me just being like, Viggo Mortensen, I love you.
I am kind of like Viggo Mortensen.
Yeah.
He's very dreamy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So
I also was surprised when he showed up on the screen and was like, "Is that Viggo Mortensen?" On Google.
Do you guys remember when he puts milk in his pocket? He puts a whole carton of milk in his pocket.
I do.
I said, "Nothing beats a pocket milk, soldier." That's my Viggo Mortensen impression.
Really good.
That's a bad one, but not your best, definitely.
That's when he yells. I can do it better when he's not yelling.
So
I think it's incredible that they characterize this character as somebody that witnesses people go in full fatigues while he has the shortest shorts on. I think that's one of my favorite things of this whole movie. Yeah.
No, that's the uniform. All of the main trainer guys all have the little like
short shorts.
I like to believe that he just wears that at all times, even under like pants and stuff. He'll just like rip them off. And
as a person, he just wore that to set that day, and they were like perfect. The shortest shorts you got, the shortest khaki shorts that you have, please.
Ripley, I found shorts that will take the heart of you. That's what he says at the end of Lord of the Rings. Remember?
Yeah, I do. I do. My favorite part of Lord of the Rings.
So you were saying about the scope?
Yeah. I'll say it eventually, but it is not this day. So he's looking through the scope and he sees that guy's being a dick, right? And then she sets off the trap, but then he fails, but then she passes.
Yeah.
So even though they were like, oh, you got a 10-second whatever because you're a woman, that's not, just us. That's not, that's not how, like, I think in my heart of hearts, I wanted to believe that like that was the excuse. And like, he wanted to find a way to fail the guy who who Mufasa'd her, because he saw that and you could see in his eyes he was like, like that's not cool. And then like the way like he like punched and was like, especially you failed, right? Like,
team mate.
Exactly, because we're building the world's best, most awesome soldiers, so you can't have one guy who's good to send the Mufasa flying off the thing. Like, you just can't. So that's what I wanted to believe. And that's why I think I was on his side, like, the whole time.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I agree with you.
Good.
Fabulous.
I think that, like, from his, like, the first time he speaks, I was like, is he doing a Christopher Walken impression? Like, that's what I thought when he was like, what does he say? Like, death is but a door. Like, what is he saying? What does he say?
It's a D.H. Lawrence poem. I never saw a wild thing sorry for itself.
Oh, you're right. And he's like,
D.H. Lawrence, it might be
a bird would never die off a bough from shame. And then you're like, what is he saying?
You might be familiar with the book Lady Chatterley's Lover. Is that D.H. Lawrence?
Yeah.
This is his most famous work.
This guy right here. Yeah.
Oh, did he give you that? Do you have his badge of honor thing as well?
It's highlighted in red.
Your G.I. Jane.
It's my prized possession.
Story.
It's my prized possession.
I looked up if this was based on a true story. Is this the Jenny R. Johnson true story? Are you G.I. Jenny
Johnson? Yes.
G.I. Jenny.
Yes, indeedy.
Yes,
awesome. Indeedy. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the poem bookends the movie. The poem bookends the movie
because he's a he's a learned man of culture.
Yes, exactly.
And all those clowns thought he was just saying whatever, but it's because he was a learned man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's how you knew he was actually not the villain.
G.I. Jenny Johnson.
I never said he was the villain, guys. I never said he was the villain. I
love you.
We also know he's not the villain because
I frequent call him
as soon
one.
as they both see their bashed up faces in the bar, they both smile at each other like, "Fuck, we fucked each other up. That was crazy."
They're like, "Sup?"
They're like, "We put on a good show for the soldiers."
He's like, "You get what I'm trying to do here, okay?
Yeah, you understand?" And then she goes to the beach with all those lesbians, and then everybody freaks their minds out.
They weren't lesbians. I don't think.
Women in the military. I believe what it's called. That's the PC term.
Women in the military, aka lesbians. Yeah.
It was
Women's
incredible
rugby team.
It was incredible that through this whole film we are introduced
a bunch of women from the military hanging out on the beach.
We are introduced to a paparazzi element of it all. I do like that throughout the film too. It like increases in scope. But then the ultimate like downfall of the whole situation for G.I. Jane herself is that she gets a picture taken of the worst picture you've ever seen. Like, it's not like you can barely make out who she is on that beach. And then the senator is like, well, you shouldn't have been there being a lesbian so much.
Kind of like late in the game here. We probably should have pushed our way through the movie.
We didn't really. We did not,
because we were talking about hair for a long time.
Because we've really jumped through some stuff here.
It's
no,
we're talking about the lesbians.
We kind of have a new meta on this show.
Shut up! We didn't even talk about when she shaved her head yet.
I know.
Yeah,
we need to.
I'll tell you what part of the movie we're actually at. The shitheads.
I know what part of the movie we're at.
Talking to G.I. Jane, they have those like red things coming off their head, like the ropes, because they all died in the part where they were doing a military action.
I don't know what that is.
Look, I'll explain to you what I'm saying. They're digging. G.I. Jane goes in and
they're digging G.I. Jane's grave.
G.I. Jane's like, can you please treat me like everybody else, please, for the first time?
Yeah. So this is when she goes. Yeah, we were talking about that, and then what's his name rings the bell, and then they all have to go eat the mush out of the toilets or whatever. Not the toilets, but the garbage cans.
Same.
And it's the same thing.
Or the garbage can.
Like, would you be willing to eat a burger out of the garbage can or the toilet probably the garbage can, I guess, if I had to choose.
I mean, considering that they pulled it all off of the line and then threw it in the garbage like immediately, and they're the same garbage cans. It's not like they dumped a bunch of extra garbage in on top of
unless
the food.
Viggo took a dump in each one of them first.
Which I wouldn't go past
inside of at least 2 of these garbage cans
very
is my
dedicated.
feces.
Wait, is that an LSAT question? Like, this sounds just like an LSAT question.
As somebody that did the LSAT, I think that's exactly what it is.
Is somebody who's taken shits in so many garbage cans? I believe yes.
Nice.
Only once for me.
Only once for me.
How many times have you shit in a garbage can, Jenny?
I'm gonna not answer that question.
Good call. I think that's the perfect answer.
Yeah.
So we do get
our highest view count of all time. So tell us more about it, Steve.
We get a break from the military. I don't want to call
Jenny.
them antics because they're fucking very visceral, and it's the whole thing.
Industrial
of the movie.
complex, I think, is the correct way to.
But I do like that we get a break where everybody's sort of like scrambling, and she's made it through. I believe it's called Hell Week. I think.
Yes.
Is what they call it.
Yeah.
And
That's what they call it in cheerleading too.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably the same, right?
It's wild.
Yeah.
So her partner is at like an event, like some sort of event that has high-ranking military officials as well as like a bunch of politicians and city officials and important people. And he's just kind of like bumping around, and you can see that guy from the beginning, the guy from Seinfeld, he's just making like super sexist jokes, and everyone's like, like they're all laughing at everything he says, and you're like, fuck this dildo. And then he's trying to get away from it all, and he peeks into a room, and there's like a bunch of generals or something like playing snooker on a pool table, and they're like, Branson, what's his name? I can't remember his name. The character that he plays. They say his name.
His name.
I think they say like, Dave, we need a fourth. Are you in? And he's like, all right. And he comes in, and they rack up the snooker table. This is my favorite line in the entire movie, which is they break the snooker and it like spreads out, and then they're like, so are you good at snooker or what? And he's like, snooker was never really my game. Too many balls on the table. Like he says it in such like a heavy weighted. The word balls like hit me like right in the mouth, and I was like, I like this. This is great. This guy is like a feminist. He's a feminist. He hates balls. Love it. But then
the next line,
where he's like, yeah, especially that little pink ball in the middle. See, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Signs. Jason, have you seen the movie Signs? We did it on this podcast once. Oh, he's gone again. So
is that the guy who did Avatar?
No,
The Last Airbender?
No, the guy who did Signs is M. Night Shyamalan, and
didn't he do Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Did he?
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant Avatar.
Right, yeah.
Yes. I thought you meant Avatar, like the James Cameron Avatar movie.
Yeah, I know what ice fishing is.
No, but like the guy who plays that character being like, get in here, is the guy from Signs who's like, you remember they go to the town, and he's like a weird.
Yeah, I've seen the movie Signs.
He's like, you remember the military man? He's like, I just need to, they sent down scouts to check things out. And
of course, yeah.
Remember that character?
Yes.
That's this guy. The guy who's like, get in here. Like, I hate that little pink ball on the table. And like his whole character is like this really shitty military man. And then knowing that this character exists in this plus Signs makes me be like, is that his character? Like a weird, uptight, dweeby pencil pushing military man? Is that his whole career? I kind of want to look more into this guy, but that was the point I was trying to make. I didn't really have like a real point to it. But I do like that the entire conversation is almost like they are being super misogynistic in front of him, and you can see him sort of like melting inside, being like, fuck, they really don't want her to. And I think that's supposed to be the moment where he's like, I don't want her to succeed, to like, I really, really, really hope that she does. Because like, if she can show these dickheads what's up, then it's going to change the fucking world. Or whatever.
I thought it was a really powerful scene where she is told that she can't and can't and can't. And then when she finally realizes that she can,
what about this scene though, that we're talking about right now?
Is it not the head shave scene?
No.
Oh.
We're talking about the snooker scene.
The snooker
All
scene
right.
was fine. But
Do you
did
guys have anything
ever
to say
hear
about this
the-
scene?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Everybody in
Trudy's
it is horrible.
Summarized it perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like kind of off that fact, kind of off that thought though. Like she definitely breaks into a military barbershop and shaves her head and then leaves a huge mess.
Yeah.
Which was
Hey,
a funny
she only has
scene.
so much
I thought
time to
that was
sleep.
good.
The whole time
Yeah, I
that
think-
she's running around like sorting things out, I'm like concerned that I'm
She's
always
not
like so
slept yet,
concerned about
yeah.
the fact that she isn't
That's
sleeping.
what I was thinking too.
But I
was
get
like,
I get
go
it,
to
obviously.
Bed, go to
Yeah.
bed. Do this in the
I
morning.
like how dead she looks though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
and
the commitment to the makeup, the walk, the whatever.
Yeah,
like
I love the walk.
She looks like I have felt.
Yeah.
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 The look of a person who has not slept in a couple of days. Like like even
And
when
is
she's like
physically done.
yeah, even when she's looking at the shavers, she's kind of like
Yeah.
blinking and being like, "What the fuck? What shortness should I go for? Like, is this
Yeah.
a beard trimmer or a pube trimmer or a head trimmer? I don't know which one it is."
I know there's a lot of pube trimmers in barbershops. That's like their
yeah.
secret specialty.
Yeah,
The
Wait,
Weed
hold on.
Whacker
You're like, the
2.0
pubes
is
done, sir,
sponsored
but
by
yeah.
Jenny, can you tell us about the Weed Whacker 2.0? Because I don't think that you really covered it enough with that reference. When you go to a barbershop, you can get your tweeds pumed.
I mean, what else is there to say? You know?
That's what I'm asking. What
think
else
we need
is
a
there to
sponsorship.
say?
Hey Manscaped.
Manscaped. Can I get my tweeds pumed or
My tweeds pruned.
I mean, listen, we are on the cusp right here. She's gonna leave the barbershop in a second, and you know where she's gonna go? Tampon
The
land.
bunk beds.
Tampon humping.
Yeah.
Hunting.
Well, I guess they're not bunk beds, they're just
Humping.
cots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like
Tampon
Madeline,
humping.
where they're all
it
sleeping.
is. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I thought it was
Two rows, they broke their
particularly
bread.
egregious that as she shaves her whole head, walks out of the room, and a man comes in to like do his daily job,
Hey, he wasn't there.
and she runs.
How
She's
many heads
running out
is
of
he
there.
shaving every day? That's what I'd like to know. Not that
Well,
many. He's
there are-
just
Huge
chilling.
Huge shop.
I will
Yeah.
say there are multiple scenes of him cutting other people's hair while they're doing shit.
It's
At least
Okay.
one.
Yeah, but over X amount of time. Like it's
I
not.
know, but he's got a
it's
job.
not like he's got 40 guys lined up that day, and she's made this huge mess. And I mean, he's just getting back from a break. He doesn't. He's like, whatever.
Yeah, he's still got a cigarette hanging from his mouth.
Yeah.
It's like half
Yeah.
smoking.
Mhm.
And she barges out, and he's like, "What the heck?" I do wish that, like, because you don't see the hair mess. That there
No.
definitely is a hair mess, but
Yeah.
like, I wish that he opened the door and went like, "Ah," or like, you know, that's so much hair. What the heck?
yeah. What
He's probably
the
delighted
hell?
to have something to do.
You know, you could have
Yeah.
cleaned it up. Like, who left all this hair here?
or
Well, it was
you know, he'd
clearly
open
you.
it and be like, "Oh man, I wasn't even supposed to be here today."
Yeah.
Damn it!
But
So
no,
the next
instead it
scene-
was a serious movie.
Or he's like,
The next-
could make
the
a
next
wig out of
scene
that.
is-
He looks at
The
it like,
next scene is
"That's a lot of
literally
hair."
her going and jumping in bed
Yeah.
because this is after she's like, I want to be treated like everybody else, and she
Yep.
just jumps into bed, and all the boys freak out, but then also they
They're all
start
sleeping,
shooting
though.
guns into the
Oh, yeah.
barracks.
Those are probably blanks.
Yeah, they're not.
I would
They
hope
throw
so.
like a loud noise-making grenade or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, I like that as soon as she lies down, it happens. So the implication is the next day is just her having to deal with not having slept at all. Like she's had to
She
go
gets a
through
little
so
sleep.
much extra shit. Like a
She gets a
tiny
little,
amount. Yeah. Like I also like that she sleeps backwards on the bed from everybody else. I don't know, like I'm not entirely certain what it's meant to represent, but I do like it.
Well,
Like,
it's
there-
meant to
I
represent
think-
sleepover rules, when you have to sleep head to toe.
Oh yeah, head to toe.
I-
yeah.
think it's meant to represent that the shot looks more interesting if you see her face and then
Her
the row of
head
men.
pop up and
Yeah.
then somebody else's head pop up.
Yeah.
I also sorry, I know we've been talking
Ridley
about this
Scott
all
definitely
night.
storyboarded that shot.
I do also know that
Viggo Mortensen's face is beautiful. Like
Yeah.
every time he pops up on screen,
He's too
I was
skinny in this
He's
movie.
very skinny. Yeah. Yeah.
true.
He's
And
like.
also, can I ask you guys a question?
But
I always assumed he was British. He's
he is
not,
not.
right?
No.
Great,
No.
great American accent.
He's from Middle Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, no. This next sequence after that is so Royce, her boyfriend.
Royce,
Is that his name? Okay. Is
Yeah.
it just me? I was like, I want this man to be played by Bill Pullman. Was that just me?
He's very Bill Pullman coded. He's got that. Yeah.
I was like, I want this guy to be Bill Pullman right now. It's like how I felt during
I really like
Aristocats.
that. I really like that.
Avengers Juniors. What was it called?
I don't know.
Expendables.
Yeah.
What was
Thunderbolts?
No, yes.
New Avengers, Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
The whole time I was like, it's like I just want this to be Bill Pullman.
That's amazing.
I don't think we talked about it, but it was a huge reveal that her boyfriend was this guy.
Huge reveal.
And then
Spring Break.
But then he ends up being her like kind of he's like the secret agent inside, like the man character to her woman character, I guess. There was an interesting scene that happens where he's just like puts his head in, and then some shitty fucking guy is like, "Hey, we need a fourth." And then as soon as he goes in, the snooker scene. That's where we're at.
No, we already talked about it. We can pass this.
Thank
you.
Okay.
This is why you can't leave for extended periods.
I will hear. I will listen then.
Well, how about this next scene? They're back on the beach and they're setting up mortars. No, they're not setting up mortars. They're setting up guns. And they're literally just setting up so many guns. One guy fumbles a gun and
they're practicing.
Are you watching the movie right now?
No, I am.
This guy's watching the movie on the side right now. Okay,
I'm watching it because I feel like we kind of lost the plot a little bit. We're less than halfway through the movie.
We were talking. Okay, well, it's because we've been talking about everything. We haven't lost the plot. The plot is intact and it's fine.
What part of the story are we at, Steve? And
we've gone through the first leg of training, and we've seen the moment where the men are basically saying like conspiring behind her back to like make her fail. But then they also ask her partner to basically spy, but he's already he's like
not knowing.
I have an unofficial interest in this because I think it's interesting, but really he's obviously her partner, so he's like, I love her and I want to know that she's okay. But he gives them some inside information, which is that she's made it through Hell Week, and they're like, well, make it an official report, and you gotta report to us. So now he's become sort of like Anakin Skywalker and Palpatine and the Jedi Council, being like, you'll report to me. And they're like, tell us what happens with Palpatine. And now Anakin's like, no. That's basically what's happening with him. And then we get back to like another, I guess, sort of like training montage where they're doing a little bit more intense stuff, where they're doing waterboarding and they're teaching them how to put their guns together, and it's moved up a level.
Drilling.
It's not
there
just,
was an insane shot where they just literally cut to G.I. Jane being waterboarded, which I thought was like a crazy thing to just cut to.
They also have the song Mama Told Me Not to Come playing, which is, that's how I would feel if I was being waterboarded. My mom did tell me not to come here. Why did I not listen to my mom?
So just as an aside, I couldn't help but think about the episode of The Simpsons where Lisa literally does a G.I. Jane, right? I was thinking about that. But there's also a scene in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Frank is waterboarding Dee with a urinal, and when it cuts to her being waterboarded, I was like, that's pulled directly from this movie. I think culturally, this movie has had a lot more. Oh, we're at the Gatorade sequence, as Steve liked to call it. But I thought it was intense that waterboarding to it enable you to become better at being waterboarded was an insane thing
They have to
put in a movie.
This whole thing is torture. This whole thing is make the
Yes.
strongest soldier. Can you survive waterboarding? Yes? Great, you pass. Well done. Otherwise, beat it.
I
Not your
recognize, and Noel can kind of attest to this. Going to wrestling school, they kind of, it's not as bad as that opening sequence, like when she first goes to camp, and it's like for 19 hours you have to not tap out. Wrestling school is kind of like that. Like you like literally, some of the drills that they do across all of these like drills that they're doing really reminded me. I really went back into a weird place. Yeah, look, she blew her brains out, and Noel's dead now. And now Noel is putting on a a noose and hanging themselves until death do us part. So we're all married now. The four of us, we're all married now in a unholy connection.
Torture.
It's
some of those moments, sure, I wasn't going to be in the military, but it was like, you're going to run the ropes until someone dies.
Yeah, you're gonna drop down, fucking drop down leapfrog until you can't breathe. And you already couldn't breathe because
and
you
then
already
if you're
spent...
still up, then you get to do a little bit of a little thing. So me and the
body
other
slam
guy
training.
would just do like hold to hold while we're both dying and everyone else was throwing up.
Noel is, out of the four of us, I think Noel has put me in the most headlocks.
Correct.
I think
that's a nice statistic.
I once choked out a big guy at a bar. It was fun.
Love that.
I once got choked out by a big guy falling.
No, are you
head
Lisa Simpson? Secretly Lisa Simpson.
A little bit, I would say. I'm gonna answer for you, Noel.
Just as a man would do.
What?
Yep. I did that on purpose. Noel is like when Lisa Simpson was cool that summer.
Jason brought up
it was very intense.
And it's like one of my favorite episodes when Lisa goes to boot camp or whatever. And like Homer, it's like, look at that. They're so disciplined. And Homer picks up all the rocks and throws it at the kids and like, oh, and he's like, not so disciplined. He's like, Mr. Simpson, they are just children.
So while I was wrestling, I was also doing CrossFit. And
nice. There you go.
That is intense.
But it was also a lot of CrossFit, but also you were doing like MMA training as well, like right before that.
Damn.
And working full time.
You're cool. Yeah,
and
I love that.
Do you know what I have to show for it?
What?
Permanent knee injury, permanent shoulder injury.
Allergic to fucking wheat.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Allergic to fucking fun.
Diabetes. I feel like we lost it. Now we lost it.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys
listen.
I mean, I thought I had a good panel on it, but Jason came here and decided to
I think you did.
I chose violence.
We just needed to take a breather. Talk about how.
Do you guys want to hear some funny quotes from that episode that Jason brought up of The Simpsons?
Oh my god.
I do.
Okay.
Do I ever?
This is Principal Skinner. Of course we could make things more challenging, Lisa, but then the stupider students would be in here complaining, furrowing their brows in a vain attempt to understand the situation. It's pretty funny.
That's accurate.
An instructor says to Bart, since you attended public school, I'm going to assume that you're already proficient with small arms. So we'll start you with something a little more advanced. He hands him a grenade launcher.
That would be heavy.
I think there's also 10-year-old. I'm looking at this. There's one in there where it's like, Lisa Simpson has joined our recruit. So, Lieutenant Callum, you are no longer the girliest cadet. And then he goes like, oh, we'll see about that. It's like a little gay kid. And I'm like, yes.
Do you like Gilmore Girls? Have you ever watched Gilmore Girls? Do you want to do a Gilmore Girls podcast?
Okay.
Like, do? Wait.
Yeah, like actually.
I can't. I do 2 a week. I can't do anymore.
Okay.
You can't do it anymore. I can pop in.
I'll produce it.
I love a good pop in.
It would be so good. What part of the movie are we?
The next sequence of this movie, is her working out as hell, and a bunch of story exposition happens.
Yeah, we get a nice little montage of moving, things happening, and she's getting better at push-ups, which is very inspiring.
Oh, when he was like, "Lady, if you can't do them on your knees." I'm like, how would you do that on your knees? But anyway.
Yeah, those are.
Because I want to do it like the man do it. Calisthenics. And then we get to, is this when we just kind of like move forward to the actual
the
war
SEER
games
training?
of it all? Yeah.
Not quite. The men talk a little bit about why she can't do that.
Oh, is that where she gets? They do the water thing, or is that afterwards when they like
the water thing? I think is both. I mean, they do
happen
talk about it
before
during the water thing.
this year training or after, where they're doing the like catch them and she can't get herself in the boat? Is that like
the part where they're stuck in the water and they do the most ham-fisted they do the stupidest thing, I think, in this whole movie. This is the worst part of the movie, where they're dumped in the water and the black guy says, all
right, Jason,
my grandfather was dumped in World War II, and it was very similar to what you're going through right now. And she's like, yes, it is quite exactly what I'm going through right now.
To be fair, she does not say that.
She does not say that.
Scene went.
Also, I think the scene's okay. Like, I think it's like at least. Like,
I think it's ham-fisted because it's completely different.
The entire movie, like, she doesn't have any camaraderie until that moment. So I think it is kind of poignant.
That's fair, but I think it's ham-fisted because I don't think you can really relate the two things. I don't think they're relatable.
I think that he does an okay job of it. Like,
he actually does, because they're talking like. He doesn't say, "Oh, do you know what this woman reminds me of?" He starts telling his story about his grandfather. And then the other guys are like, "Oh man, that's crazy. Well, I'm so glad it's different now."
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Is it?"
Yeah. The cap to that is him saying, "So I know where you're coming from." Like, he turns to her, and then they're all like, because they're listening to his story, and then all of a sudden they're able to then, direct their emotional connection to this guy who they love to her, and they're like, "Oh fuck, we didn't even consider that. Are we racist?" It's like, no, you're sexist, you idiot.
I mean, to be fair, Cortez is still not sold.
Yeah. Also, Cortez in Aliens is not brown. I think
that scene could have been. So that scene is, like I said, this is an AI script that's been thrown up of like all of the
This is the first AI script.
That scene, yes.
That scene, like, unironically, this feels
itself.
like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that scene is the trope, but how that trope is handled is actually like, it's okay.
It's not bad. Okay. Yeah, because I kind of knew where it was going, and I'm like,
because it moves.
Is it going to be clunky?
Forward.
But it's not. It's not clunky. It actually kind of feels, and like it's performed well as well.
And you really. Sorry, like they really make that character. They really endear the audience to that character. Like you're supposed to now feel for him, and they're the two most senior officers, right?
Yeah.
So like, she's got. We've got context now. So Ridley Scott is, like you said, eating his beer nuts or whatever, being like, "This is the moment where the knuckleheads in the audience are going to see what I'm trying to do here."
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Can you do it? Do it. You do it.
So I'm going to relate women's struggles to racism. And then they'll understand. They'll understand it. The boys in the back will know. The boys in the front will know. The women, they'll have known the whole time. From entering the theater, they'll know.
What I appreciate about this scene. What I appreciate about this scene and him telling the story at this point in the movie is that I feel like the movie earns it, in that he doesn't from day one be like, "I understand where you're coming from, burp, burp, burp." You know what I mean? Like he he's not completely sold right from the start either. He's not he's not like against her, but it takes some time to get there, so it doesn't feel quite as like,
which is I think like one of the things that me and Noel kind of had an issue with in general with the movie. I don't want to like attach your name to my writing, Noel, but like one of the things that I had an issue with was that like anytime the movie is giving her an accolade, we have to crescendo it with a man also giving her an accolade. Like it can never just be her, really. Like there's not I can't even struggle to find
is
one.
To get approval of the men, and then we see it happen where they're like so
even the moments that are like private and secret still get like it'll cut to like her partner being like like him being relieved or something, or you're like, okay, well
which is interesting because that really kind of takes it back to the fact that it was that it's a movie made by a man, and B, that they're like, while on the one hand girl power, on the other hand, like who is the audience for this movie? Like who are we? Because it seems like in a lot of ways
who is the audience for this movie? Is it like people that like I think like
men
this is a movie made for men.
40. White.
Yeah, and I mean, not to sound
American,
sort of like pessimistic,
and their girlfriends.
Yeah,
I think girlfriends were very important in the making of this film because take your girlfriend to this movie, she's gonna think, oh, you're a feminist, right?
I mean, like I don't think the studio was like, yes, we'll get their girlfriends in. It's just,
I think the studio might have been.
The girlfriends aren't going to hate it.
Girlfriend audience. How do we do that? How do we meld the two? Can we take Clueless and G.I. Joe and meld it together somehow?
Our girlfriends women.
Our girlfriends women.
A girlfriend is just like a lady that's glued to a man. Am I right?
Yeah.
As somebody
so
who
we don't need the movie for the accessory. You don't make a movie for your purse. Why would you make a movie?
You don't make a movie for your purse.
I haven't had a girlfriend in that way in 20 years. I gotta say that I think it comes down to when the story meets the triumph. The triumph goes to men for this film, but the girlfriend might get a lot out of it by watching it.
Yeah, like 18-year-old me.
Yeah.
I mean, also who grew up in the patriarchy and was conditioned to not see any of this stuff was like, yeah, she's doing it, and now they're like on board with it, and so
the biggest flaw.
That's how I feel about this movie. A little bit.
This seems important.
The biggest flaw,
right?
But at the end of the day, I will still say that, like, I was tricked as a 40-year-old man. I was tricked. I at every turn, I was tricked to be thinking that I was supposed to feel this way about certain things about it. But then it would just be so ignorant. Like they just cast the most ignorant. They just cast the most ignorant veil.
Jason, did you eat dinner? What's going on?
No, I ate dinner. I did. I ate two.
Are you having a stroke?
Yeah, I'm stroking. My point is that I really thought this movie was like a cool like war movie, and then I got through it and like thought about it, and then I was like, oh, they didn't really treat her the best. This film.
They did not.
That's true. That's exactly what happened in this movie. Should we just skip to the end now? But I kind of want to talk about the rest of the movie.
We need to talk about the SEER training, I think.
We've talked about a lot of it, and I also want to skip to the end, but I don't want to skip to the end. I was joking. I know. I heard the joke that you were making, and I also want to like compound on that joke. There's a lot that happens from now to the end that really just ramps up. It becomes like a cool action movie, but at the same time, they still do that stuff that is just like constant masochism and chauvinism. No, that's not the word. That's not the word I'm looking for.
Chauvinism. We should coin that though. Whatever.
I think that is the word I was looking for. In fact,
Chauvinism.
Chauvinists. I really I watched this movie through a weird lens. Okay, look, I liked it a lot.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on to the next part.
But I feel like the way they treated old G.I. Jane, maybe not the best way to treat a main protagonist. I didn't have any lunch today.
Go have a snack. So since this is on topic and we were talking about how every single time she does something, it's for the male audience, and every single time that she it's to prove herself to the men. Mm-hmm. Like we could read it as proving herself to her, but that doesn't help her get through the program because she actually needs the buy-in from the guys there. Like that's just part of it. This is my critical problem with this movie and girl power feminism is that it means it's the model minority. You have to be the one to stand out. You have to be the only one. You have to be like the not like the other girls. Yeah. Like she's a not like the other girl. And the only way that you're going to be understood and treated the same way is if you do exact same thing and you have this no quit, no die attitude, which isn't reasonable. It doesn't allow for women to all be at the table. And what it doesn't, it also makes it you have to meet the rules of the people of the men. So you have to fit those rules. This has nothing to do with female empowerment. It has nothing to do with any of that. So then how this translates to the real world is and you've seen it in the wrestling training where like a woman can only like be better, like be the best so that no one can tell you otherwise is the most bullshit thing that we tell people.
But isn't that the chauvinism of this film? Because like I hear exactly what you're saying.
That's not what chauvinism is.
I know, but like the chauvinist identity of this film is that they're like, hey, what if a woman was so strong?
No. This is like if you take it out of the context of this and apply it to literally everything else that women have ever had to go through, where the standard is man and you are woman, and the one who rises up, that's the one who'll get it. So you have to claw over everyone else in order to get that one role. You can't have a flaw. You can't Barbie the Barbie thing, but like
that is
and you have to win them over
Zack
too.
Snyder,
It's not. It's
Exactly. So
I thought about Zack Snyder like too much
600
during this
Zack
movie.
Snyder can make 600 bad movies and they will still give him all the budget to ruin the entire DCEU. Whereas a woman makes one bad movie and then she's never going to be on this thing again. The woman won't get. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you are the most awesome at everything. The whole system is setting you up to fail. It's either setting you up to fail by putting you as the one who can, thereby proving like the thing that proves the role that everyone else can't because you can, and there can only be one special person, or we're going to raise you up so that we can tell you you're a lesbian and then slam you back down again, and now no women can do that. Like that's the thing, that you have to speak for your entire gender. You have to speak for your entire gender. You have to be the one person to do that, and this applies to daily life all the time, and women have been experiencing this all the time, and it's the only way to be a strong woman is to not be a woman, is what this is saying.
Right.
It's almost like.
And speaking of lesbians, they just immediately tell her
no,
she's a lesbian.
not yet.
That's,
stop.
Not yet. We're not getting there yet. I'm sorry,
you
Steve.
Shut.
I will.
Up.
I'm shutting up now.
No, everything that you just said plays completely in to the second training program, where she then becomes the leader of the group, where she has to prove herself, and in every way that you just articulated very beautifully, I might add, that if she fails this mission, then it's going to be sort of this like ruddied, terrible perception of her, and she'll probably tumble down to the bottom. But right now she's at the
all
top.
women.
And all women, because she's the first.
She doesn't. Exactly. And I'm glad you brought that up, because at the beginning, she's like, I'm not here to make a statement, because truly, like when he was saying like the feminist audience for girlfriends and whatnot, this is 1997. Feminist who? Like we're still in a place where that is a bad word. They're like, well, I don't like
They
feminism.
didn't even invent girlfriends at this
Like,
point.
that's how, like, that's the situation that we're living in the context of this movie. And she's coming in being like, well, you know, I want to do this, but I'm not a feminist. That's the coding of it. Like, I'm not here for some feminism or for some whatever. And that's the growth to this point when she realizes, oh shit, like, yes, I just want to get some experience so that I can be on a submarine, because her boyfriend didn't even think about that. And that's another one of those things that when you said, Stephen, when you were like, oh, that makes me really sad, like you can see the boyfriend being like, oh yeah, well, I got operational training during this war, and she's like, I never had that opportunity.
You didn't even give it to me.
It's like you didn't luck out. So like this is where the movie does well. It sets up all of the advantages that everyone has around her. So like this is where like my brain starts to fry, because there's so many good things in this movie, but then you have the moment of like, you can only be the strongest woman if you're not a woman.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, finish your point.
I just like, I wonder if like the reason your brain fries is because like the movie is trying to do one thing, but you're experiencing, like, as it's like heading upward, all these like lightning rods of like your own life just being like and like hitting it, and you're not able to like be like, this is good. You're just like, but what about other things? You know, like, so you're kind of like sinking it. I'm not saying that you're sinking it on purpose, and I'm not saying that you're like bringing the movie down, but like, you know, like, do you ever feel like that, where you're just kind of like I have to like hit it just because I have all this stuff here?
Nope, I can just enjoy shit.
I like, from my point of view, I wanted to experience
also,
this.
I felt very dumb saying what I didn't articulate what I was trying to say very well. That was stupid.
I wanted to experience, like, going into this movie, I really wanted to, like, I'm a feminist. I wanted to experience feminism, and it took me talking to my peers to realize that this movie might not be the feminism that I'm supposed to subscribe to, because of the way that it's written. And Stephen, you actually like really showed me the way in a lot of ways when you kind of laid out that some of the stuff in this movie is like put there to make you sort of have that crisis, like it sort of makes you have to think about it a little bit deeper, because on paper this movie is kind of dumb, but it's also kind of like too woke, right?
I don't know what you mean.
It's on paper a feminist masterpiece, but it's also too woke in that they're pushing too much agenda. But I don't think there's too much agenda being pushed.
Jason, what are you saying right now? You've turned. Are you possessed?
I think the exact agenda that the movie is pushing is like, we have to like, as men, like, have to think about what it would be like for this woman to experience what she goes through the course of this film. But maybe it's put there.
What Jenny. This movie is a man. Sorry,
I was gonna say, Jenny, please save us. Jenny, tell us how to live our lives. You're like,
no, I'm
gonna paint a bush.
So sorry. If you were saying the kind
I'm having a crisis of conscience. That's
yes,
where I'm
going to address that so very quickly in a way that brings us back. So the kind of feminism that you're like, this is a feminist movie, and I feel good because I'm feeling feminist feelings, and maybe that's not exactly the feminism. That's the kind of feminism that our society wants you to buy into, because it's a misogynist feminism that allows you to still remain on the higher echelon, seeing women as the down here. This version of feminism, these kinds of stories, are actually just reinforcing the status quo. And so this movie is not woke at all. And to your point, Stephen, of like, okay, so I can watch movies to enjoy the movie, and I can watch movies through like a feminist lens, an intersectional feminist lens. And for Masterpiece Theater, I've been asked to do kind of a bit of both, but mostly to do the intersectional feminist lens part. Because if I was talking about how many lulls this movie gave me, or how much it wanted me to join the army, it would be a very different conversation. the reason this movie hits so many of those things isn't necessarily because this isn't an experience that Noel has had. This is an experience that I think every woman has had.
Mm-hmm.
And men take for granted when they watch things, they automatically feel their little brains feeling goo because the movie's made for them. So when you have a movie that's made by Ridley Scott for your little goo brains, and then you bring in like a group of people who don't have that experience, then you can see like you put on your They Live glasses, right? And it just feels different.
Like, wow, what a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like what a great movie. What?
Yeah.
It's just like this is a problem that women need to be men, whereas what needs to happen is that part of what needs to happen is that things that are inherently female and things that are feminine need to be elevated.
Mm-hmm.
So the strongest woman doesn't have to be able to be in this like this SEER training thing and be the Navy SEAL. A woman can be just as important by crocheting.
Right.
It's like these should be on the same level because things that are inherently female, like crocheting, have value.
Mm-hmm.
That is not like this is value that is not ascribed to it by society, though. So you don't get the crocheting movie.
Yeah.
And in fact, that sounds so stupid because you don't think about the fact that women's handicrafts are ways that abolition came through. This is how the suffragette movement came through. There have been so many times that women have done silent protest through things like sewing and handicrafts because men weren't paying attention to it because it's not important. So this is where you can do your protest.
Yeah, but they were too busy killing each other, don't you know? In wars and stuff.
So
I said so many dumb things, and I apologize. And that's a classic man thing to do. But
anyway,
double down.
Man apologizing.
This
you've educated me so much.
This movie is boy goes through training, but it's a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you change Miss G.I. Jane to a man, it's the same movie.
Mm-hmm.
I said that earlier.
Yeah.
I said
there was a lot of
earlier.
stuff that I
sort of...
like. You know that was
no. I'm agreeing with you, and I agreed with you then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of what you were saying was so true for other things that I was finding myself agreeing with you, not necessarily just for your points. I mean, sorry, I shouldn't say not necessarily. I mean, I was agreeing with everything you were saying, but I was also agreeing with you on like several side tangents that my own brain were going on, being like, that's also true for the queer community and for like any kind of indigenous filmmaking, and like all of it is true. It's all true, and it crests to white male privilege at the very top. And I'm like, I you know, like we don't want to always point it and be like, look, it's always about white men, but it is.
Yeah, because it's them, and then how everybody else
is
fits
a white
around
man
them.
other than her.
It's always about fathers and sons.
Mm-hmm.
So go on this for me. So G.I. Jane is G.I. John now, or what do they call him? G.I. Joe. So G.I. Jane is Vin Diesel now.
Mm-hmm.
So now
G.I. James.
Put a guy in there for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Does this movie become about fathers and sons? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guy who's like, make sure that you tell me if anything goes wrong. It's like his uncle.
No. The villain, the commander.
It is a little bit already about
the
father and son by that metric, right?
So, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So she's the son character, and then the Viggo Mortensen is the father. This is a very typical archetypal father and son story.
Yeah,
that's just what it is.
And at the end, the father shows respect, gives the medal, and we get a little poem. And
now, is it satisfying to see Rey do a kickflip? Is it satisfying to see her kick everyone's ass and get through it and be smarter than everybody? And this is where I come back to the movie and go, but she was kicking their ass in the academics, and it was her ability to do topography and the part that was feminine that managed to help that part.
Yeah.
And that's why they got out of that. So it was some of her femininity that came. So like that's why this movie's like for me.
Being rushed back and forth. Yeah. You're on a roller coaster.
Exactly. Like,
and not like an up and down roller coaster, like, when your head's being like bashed to the sides when you're like in between.
No, I had my outlook on
or
this
like
movie,
in the
and,
action
like,
scenes
I
where they're
didn't-
doing those like fast zooms.
okay, let
Yeah.
me just
Go ahead.
wrap this one up here. So this sounds really preachy. Oh, no, feminist killjoy or whatever.
No.
Like,
Not at all.
Because I can watch Fast and Furious
No,
movies.
this is
I love The Rock. I love all of these things. It's just like it is important to sometimes dig a little deeper and analyze why the thing is the thing, because this is how we get better movies and better stories being told. Because why would you want to watch the same thing over and over and over again when you can get something that's more interesting and new? And this is the world that we live in, where everything is IP and everything is like, if you allow people to tell different stories, you're gonna have more fun and you're gonna have more movies and more stories.
Absolutely.
There's 1,000 basic movie premises, but I think this was one of those movies where I honestly like got so introspective, and Steven and I talked about it, and he actually moved my ideals
Penis.
on it.
Good. Yeah.
My penis got hard.
Nice.
But what I'm
I
saying,
didn't touch it when it was hard, by the way, just so you guys know.
no, he just talked to me through a text messaging problem. But I went through a lot of like phases of what I thought this movie was supposed to be, and at the end of the day, I really loved listening to specifically Jenny and Noel talk about it. I think this is one of the most talked about Feminist Masterpiece Theater movies we've done. I think there's the most to be talked about in this film because of that factor. Like, I haven't sat here and listened like this. I'm a fucking cisgender dummy, and I literally just want to hear more. I want to hear more. Well,
I mean,
and
we're not even close to the end, so why don't we keep talking about it?
I kind of pride myself on being the kind of person that will ultimately listen, but this movie was the one. This is the movie that fucking messed me up conversationally, because I thought I had my idea of what I thought this movie was.
I swear, did your cousin inject you with a tranquilizer or something when you went into the other room? Like, what happened?
No, I'm trying to tell you. I was changed at every stop.
Okay. All right.
Oh man.
Well,
it's okay to laugh. It's okay to laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, next week is Promising Young Woman. Oh,
I don't want to like jump too far.
I'm gonna be the person that Sherpas us through the movie next week.
Oh, I'm doing a bad job. Okay, sorry.
You're not doing a bad job.
So steer training.
Yeah, the seer training is when they pull them out of the water, but then he then demotes her to, or sorry, he doesn't demote her. One of them gets pulled, and then she moves down as the lowest ranking officer to the next highest ranking officer. We were talking about this before, and then she becomes the highest ranking officer of the next boat team. So they go into this sort of like faux kind of like Vietnam situation where I guess they're in like Florida or something.
Yeah.
I don't know where they are.
I looked at the
Florida,
island. They said it was a specific Captiva Island. It's like off the west coast of Florida. It's actually funny. The whole island is like just covered in mansions, except for this one little like Everglades part.
Training area. So all these mansion people are like reading books.
I guess, yeah.
You see like
I'm a mansion.
the background, like, I guess the soldiers are at it again. That's why we got $1 million.
Like living in Hawaii.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All the nuclear explosions happening in your backyard.
Right?
Oh, another nuclear bomb went off on the water, I hope. The alligators around here are getting big. So they go in and like they're all following her and she's giving orders. Then, we still need to make sure that some of them don't trust her or whatever. They just don't like her, whatever's going on.
Cortez fucks around and goes and pokes the main thing and stops listening to her command, which is one of my favorite line. And I'm gonna butcher it, but when I was listening to it, it was fantastic. Somebody help me here. It's the hey, commander, to like
fuck up.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. And they're laughing, and they're like, it's split into guys who want to follow her and guys who don't. But then like he goes and pulls the thing, and then the trap comes down on them. He fucked up, and it had nothing to do with her.
Yeah. When they go up, this is one thing that I did like, is like when they go up to it, it's fucking Jesus Christ himself who's like trying to grab it. And even Cortez is like, don't grab it. Don't grab it. So, but like so now this is the defining point between like a guy who's an asshole for not listening to her and a guy who's an idiot for not listening to her, right? Like, oh, this is the dummy, and then he's the actual kind of like, he's probably smarter than he is letting on, but he's an asshole.
Oh, perfect. There we go.
Yeah.
Our buddy.
There he is. Jim Caviezel himself has decided to make an appearance on the show tonight.
That's so
Jim,
special.
how you been? Oh, you know,
that's very special.
Cloud 9.
He's been nailed for a while.
Oh my god. So this is when they get put into fake internment camp, or not internment. Is it internment camp?
POW. This is where the movie
POW.
This is where the movie turns into Bridge on the River Kwai.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Madness.
And
I like how all the instructors drink a lot, like while they're.
Well, it probably makes
not
it
while
easier.
they're, but
I mean, I have to say it probably makes
numb the pain
and like the mental pain of like having
beating the shit out of people.
Yeah.
I as soon as I saw the alcohol, I'm like, okay, I guess I could drink enough that I could like punch somebody in their broken leg. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's so disgusting. But I do. It's one of those things where you're like, the movie is working its magic on me, where like even the people in the room are being like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, okay, so this is all a facade. Like,
this is bad.
Yeah. And they're like, you can't do this. And then he's like, you don't like it? Get the fuck out of here.
He's like, I'm really good at my job.
Yeah.
I'm really good at my job. I get it done.
And we talked about it earlier, but when he, they punch him in the leg, that's his weakness, and they bring her out, and like we already kind of talked about it pretty early in the beginning of the episode.
True.
I think it's meant to represent a weakness of all fronts, like that's sort of like what it is.
I think it's like her weakness. It's like the least of the issues. I think it's not. He knows.
If anything, she's the strongest person there.
Yeah, exactly. He knows she's
including him, like where he's like, I'm giving into this like weird sort of animalistic thing that I know is inside of me, and I'm going to let it out a minute here.
I love that this movie operates on the idea that men can't be raped.
No, this is another thing, is that I'm like, the entire time I was thinking like, would a man, like, if you were to watch a man get raped, would it be as traumatizing as a woman getting raped?
It would be more traumatizing, like in a personal way, as opposed to an empathy way.
Because I think deliverance does exist.
Yeah,
and deliverance fucked me up multiple times.
Yeah, but it fucked you up because you're not worried about him. You're worried about it happening to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also did experience the the sequence that, like, we haven't even gotten to it yet, but when she's about to be raped and nobody is like standing up until they do.
I think
they're all they're yelling. They're like, they're like, hey,
I think I don't think they never show a
Even
single person who's
before
not
that.
concerned.
Right, but I still did have that like gross visceral moment myself where I was like, I don't want to be raped, right? Like,
wait, that's what you thought?
Like, don't laugh at me, please.
No. But that, I think, is actually my point. Is that I think he also knows, like, that their reaction to her being raped is going to be very different to one of them.
Yeah.
That's why it's not really on the table, because, you know.
Well,
I also did
Jason,
not want
what you're talking about is the foreshadowing that he placed earlier about the Israelis tried women in the military, but men were too sad to watch women dying. And it's like, okay, so you're saying that a woman's life is more valuable than a man's life, and that's where the lie of chivalry comes in.
But that is that's a very important factor that I did actually glom onto.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
And how do you agree and disagree at the same time?
That's what this whole movie's about.
It's not about disagreeing and agreeing. It's about just a conversation. We're talking about it. Yeah.
Yes, we all agree we don't want to be raped.
I don't think anyone here wants to get raped. Jason,
No.
you?
No, we
How
don't.
about you? Yeah.
Listen, hear me out.
Sometimes.
Sorry,
my
brain
fucking dumb fucking joke.
Sorry.
Split open.
Yeah.
Jenny was absolutely correct. I went through this movie, through the whole movie, going like agreeing and disagreeing with everything. Like, I really was like moved and affected by this film, by enjoying it, and also like not liking it, but also enjoying it in that exact way that we're sort of talking about right now. It's
cognitive dissonance.
It's comically, it's a lot of dissonance,
Comical
but it's
dissonance.
Comical dissonance is a great way to look at it.
No, that's this right now.
It's heavy. This is one of the heavier movies that we've ever covered on this show. I don't think we've ever had this kind of discourse ever. But I haven't had to think about things in this way like ever.
Yeah.
Like I think in my life. I think in my life.
You did a good
in your
job.
whole life, you've never thought about this?
Like this movie kind of like moved me in a lot of ways. Like it made me think about a lot of stuff. A lot of uncomfortable stuff. And, like I'm not an idiot. Like I'm not a stupid person, right?
No.
Like I think about a lot of uncomfortable stuff all the time. But for some reason, G.I. Jane fucking got me, man.
It fucked you up.
It fucked me up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think out of this entire sequence where, you know, he starts beating her up and the guy leaves, and then, you know, he's like, if you don't like it, you can leave, and then the other guy leaves. But it's a lot more intense than how I just described it. He's like, you don't like it, fucking leave. And you're like, oh my god. And even he's like, he goes down and he breathes heavy, and even you can tell between these two people who've done this probably like hundreds and hundreds of times. He's like, this is maybe too much. And then the next sequence is her like exploding through a door and him like drowning her, and he's just like using her as a tool for the entire caged regiment of captured soldiers. And you're like, oh my god, I know what he's doing here. He's fucking her up, but he's also fucking them up, and like he's trying to use his point of like, we are the monsters, and the only thing that can save monsters is also us, and like look at what's happening here.
But if you watch Bridge on the River Kwai, the response is the same, even though Alec Guinness isn't being raped.
Yeah, of course. No one wants to see someone suffer or die, right? Like if it's your friend, you're gonna make sure that you stand up for your friend, and you might even give valuable information to save your friend.
But I've watched a lot of intense like war movies. Like if you think about like Full Metal Jacket or
Boy Island,
Apocalypse Now,
Dunkirk.
Like Dunkirk, Boy Island. Oh my god! Like I not to derail what I'm saying, but I honestly get.
You know, I'm trying to save up money to go to buy a ticket to Boy Island, but you know, it hasn't worked out yet this year.
This is a comedy podcast, so fucking apt. But at the same time, when it comes to things that are this intense, like I've seen a lot of shit. But I had some moments in this movie where I felt like genuinely uncomfortable as a man because I had to witness a woman go through her worst moments. And I'm not talking about the rape stuff. I'm talking about her getting beaten up over and over and over, even before that time. Like punched in the face by a man who is twice her weight is the worst thing I think that I could see happen to a woman, even before the sex things.
What about when she fucking headbutts him right in the nose and then kicks him in the dick and starts fucking him up?
We're not there yet.
We are
right
not
there.
We're literally right there.
We're on the precipice.
That of all the things that happened to her in this movie, the worst thing is becoming a political pawn and having her career basically,
But that's not
punch in the
yet.
face.
Not yet. That's not yet.
I love that.
This is so in wrestling they don't do they don't do mixed tag anymore because nobody wants to see a man punch a woman. This is the most chauvinistic bullshit ever. Yes, domestic violence survivors, etc., etc. This would
I have a lot of
great
thoughts about that.
if they actually gave a crap about that part, and wasn't just this part. Because when she's being beaten, that's probably that was the moment for me. Like, not good.
Yeah,
I wasn't like, yeah, go get her, but I was just like, yep, she's being beaten up. Like, this is just
and this is part of it, right? This is. She knew this was going to happen. This is just
he's beating the other guy up. Like the grape was a little bit. No, it's a bridge too far.
That's where
it's like the
wall was like the.
But then
cutting the belt off and like showing her butt and stuff. I was like, this is where I'm getting.
As I was watching it though, I was like, they could do that to a man.
Yep.
Like this.
Yeah.
Like
absolutely.
It's not because she's a woman. They're making the assumption that she would be raped because she's a woman, but lots of people get raped in war.
Yeah.
Loads of people.
Yeah. For sure.
And they're all getting raped right now.
For me, I think it was like when he was doing that, I'm like, would he use this as an example for like imagine there was like a really beautiful like young guy who was like hot or something.
A closeted gay fellow.
No, doesn't have to be a closeted gay fellow, just like a handsome looking young guy who's like sort of like feminine. And like would he do the same thing to him? I don't know. And there's no way to know because there's not a GI gigolo or whatever.
That's a thing that we brought up earlier. Like I think that if the same movie like works with a man who is feminine.
There's a secret part of me that wishes there was like a really gay character in this movie, not like a super gay character, but like a character that is like secretly gay who like confides in her in like a secret way. Yeah, like I was waiting for it to happen. It didn't happen. I'm like, come on.
But at least at the same time, at least they didn't pull any stuff like that because in 1997, most movies had some weird stuff like that.
That was deep in the old "Don't Ask, Don't Tell" era, man.
Yeah, I mean they literally say that
exactly what I'm talking about.
And you have to say.
And the dynamic would have been like that would have been very fascinating, and I think that that would have been interesting what it would change in the dynamic. But would he do that to a boy? No, because this movie doesn't consider that to be something that can happen to a man. Like that's just it doesn't.
And also the whole conceit of this whole situation is that they strategically chose a woman to join the SEALs team, right?
For the women's SEALs team episode of Women the SEALs, yes.
But there could be like nowadays or whatever, there could be a whole fucking woman SEAL team, and it wouldn't even be an issue. What if a twink? That's how I'm going to say it. That's how I'm going to say it. What if a light boy man wanted to join? Oh, even worse. Wanted to join a full-fledged group of women SEAL team military people.
Jason, you don't have to go that far. Trans people are being kicked out of the army right now who have grown up in the army and only know army.
Okay, well, like trans was like where I was going to go next. I just meant
I just decided to start with twink. That's
I'm sorry I said twink.
Just put
it's the only way that you could know what I meant by that. But I had to use more adjectives. I don't think that gay really covers it.
So you need like a tiny little man.
Sorry.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
this is why I jumped to trans, because that's the first level that you're going to take out, and the first people that you're going to kick out of the army, and then you kick out once
the first people
everyone
I kick out
agrees
of the army
then you
are
kick out these
the
people, then these
chauvinist
people, then
pigs.
women, then like this is like
then the twink.
This is happening.
Then
can I ask you guys a controversial question though? Do you have any semblance of agreeing with the people who are the chauvinists, the people who are the old guard? Do you have any semblance of agreeing with them that a person who is of a certain body type, who they traditionally would go for to be a part of the SEAL team, if it went against the grain and they were smaller and weaker on paper, would you think that it would be a bad idea to have them join that party?
I think that like if you want to make it be like a super soldier class thing,
this is what I'm asking.
Height requirement, weight requirement, and that's it. Nothing else.
Like wrestling and
the
MMA and boxing.
We don't give a shit about
because again, the
Height
training is designed to weed out the ones that don't work. So so give us an average of what you're looking for. But
because this movie feels
if you're over 5'10" and you weigh 150 pounds.
Right.
You qualify. That's it. That's
but
all.
But this movie felt a little bit more like...
No, there's been research done on the most important factor is height and weight, like arm length, leg length, like the type of body, and it has nothing to do. Like it has nothing to do with anything.
Felt a little bit more like what if a football player was a woman instead of a military person was a woman. This like that. And that's how like Ridley Scott wrote it. He only knew like, what if a woman played hockey? That's how the movie felt to me.
It's a good thing we've never seen that.
He didn't get all of the he didn't have all of the values in place. You just knew military. Women can't be military. But while I'm watching the movie, I really felt like this feels like, what if a woman tried to join a men's hockey team? The whole time. That's literally how I
Jason, that's why I am telling you that it's a height and weight restriction. That's why Steven said that, because that's the thing that would matter the most. The reason that we have the weight classes and the gender classes and the whatever classes in sports the way that it is because it was that wasn't a thing. Like you had in the Greek time, only men were allowed to do it because women weren't people. And then you have women now can compete. Oh no, some of the women are kind of beating the men. Let's split it up. We don't want to do that. So we're going to put you all in a class, even though all your bodies and everything is super different over here and over here. We're going to draw this line based on one factor, and it's the factor that matters the least when it comes to physical competition. What matters the most is height and weight.
That's
so yes, a woman could join a football team. They just have to be like they. Also, a football team is really bad example because there's so many different weights and heights in it depending on what you're playing.
Yeah, true.
It could a lady with a strong leg be a quarterback? Probably.
So do we have to sort of suspend disbelief and not see that like Demi Moore is a at the time young, attractive, small.
Yeah, they should have picked one of those bigger women
like
who were
movie
more
star
adept for the program.
When they showed the bodybuilder, I was like, that's the one that you want. But to suspend disbelief, I believe Demi Moore because she put in the effort, and her body transformation
also part of the movie, Jason. You have to remember that like they sifted through like all these gigantor women who were like going to
who would have probably dominated in
it, and they gave it to somebody who shouldn't be able to, and she did. That's the whole fucking point of the movie. That's perfect. What G.I. Jane is. She is the person that shouldn't have been able to become G.I. Joe, and this is the point I'm trying to make. G.I. Jane. What?
There's no suspension of disbelief needed because that's the setup.
Yeah.
And when they're calling her G.I. Jane and whatnot, they're saying, well, she's already like passed and a whole bunch of the men haven't. Like,
Oh,
that's
Steve,
already
sorry.
an
Can you hit
embarrassment.
the? That's when they said the movie in the movie because I have it.
Oh, it happens early in the movie though.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what second.
I forgot what it's called. Is it called?
It's gonna be the longest
Title
episode ever.
Yeah.
I've done longer. No, I'm just kidding.
You haven't.
Almighty. I think I might recuse myself.
That's
I think
when they said the name of the movie in the movie.
At 52:38, and this is bona fide.
late.
This is not one of those things where you do a lot of movies where they say their name over and over and it's the name of the movie. At 52:38, they say G.I. Jane, and it's that dickhead from Seinfeld, and he goes, "Why don't they just call her Joan of Arc then?" And I thought that was important to bring up because typically I do this segment and Steve makes fun of me for being like, well, her name is Megan, so of course they're going to say it a lot. But this in the last few months, this is the first time they've actually been looked at the camera and said G.I. Jane. So I really wanted to bring it up.
I'm delighted for you.
Well, I also thank you for listening to me.
That's nice.
I haven't been trying to be ignorant at all.
No.
Like during all of this, I'm legitimately like this movie legitimately like taught me stuff, and it like
Jason, we're not in the final thoughts yet. Stop trying to give your final thoughts.
While I give this movie, why don't you think about it versus why don't you talk about it? We're also at our max.
You have anything
we're at the
to say?
highest view count we've ever had. So, Jenny, what do you have to say with that?
No.
I mean,
Steven?
Yeah. Oh,
what's next? Where are we in this?
Steven, can you give him a brief crash course on Promising Young Woman before we get on?
I've seen it before.
Die.
I know it.
Okay, but you've seen this before, and sounds like you still hate women, Jason.
I have not
hating
seen
women.
this movie. And
So
you know
seer
what?
training.
You guys can do
Yeah.
that to me as much as you want, but I love women, and that's the irony of it all. Everybody's been
Nice.
telling me that I hate women my whole life, and I've been constantly trying to be like, I do not hate women. I love women.
All
in
right,
fact.
Jason, let's just let.
Yeah,
Well, that's how we
and
let
Jenny
down white men in the
get through
society.
The rest
No
of
one should be telling
Yeah.
you that.
what we're here to do.
I don't want to interrupt anybody, but
You don't? Okay. I hope not. So, where are we, guys? We're in the moment where they
We're
are.
at
I think where they go to Iran.
there. We're there. We're at this part.
We're moving to
Yeah.
suck my dick. Okay, yes. Okay. I was like, what are you pointing at? And I was looking at like everything on my I thought that I was like, how does she know about my secret open menus at the bottom? But that's not what I was looking at. I was looking at suck my dick, which is she's about to get fake raped, which in my brain, I'm like, is he going to actually rape her in front of these people? This is crazy. Like, I was actually kind of getting upset about it. But she cracks his nose, hits him in the nuts, beats him up. And then everybody is like, don't give up. Like everybody around, even the guys that are working as the terrorist cell, the fake terrorist cell, are like, they're watching as well and being like, fucking kick him right in the knee. You can do it. Like, they're all rooting for her, and she does fuck him up, and it seems like he's trying, like it seems like he's all to fight her, and she's still but he does eventually knock her out, which
Briefly.
but that also adds to like he was trying, like he wasn't like he wasn't just like, I'm gonna let her win, like he was actually trying, like he would have knocked her out immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes up and tries to do the like, listen guys, I wouldn't actually rape her, but you guys are gotta understand that like the fact that I could have raped her would make you spill your guts. And then she's like, suck my dick, and everyone's like, yes. And I also yelled yes.
Yeah. We love that part.
Yeah.
And then they chant. It's great.
You go ooh ah ooh ah ooh ah ooh ah ooh ah.
Oh, because then then after that they're celebrating the bar. The bar. There's an interesting thing with the bar.
Well, we get one moment first, which is this.
She's talking to the lady.
Yes,
the grocery store. Yeah,
right.
He's in the grocery store, and you see him all beat up.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, "Fuck you, Viggo! You got beat up, you stupid idiot! Shouldn't have fake raped." And he's like, "I know, I shouldn't have." But he's like picking out soft tomatoes or whatever. He's like, "These are ripe." And then he hears down the beach that she gets invited to a party by the only other woman that we've ever seen in this movie that works for this community of soldiers or whatever. And like every time there's like a little bit of tension, we get this moment. Remember when she's like, "Way to tough it out, soldier," like when she's like testing her, and then like later she's going for the bruises and stuff and being like this other character. And then it's used horribly against her, but he sees them get invited to a party. But he also hears that they invited her to a party. So I'm like, this is the thing that makes my brain go like, what the fuck? Did he didn't tell anybody, right? Like he doesn't seem
No, she
right?
drives past a photographer.
But he also knows that they got invited to.
Yeah, but there's photographers hanging around, right? Like
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually didn't understand that part because it doesn't. Him watching, he doesn't think anything of her. He doesn't send anyone anywhere.
No,
he does like. They're completely unrelated, and Ridley Scott really should have cleaned that part up.
Yeah, because it's
like kind of unnecessarily confusing.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, is he going to turn on her now? I'm like, no, Ridley, we already left that part.
Yeah. If anything, he's just sort of like, oh, she's a person. Okay.
For me, the way I took it is that like he sees her, but he's also like he sees that she's being invited to shit. So he's kind of like, I can go to either of these things. He was like, that's what I thought his brain was like. Right. I can go to both because I want to hang out with her. She's cool. She kicked the shit out of me. I like that. Yeah. I don't think I ever actually believed that he like sold her out, which the movie I think that's what the movie's trying to make you think, is that maybe he's like part of it, part of like
maybe at the point where there's
you.
Are you talking about Royce? Because I have a question about that.
No. Royce? Not yet. We're not there yet.
Yeah. The movie, to me, it felt like the movie was trying to make me think that, but I never believed that because I was like, he's too sort of like honorable, especially when he said like we're the monsters or we're the problem. I was like,
exactly.
Oh, so he is like actually like the purest person. Like as soon as that, I was like, there's no up and down evil. He's now just a straight line of like, I am this. I and then they go to the bar, and like this is the moment where we finally get to have everybody loves her.
Yeah,
Raymond.
And if you don't love it, then you're stupid.
So there's this interesting when they first jump to the bar, when the like when it cuts to the bar and it like travels up the woman's legs.
Yeah.
To the little
it's gonna be Viggo.
You think it's her, first
balls,
of all. You'd like every time I watch this movie, I think it's her, and then I remember that it's not, and then she's actually the beat up one a table back. It's such a like if I thought Ridley Scott had more, like, it's an interesting sort of juxtaposition of them. It's an interesting sort of like mind thing, just that sort of makes you go, it's not, it's this other, but I don't think it's as intentional as it. Does that make sense? Like it's
this section is the messiest. Like cinematography story wise, it's the messiest.
Because then there's another shot of just like some randos.
Also, just like general story
with some other women.
Like it's hard to. You're like, what?
It's a little uncomfortable. There's the extremely unnecessary bathroom part where
like it's
the
a
girl's
weird
like,
sort of
you
like
should leave him.
You should leave that guy.
That felt like a trailer moment or something, and like something that would be like in like the a post credit sequence in a Marvel movie or something. You're like, what's the?
So
what
this is the paint by numbers part where I'm like, so the woman got hit. So was the first thought like, oh, domestic abuse? We should say something about that, right? Like, that's how women show up like that, right? In their lives. That's only when they get beaten by their husbands.
Even though this is the bar next to the base.
But then there's this
she's
woman.
Got a shaved head.
Yeah. But this woman, like,
yeah,
she says that, but you're like, that means that woman has probably been beaten up at some point. Let's follow that woman down the street and see what her life is
that
like.
woman is the least real character in this whole movie. It's just Ridley Scott being like, abuse.
Men beat women sometimes in America.
Steven and I have talked a lot about how Zack Snyder can only relate to women by showing them be sexually raped. And I feel like in this film, Ridley Scott leans into a similar thing where he can only show women being, and this actually kind of goes through a lot of his films. Like it even goes back to Ripley. Like to get like I know that Ripley is a completely different character, but I saw a lot of parallels between G.I. Jane and the original Ripley, and he kind of only knows how to show somebody affected by men through being abused and hard abuse, you know. And this scene kind of like underlined that for me, because
that
what
lady
the fuck
saying leave him?
Yeah, what the fuck line is that to like put in a movie?
Well, I mean, she did just get beat up by a man. Like that's
I know, but contextually,
I think it's just a punchline to that, like a
which also
no
is
pun
bad.
intended, but
A
like
punchline? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
The only thing about that scene that I buy is that, like, a woman might say something to another woman in the bathroom.
Might say that to a person that looks like that who's beaten up.
Given
like
the context clues, this woman is in the bar, in this very small bar, with a bunch of Marines, and who this woman is with, they're all beat up.
Yeah.
Like,
and you already had the punchline in the bar when he's like, "You look better when I'm drinking. You look better when I'm drinking."
I think it's insane to make a joke like
exchange,
that.
Actually, yeah.
I think it's insane to make a joke like that as like a kind of a throwaway moment.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. It's Jason. It's not. It's not really though. Like, it's not a joke so much as it is like it's a commentary on like what's going on, right? Like, so like
I recognize that it is a drama moment, but the way that it plays feels, because I'm so attuned to comedy.
It is gross for sure. Like,
yeah.
Let me just be clear. Like, it is kind of like a gross, like, oh god, like we're just gonna make light of domestic violence.
Exactly. The way that it's presented, I recognize that it is like this movie's a drama. There's not a lot of like comedy.
I think the irony in it though is that like if a man did try to punch her when she wasn't handcuffed, she could have fucking scissor kicked that guy's dick into oblivion.
And she does scissor kick his dick into oblivion. You know, like I love that. And the only reason I'm sort of dwelling on this is because it feels so out of place. It's played like comedy. For somebody like me,
the movie is kind of void of humor a lot of the time. So like I think that's them being like, we need like 1 point of levity. Ridley, come on, you can't make the movie so serious.
Right after the previous point of levity.
Yeah,
the levity to me. My favorite joke in
the my dick.
I'll tell you my favorite joke in the whole segment is when they come into the bar and they show the leggy woman who's like a hot girl, and they kind of go up her leg. I think that's a better joke, because it's just, the joke is kind of like, oh, an attractive woman is here. I think that's a better joke versus, oh, believe him, which is played like a joke, which does not work.
think the best joke would have been if he went up the leg and it was Viggo Mortensen again. That would have been the best part.
That's a joke. That's actual comedy.
Yeah.
And Jenny, you were laughing at what I was saying there, and I get your laughter at that. My point is more like
she wasn't laughing at what you were saying. She was laughing at Noel, and we just need to to that.
Fucking my arch nemesis Noel, not me.
So, what happens next?
Oh God! So she goes to a beach.
She goes to the beach party.
Oh,
Actually,
right. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
She
Jenny,
sees
you were saying something. Sorry. You were saying something. What happens after? You were asking like a. Oh my God! I wanted to know. It was like a hypothetical question based on.
No, I actually was saying what happens after the bar scene because I was trying to
right
the beach.
Yes, but we've basically covered like we've covered the fact that it was just happened to be a bunch of women, not necessarily lesbians, and
the craziest thing is that I
it.
didn't
And
get
then
any lesbian
pictures are taken.
vibes.
Neither did I.
It's just women
right? Like,
together.
Yeah,
it seemed like friends hanging out.
In this movie, actually feels like weird. I mean, not weird, but
especially when they
there's
show
there's this very like it's like a
no,
safari or something.
The
like
whole thing, they do cast this this whole relationship between G.I. Jane and the doctor, and they utilize that to really push politics later in the movie, because when she gets
right now in the movie,
this
moment,
this point in the movie, she really gets like they're just friends.
Yeah.
Right, which you can be friends with a woman, right? And not
she invites her to the beach. She's like, me and a bunch of the other women who work on the base are going to go to the beach, and
but they take these like weirdly non-incriminating photos that are supposed to be utilized as incriminating
but the thing
photos.
That sucks the most is that like she says like we're going to go hang out without the guys, and she's like, well, I actually got invited by the guy, so I'm going to go. And then when she sees the guy who she shit kicked and who shit kicked her, she's like, I'm gonna leave, because like she doesn't want to hang out with that person, which is like.
But the whole conceit of the whole thing is that the paparazzi's been there the whole time. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like interrupt you, but like it's a very clear and present that they've been taking pictures of them.
I feel like in another life, Jason was a paparazzi. He was like, I gotta get photos of these Spider-Mans.
Give me pics of Spider-Man. That's not what
Jason,
I'm saying.
to your point, it's the least incriminating photos ever.
It's the least incriminating.
They're just
like
friends
if
on
they
the
took a
beach,
picture of the guys at the bar, it would have been gayer than the girls on the beach.
Them playing pool,
Like,
bending over, like, let me help you with that shot, buddy.
I guarantee you one of those guys sucked each other's dicks in the bar bathroom for sure.
Why wouldn't you?
Probably. Now, is society saying that we are conspiratorially always going to be spooked by a whole bunch of women together? Because what if they're lesbians? Because who knows what goes on in their little world? But like we can have just Boy Island, and that's totally fine.
As
Which is
like
actually, oh sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, as a guy who's been invited into lesbian world, it just feels like being surrounded witches in a good way, like witches who are just like like down the road. I'm like ding ding
yeah,
ding,
that
ding.
I can actually
it feels
relate
like
to,
that.
because
That's what it feels like. I'm trying to like explain it to like straight people,
witches feel comfortable around me.
I think that like I'm a very comfortable male around lesbians.
Yeah.
At least I think that's what I am, but like I don't know if I actually...
Are they comfortable around you though?
See, that's the difference between Steven
because
and
I get invited.
I
I
do agree with that, and I do identify with that. But I think
I've been invited to many lesbian brunches.
Well,
it's interesting your point, Noel, about
how many have you been invited to? Just kidding.
How the whole thing is making her a man.
Yeah,
and that when she actually, it's like an aberration into being a woman, then all of a sudden it's like the worst possible thing she could have done.
Don't be a woman, and definitely don't be that kind of woman.
Yeah.
I do also think like the movie, like once they do make that sort of like segmented split, which is in this moment, I think this is like the exact moment where it's like remember she was a woman before? Oh,
Yeah.
and like put her in a dress and everything, and like it's
like a little bit jarring the way
it's to see her
yeah.
in like a jean dress where it's like
She's
a
not in
like
a
a
dress.
skirt and stuff. It is sort of like
it's like a
skirt.
romper, isn't it?
They're all wearing the same romper. It's like a government issued
Oh, I
little
didn't
romper
realize
thing.
that. Oh, I didn't
Government
realize
issue
that.
romper.
Oh.
Government issued.
Because I was
jean
like,
dress.
that guy's ass looks really good in that little denim romper he's wearing. And then I was like, whoa, her ass.
But hers is
looks good in
skirted
that
though.
little
It is
denim
skirted. It is skirted. I'm looking. So
Yeah.
it is. They made a skirted romper. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But also,
so we have to assume she fashioned it herself.
yeah, she's like knitting and like in her. The guy's like, you can't knit next to me while we sleep. It's driving me nuts.
I got the weirdest boner.
Oh, it's like two boners.
Yep.
I think this is sloppy storytelling. And this reads to me like they didn't actually want to make something look incriminating enough because of a rating, a censorship thing,
Totally.
a gay panic thing, and that's why it's so because it's like so not incriminating.
Because despite the fact that it was like this, there's nothing. Not that there's anything wrong with
They're
it.
standing
God
3 feet
forbid.
apart.
Yeah, God forbid we actually for a second think, oh, is she maybe?
They even do the classic like, is somebody implying that I'm a lesbian? It's like, you do not have to answer that. And if anybody does ask you that question, you still don't have to answer it. And please
And on
don't
top
answer
of that, she does nothing to exude being like she doesn't do any lesbian things.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
also
by any lesbian metric.
She almost finds it like laughable.
I mean,
yeah, I think that she's pretty hard cis gendered through the whole experience until they take a photo of her.
Jason, Jesus.
There are some people that would say that women in the army are all lesbians, like women hockey players, women athletes. Like that's actually a lesbian coded thing. But in this movie, I like that she is like, what you mean these non-incriminating photos? Like she understands the ridiculousness.
I'm hugging my friend, smoking a cigarette on the beach with a bunch of.
They literally are on a beach, and that's it.
But
and
they can't get anything else. They can't get anything else on her.
Yeah,
because she was supposed to fail. She was supposed to this, so now they have to like rig up this crazy thing to get her.
But at the time,
it doesn't matter how good you are and how much of a model like person you are. There will be a way to bring you down. Like
at the time, that's a storytelling like segment that we can all see. That is like that's why you would be removed from the military for, like that back then. If you're gay, and they actually
back now.
telegraph. Well, I think you're allowed to be gay in the military now a little bit. Thanks to G.I. Jane.
That's what they call you in the military if you're a gay guy in the military.
Fucking G.I. Jane over here. But like now, like we've moved ahead with that.
I don't think they have, but honestly, what I did like about this part is that she immediately is just like, you need to tell me that I need to leave right now, or I'm gonna like cause some serious shit. And they're like, sounds like you're making ultimatum. And then
it's also
like, yeah, it is.
It's also frustrating when she walks out and she's like, you don't have to worry about anything. You're not the one that is under fire for this. Her friend, like the OBGYN, which was frustrating to me because
you are an OBGYN.
She actually, to be clear, isn't the OBGYN. She just happens to be a female doctor on the base.
Yeah, well, that's what you have to do.
Well, I mean,
I think she's a nurse practitioner.
Yeah, like she even talks about how she treats the guys.
She does.
Pap smears she's just doing pap smears
Actually,
across the board.
There's that one. There's that one moment.
Back?
Yeah. Are you?
No,
yeah, of course.
The moment where she's like, would you ask the men that? She's like, why are you doing it? Like, would you ask the men that? And she's like, actually, yeah, I do. Every single time to all of them. And they always say, because I get to blow shit up. And she says,
well, there you go.
Your answer. Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
I'm so glad that this was brought up because those little threads of her talk is actually like, I like those moments. And I think that's actually clever. And that's one of the things that the movie actually does well.
Yeah.
This scene as well. But then she doesn't let herself get kicked out or put on a desk. She takes a baseball bat and rings the bell.
So good.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite parts of this movie, it's not my Home Alone at all, but
she breaks it too, by the way. She breaks the baseball bat on the bell.
My favorite part of this movie is
Yeah.
her getting kind of fired from the military. And the reason I bring that up too is because there's a part earlier in the movie where she has a choice. They do a scene where she has a choice and she walks up to the bell and she can either go break left or break right. And I made the joke in my head when she does that, like she rings the bell, credits. The credits roll after like 45 minutes into the movie. But when she goes up there, it's in slow motion and she walks up with the bat and she fucking rocks that bell so hard.
Yeah.
And I almost wanted to say the credits right there. Like that's the end of the movie. And it is like her rebelling against the whole system. And the movie ends, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
We get a very satisfying next fucking 25
I mean,
minutes.
I was mad when that happened.
I was.
Yeah.
No
Steven,
way.
still, every time I watch it, I'm like,
I was saying boo earns.
Yeah.
Steven, tell me about what you experienced during that, because you told me and I found it was very cool and very good what you experienced.
So I was watching this with Danny and I stood up and I said, "What?" And then I was like, no, not the bell. And then I touched my Xbox controller and then it said 35 minutes left. And I was like, thank God. I was like, she's getting back in. She's going to get back in. Somehow she'll get back in 35 minutes. We can.
But did you guys realize that she was going to like how fast she was going to get back in? Because she like goes to like Congress and threatens the senator and really just gets what she wants so fast, which I thought was awesome. I thought that was like the best storytelling for a movie like this, to just get back. I wanted her to get just back immediately into where she was, because there's a lot of times when they tell stories like this and they're removed from their situation that they're in. Yeah, they don't put them back into their experience right away. Yeah, you have to go through like a 3.5 act, you know. But I mean, we went right back.
Yeah, they gave her
I appreciated that too. Like, great point. We did not need to linger on that. Yeah, like, there was just no need. That's not what we're invested in.
Exactly. No, I wanted her to be back in the trenches immediately.
It did feel like she gripped the system by the throat and was like,
it was balls.
Back in.
And
It was like, the balls is better.
Agency,
You're right.
Yeah, she actually was able to, amongst all of this stuff, like actually take charge and
but without having
make
to go
things
through
happen
like
for herself.
a million layers of red tape. She just kind of like went to the source and was like, you're gonna put me back in or else. And like I love a good blackmail scene, but I love when somebody's like, the blackmail's not gonna work, and they're like, well, how about I just blackmail you right this very second? And they're like, wait, I thought you were gonna do like several layers of blackmail. I didn't know you were gonna do the blackmail right in front of me right now.
The full idea is literally like she got blackmailed into getting removed from the military, and she literally combats that with, I can just say whatever I want.
Really
also
get blackmailed. She just got like kicked out, like basically kicked out. Yeah,
but she uses that same ability to be like, why? Well, we're all just saying stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just go out there and say whatever I want.
She's
and
like,
she
ring the
walks
bell.
out.
Ring the
it
bell.
does a really good like hand on the door.
Yeah.
And the main antagonist, that's my opinion. I think that the senator
and the antagonist is different than the villain, right? Like, it's a different thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I think Dracula is the main villain in this movie.
No, you're right.
I think that Wolfman is the main antagonist of this film.
We skipped over how she finds that out, though, is because her husband, the guy who should be Bill Pullman,
Royce.
Yeah, Royce, guy who should be Bill Pullman is much better, because I've been thinking about that a lot lately.
Yeah.
I like that scene. I like that scene so much when she comes home, though. Like, it makes me feel so warm in my heart. Like, when there's also like it shows him like touching the back of her head, and you can see his hand kind of like he's like, I've never touched your head. Like the way he's touching, it seems like I've never touched the back of your head. I'm like, is this guy acting right now? Because it seems like he doesn't know what the back of a shaved head feels like, and his hand is doing acting that his head and voice are also like contending with. I thought it was so good. I almost cried just then. He's so good. That was such a good moment. That was such a good moment.
Yeah.
I think
And
that
he says,
no, go ahead.
At first he says, like, I kind of wanted you to fail because I wanted you here with me, but now I want you to like succeed more than ever. And that's a great way to wrap that story, because a lesser movie would have had them break up or would have had them,
and
like,
it would have become about the relationship.
And like I like that we have a supportive guy.
And we never
who was
never
able to
really,
like realize what he was feeling and be honest about it.
And
exactly.
Also, like, after this sort of moment with them, you never see him again, and you don't need to really.
He doesn't have to solve the problem for her.
He's not, but he is sort of like this weight in her life that exists that we know she can go. She's the wife. He is the wife. He's the wife. You know, like she can go back to him.
I'll still go back to like starting this movie in the beginning and not realizing like he was trying to be sort of her superior, and then the reveal that they were actually in a relationship. I love the fact. Boinking. I love the fact that they did this. Like, I haven't seen anything like this. I do need to ask you guys a question though, because this is something I've been confused about all day. How come when he realized that she was getting like the shitty end of the deal, how did he realize that she was getting that by seeing the photocopy be different?
It wasn't different. So the photocopy,
right?
The photocopy was from the senator's office, like on her stationery.
Okay.
That was a letter that he just happened to have with all the stuff. But the fax was like the fax with the pictures that came through and the message saying, "Hey, somebody should look into this," had the same photocopier marks on it.
Right.
That matched the letter from her office, so he could see this is classic 90s detective
I know
work.
that was a very interesting, like, it was a very interesting moment, but I was like, kept rewinding it to like be like, how does, like, why is that the MacGuffin?
I gotta tell you right now that I
don't call me an idiot.
I didn't give a fuck about that at all, because all I heard was bad.
You just called me an idiot.
Bad. I didn't care about that. Why do you care about that? What the fuck?
What I was thinking,
they made such a big thing out of it. I just really was.
When he was doing that, he's also a map psychic. Like he's an analytical person.
You're absolutely right.
These things. Yeah. So I was like,
they're both map psychics together. That's why they're so into each other.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, if you guys didn't notice it, like her first mission she did at the very beginning of the movie is the same as the end of the movie.
It's not the same. It's just
because it's the same extraction thing. Like
Jason,
they have to extract at the end.
But she's able to.
It's not.
The
same.
Okay. So
from the beginning.
Classic Jason Voorhees over here, diminishing a woman's ability to do anything. She just saw something earlier in the movie and is doing it again.
What I'm trying to say by
calling you
a fascist and a misogynist.
So we have the sweet moment. We have the. There is one tropey thing here that I just have to say, because it's a little bit of an all about Eve situation. This is very classic. The aging actress pushes. Oh, sorry, the younger actress.
Is that where they're in the greenhouse? Like the whole movie's in the greenhouse. Like, oh, yes, I've seen this movie.
It's women have to fight against women in different age groups.
Yeah,
and you're gonna push this woman down in order to get yourself
right
up. So that's the all about Eve. I have to push this woman down the stairs so that I can get her part.
Yeah.
That's very, like, you know how all movies are about fathers and sons? Yeah. All movies are
about women are
all
killing
about Eve.
each other.
Yeah.
Anytime a woman's involved, they have to murder each other to become the best woman in the room.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Well, let's see it. Throw the knife down.
All right, so me versus Noel versus Jenny, I guess.
I've never seen Jenny leave the chat before.
She's over
Jenny
it.
leave?
Okay, let's get to the end of the movie. So we save.
It's true.
some guy.
This is on point to be the longest episode we've ever done.
Oh, it already is. We're at 4:44.
So
minus 30, and we're at 4:15.
She goes through the whole system of coming back, which is she makes that lady
stamp
be
her paper,
like
she comes back. Yeah.
Okay, she's back. She gets helicoptered back, and then this is where we all fully know that Viggo Mortensen is Aragorn, and he's like, I don't know why you're back or what you're here for, but how about we get everybody back out here? And then they all come out, and then they get sent to Libya, right? That's where Libya comes in.
It's Libya, yeah. I thought it was Iran, but it is Libya.
Because you're racism incarnate.
Why would you say that about me?
Because you just said a racist thing,
guys. So we're
it's not racist.
So they're in a sub.
Iran and Libya.
So they're in a sub
bordering countries.
Jason, shut up.
Shut up. That's my impression of you.
So in the movie, they actually say Iran, no Libya. Like that's a thing that happens in the movie, guys. Okay. So
you know what's racist? Do you know what's racist? I'll tell you what's racist. When they play the classic, they go to the desert and you hear
that. Yes, agreed. I did clock that.
Yes.
I mean, it's like set
that starts on the
but
beach. So they even get.
You don't
beach
hear
racism.
anything like that anymore. What an insane thing to experience.
What an insane thing to say.
I was surprised there was no R word in this movie. I was waiting for it.
Redemption.
I'm about to drop one in this.
Yeah,
episode.
for like 90s. Yeah, it's prevalent.
I think Steven's talking about me.
Another one of my favorite lines is when he's like, "You something like a girl." Sorry, O'Neill.
I'm gonna just give you an early
I'm loving it's just a throwaway.
No.
Exactly. That's just how they talk now.
God.
But they're in the
15
sub, which
minutes
she
of this
said
movie
she
is
could
my
never be in a
Homeland
sub
now.
because they didn't have toilets for women.
Yeah.
Why?
So,
Because they're all stand toilets, I think.
No, it was just the idea that they couldn't use the same.
I know,
bathroom.
I know what you're talking about, and I remember that moment.
I don't know, like physically, if that's the case.
Are
Because
they
the thing
all-
is, they can't all be stand toilets because I think the boys have to poop too.
Right, but are they all just urinals?
No, because they're
they
not
have
going to
to take
poop in the
dumps, bro.
urinals.
I'll poop in a urinal.
I believe you have.
have you seen a train toilet? Or
I've
a
never
plane
pooped in
toilet or
a urinal.
prison
Sorry,
toilet?
Noel.
Sorry, Noel. What did
It's
you
a
say?
very similar type of toilet.
Yeah.
Train toilet?
Yeah.
Like
Say more.
train, plane, prison, like this.
9/11.
Submarine.
I get it.
Same vibe.
Same kind of vibe. Bus. They don't have a urinal because it's just one little block with a hole. And it's usually metal, and it's just meant to, like a porta potty. Like that's like
We're in the
saying,
desert
this
now.
porta potty is men's only.
So they all
Yeah,
get accepted onto
exactly.
submarine duty, and they go
Yes.
beneath the ocean.
They're not
and
they're still training. They're still on training.
They're on
Yeah.
training submarine duty, and then in
That's
their
pretty good.
submarine duty,
Arg Scott is my favorite viewer.
she's
That's
back.
amazing. Ghosts, Ark, Scott.
Arg.
Arg.
She's back, and she's
Maple
better
Leaf.
than ever.
He's
And,
been here the whole time.
Arg's a
brother.
he.
We don't know what
They have been here the whole time, brother.
He has been here.
We don't know what they're doing on
But
that
where are
submarine,
we?
but they're-
He's
they're
been
doing-
here since the magic was written. Okay, so
They're doing
they're on the-
push-ups,
yeah.
and they're doing pull-ups,
Jenny,
and
no,
they're doing
tell-
card
tell
games
Sarah
on the
Jenny.
submarine. And then all of a sudden on the
and they've been there
submarine,
for 6 months.
and they're
Yeah.
all doing push-ups and card games and sit-ups, and they're
Joking
like,
around, and
but
Jordan
they're-
likes them. Kind
they
of.
also are talking about how much they love this is a great training situation. I never thought I'd
fucking love
be
this
under
20
the
minutes of
sea,
movie.
under the sea, and they sing "Under the Sea." All
Yeah.
of
They
them, I
don't.
think, at one point.
Oh,
I don't
jeez.
think-
But then
Nothing
they
to
have
do.
to go up above
yes
the sea.
and no, I think, for Under the Sea.
I'm not looking at my notes anymore. I'm just saying what I remember. Now.
You were looking at notes?
I was.
So
I did have
then
some
they
notes.
get the call that there's been a situation and that they have to go in because they're the closest, most qualified people to go in and help these people get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Because
And
they're stuck. Their training mission went satellite bad. Plutonium.
A satellite
They have to
dropped.
take it out.
Satellite fell.
space.
Some like legit soldier guys went
Yeah.
to get the satellite, but then they got stuck.
The
so
exact
now they
thing that
need
happened at the
Which
beginning
I
of
the
said
the
next
movie.
best people to go get them.
I said something
Yeah.
to Jason earlier at the episode. At the beginning of the episode, he said, "Why would they ever need to do this?" And I said, "Because what if they need to pull a satellite off the beach one day, idiot?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, I forgot that."
That's
Full
fair.
circle.
But also, at the
Full circle.
whole time, once we got to the end of this movie, we recognized that the whole point of her being a great satellite viewer and
Map psychic.
map psychic, thank you, Noel. This is the reason why the first 15 minutes of this movie exists. This is she focuses in while they're all there in Libya. They're sitting at the edge of a rock, and she's like telling them all exactly what's about to happen, because she literally has the science and the math in her head to do this. And then
Well, that's why she's the leader this whole time.
Yes, exactly. This is what
I mean, she's
saying.
not the leader; she's the second in command. And
Yes.
Viggo Mortensen
They foreshadowed this.
He's in charge, and he takes
Yes.
them across, and he makes sure that they're all like lined up in sort of like good militaristic settings.
Yeah.
But she's also kind of like, you know, you can see her analyzing. She's doing her job, and as soon as that break in communication happens, you're like, oh, she's broken, he's broken, what are they gonna do? And he's giving her orders, but at the same time she can give orders to people behind her, and she has to move. It's a very cool sort of like realistic, I assume, military
Agreed.
thing where like you know, distance is gonna fuck up your communication.
I thought it was horse shit that she's hiding around a corner with a knife ready to go, ready to stab. And he tells her to sit close, and she's looking at the shadow on the ground, and she doesn't do a next stab, and the guy
wasn't close enough yet.
Yeah,
No,
but he fires the gun
he's-
prematurely, and then
He shot first.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
she
I
didn't,
didn't
want
like
him
that.
to do that.
No,
and
exactly.
wanted him to wait so that
'Cause she
they
was saying,
wouldn't
"I got
get
this."
heat on them.
I know, but
Exactly.
she would have stabbed him in the neck, and it would have been stealth.
So really,
They were
that
so
guy
stealth.
was right. Men
proved
are
his own
weak,
point.
and they, yeah,
Yeah.
and they
I
will.
love that actually.
Yeah,
If she stabbed him in the
Although-
neck, then that
I mean-
I
whole
agree
thing
with
wouldn't
both
have
of you.
happened. But I also played video games with Jason, and I know that he would have shot that guy in the head if I was the knife person.
Although, he got his little honor cross thing.
You can say what you
because he
want,
saved a
Steven,
guy.
Yes.
So even though he trains his men to
Stealth.
be like the most super evil, non-emotional guys in the world, like he himself is not that person. And when they're in a live situation, he cares about the people
Yeah.
around him so much.
He also sorry.
No, that's good. I was
He also in the situation with the boat where they got dumped in the water and left.
right.
He's like, "We don't leave our people behind." Blah, throws them back out, right? And then Wickwire repeats that on the beach in this sequence when they're like, "No, we're not leaving him behind. Like, we're going to get him," because despite the fact that he's trained them to be like robotic killing machines, he's also managed to impart that as part of it too. We don't
See,
leave our
that's-
people behind, you know.
That's the importance of all of this. This final sequence is they've utilized all of their abilities
Yeah,
up to this point, and through this next sequence, we get to see them use all of their abilities. And Jenny, you're absolutely correct. It's such a cathartic like final fight in a movie that I didn't think would have a final battle this way. Like this felt like I didn't know that this movie had this.
It's got everything.
It's so fucking good. And you really have the situation where like we haven't seen them do active combat and they get thrown in active combat. I'd also like to talk about briefly the fact that they basically go from doing like non-active combat and being G.I. Jane in the most hardcore experience you would ever see in your whole life to like, oh, now you have to use your off-site ability to figure out what's going to happen next. Hey, you're in Libya now, and now she's utilizing all of that, but also you're in the most extremist situation you could possibly be in.
Yeah.
Right. It's the craziest transition.
I like
did
that
you guys not recognize that? Did you guys not recognize that they went from being in like a training situation to 1 minute later being in like literally live
that's
combat?
why
he was like, "Are you sure your guys are ready?" And he's like, "Yeah,
That's why Viggo Mortensen's face looks so like,
oh fuck. Yeah. And that's why he goes off on his own, because he's like, I can do this on my own. I don't think I can. If he ran back to them, they all would have died. He went off on his own because he knew
and
that
the
if
only
he did
reason
that, they would all die.
And then there's that line, "Hey, did you guys work this out ahead of time?" And she's like, "No, this is just what I would do."
Yeah. Exactly.
So,
which is
and I love the Home Alone part where they set the traps.
Oh wait, has Noel finally figured out what the Home Alone of it all is? Should I just go?
This haunts
This is gonna be interesting. Fucking take it home.
All right,
but I agree with.
I think the end of the movie is very, very good, and I like it because it's that sort of like moment you're waiting for where everybody actually trusts her. Like she says something and there's not a single moment of like, I'm going to question what she says. Everybody's just like, what is it, Captain? Let's go. You're in charge. Just tell us what to do. And they all listen. And like, it sucks that like my brain goes to that just being like, yay. But like at the same time, that's what the movie is directed toward. So like
it's also like a Ridley Scott,
two teams. They go save the satellite guys, so they got the exit there. But then they also put out an Osakar for themselves as well because they know they can't handle it, and then the big guys come in. So it's not like they defeated everything. No, they needed the whole military.
Exactly.
In order to get out of the situation.
We're gonna throw some
they were like, "We're screwed. We need a gunship. Come get us." Yeah.
And like even the other guys are like, are those your guys or what? Like the other team like dragging the satellite. You're like, okay.
It's also Ridley Scott filmmaking extravaganza. It's a very like movie. It becomes a movie so harder than the rest of the movie we just watched.
Yeah,
I felt like I was in a different movie.
To be like, I'm gonna make Black Hawk Down next. Maybe.
Yes, exactly. And it's so.
My favorite thing about this movie is that it feels like a movie. It feels like a real like go to the theater film movie.
Absolutely.
Watch it.
I want to see this movie in theaters so bad, dudes.
Harry Styles.
Well, I think that we can probably go on to our final thoughts and our.
There's a little bit left. Do you guys want to talk about the end, or do you want to just?
Yeah, D.H. Lawrence it up for me.
Yeah,
I think that from my point of view, she gets like the ability to continue to do wars. I don't know.
No, what the fuck are you?
What?
It's the end of the movie that I saw. She gets the ability to do
now
more
she's
wars.
G.I. Jane. She can do wars the way she wants to.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Jason said.
She's like a SEAL now, so she can.
She's an actual Navy SEAL.
Yeah.
There's a scene where
operational experience and move up in her career like she always wanted to.
Exactly.
Do more wars.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
We also get a Lord of the Rings style ending where he goes along a line and gives everybody their medals and says like, "Sir, sir, sir."
Not sir to everybody, but
he says sergeant. He says sergeant to one.
Sergeant to one, and the first one he doesn't say sir at all because they don't.
Yeah. I assume that he says sir to people that have a higher rank than him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
ma'am.
He says ma'am to her, which I assume means that she has a higher rank than him.
She's lieutenant.
She's lieutenant. Yeah.
Do you think that G.I.
Or in
Jane
Canada,
would?
a lieutenant.
Do you think that G.I. Jane would have the same sort of positive outlook post 9/11? Like, I think that she would have experienced 9/11, right?
Do you guys think if we went on to Periscope, we could pay G.I. Jane to kick the shit out of Jason? Just kidding.
Steven.
Oh, just kidding. I would never
You said just
seen-
kidding a
actually,
little bit
Jason-
too short after you said all the stuff before it. So I think you just want
You know
Demi
that
Moore to kick the shit out of me, which I
you never
accept.
seen in Star Wars Robot Chicken, where he's going up the escalator and he's like, Stormtrooper, Stormtrooper.
And he's like, fuck you, fuck
Stormtrooper,
you.
Stormtrooper.
Then he loses
That's
his mind.
How that line felt to me.
You thought that was you thought that would be more.
I
more
think there was
better.
maybe too many sirs. I think so too. Yeah, I
Right.
almost, I kind of
mean-
almost wanted it to be like,
No, it was
Just
it was
right away.
sweet. If I'd been able to differentiate the one white bald man from another, I would
Yeah.
have felt a lot more.
Like
and
I've
been
spent
"That
enough time
guy,
with all of them in my
that
life
guy."
that I like I really recognize them
Like
all.
I'm like, yeah,
oh,
I'm the
there
cool.
he is. Yeah.
And I think that's Flea.
Yeah.
And okay.
I have a question. Why do you guys think we spend so much time fumbling over different deities when there can only be one deity?
wait, we can't
And
talk
that's-
about God right
What?
now. That's
The
crazy.
DH Lawrence
And that
thing.
deity, of course,
We're
is
already
Satan.
like an hour over
Dun, dun,
budget
dun, dun,
time-wise,
dun, dun,
and
dun.
he wants to talk about
You
I
God.
don't
said that,
want
not
to get
me.
into this
You said
conversation.
that, not me. I was the one told to not talk about how many times we go, but it is
So-
5 hours.
Oh,
gives her
Jason's
the
making
medal,
this my
and then in her
problem. Okay.
locker
Yeah.
pulls out the book, and it's like underlined and circled the quote that he used, and she remembers. And then
Hail
his
Satan.
Medal of Valor, which she brought up in the
The
first one, of like,
devil.
oh yeah, how did you get your medal, huh? Leaving
Yeah.
people behind or whatever? And then
Yeah.
he's like, no.
Mm.
And then like, could you have saved his ass if you were
Yeah.
blah blah blah? And she did save his ass, so he's like,
Yeah.
to the respect to you, I give you the medallion,
Yeah.
that we foreshadowed earlier. And it's
Exactly.
beautiful, wrapped up.
I also appreciate the fact that she hauled him out realistically. Like she didn't like throw him up on her back and like, you know, hump him out. Like she saved him within her actual capacity.
She probably could have fireman carried.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
the reason I know that is because I've had to fireman carry
Yes.
Jason's.
That's
And
amazing.
I'm but a wee lass.
This show.
So one
Noel
time at
can
someone's
lift me up
wedding,
over their head.
one time at a wedding, they said, we're only going to kiss. Don't clink the glasses. We're
Oh,
only
yeah.
going to kiss if you do something for us. So
Ah.
I fireman carried and then squatted my friend who was like
That's
a
amazing.
tall
I
man.
think, I think
in
it's
my
dress
possible
and heels.
firemen
That's
carry me
fantastic.
and
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for that. Mhm.
do it now, but like I don't know if you could lift me.
Why would I want to?
Play the fucking thing, please, Steven.
What
No, no, no,
thing?
no. We're done.
I don't know what thing you want me to play, Jason, but I can play
Just
whatever you
hold
need
it
me
all,
to.
please.
Well, we haven't finished talking about. I mean, they.
I like
they
the
No,
just
we're
got
done.
to the end.
I
But
do
No one
that.
keeps trying to talk about fucking
All right.
deadlifting me, and
Mhm.
I feel comfortable with it.
I don't think I ever carried Jason.
I would only
Bring it
deadlift
on,
Jason-
buddy.
I would only deadlift Jason if he was dead.
If you had to pick one, what do you think the Home Alone of it all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone?
I
of it
really
all
gotta
happens?
know.
When is the Home Alone of it all?
What is the Home Alone of it all?
Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
All right. So this is the part of the show where we all have to express what our home alone of it all is.
Right.
And what we know for a fact is that the home alone of it all is the moment in a movie that we feel most connected to emotionally, mentally, or, you know, physically if we want to. You know, the moment in the movie Home Alone where Kevin McAllister plants the plans on the table for his what do you call it? Like traps? The traps when he traps the entire
It's
house.
a horrible,
right?
The
it's a
plan,
horrible
yeah.
situation that he does. to,
Everybody
Nightmare
goes to the Home Alone movie to
Yeah,
see
that's the moment in the
where
movie
Yes.
where
Kevin
everybody wants.
slaps
That's the
down
movie
the
that everybody
map.
wants to see.
Yeah.
Slaps
And,
down is a really good way to put it.
Some movies have that, some movies don't, but a
Mhm.
lot of movies have a moment that you feel most connected to, and I think that that's what the Home Alone of it all is, at its heart. So I'm going to ask you guys exactly what moment in this movie do you feel most connected to? And I'm going to say,
Let me just add to that by saying both of you have been here before. We've been trying to get Noel to figure it out for years, but I think Jenny has done it on par and on key for years
Thank you.
as well.
Thank you. For years.
For years.
so let me just go ahead and say, Jenny, you go first.
For me, it's the extended period between when they start training and keep training, and all like all of it, like from the beginning when she's got her hair down and the fenders on the beach, right through basically like through Hell Week and the push-ups and like all of it. I am just so invested, and I'm like, this is what I came for to this
Right.
film.
And do you have like a talking point of this movie, a thing that makes you like it, and a rating, if you could?
I really, 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 really like watching her do one-arm push-ups.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things I like about this movie. But
One-arm
what I
push-ups
like
for
about this
Home Alone
movie is
as well,
that it
man.
makes me want to work out. It makes me want to be strong. And there's a lot of other stuff that, you know, we've talked about.
All right, yeah.
But I like that I can watch this film and yeah, like we talked about, that it's like, it's a movie. Oh, it's a movie.
Yeah.
And then there's push-ups. Yeah. Anyway, what's my rating on this? I don't know. Like,
What's your rating on this?
8 out of 10 one-arm push-ups.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
That's
like
really good.
it for just pure entertainment factor. Yeah.
All right.
For 18-year-old me.
You know, 18-year-old you is just as valid as whatever age you are now.
Kind of.
Thank you. Thank you.
In fact, more valid because we don't value as women
All
as
right.
big age.
No, you're next.
It's true.
So, the Home Alone of it all is the Home Alone part where they set the traps at the end on the beach and they're saving the guy.
What do you mean you don't understand the concept? Because Jesus Christ.
I don't have time to get into this. Literally, it haunts me. And I think the reason that I don't understand the Home Alone of it all is because I never saw Home Alone and wanted to see him beat up those bad guys. I was like, this is a Christmas movie and here to do Carol of the Bells. So I never had a feeling where I was like, yeah, he slaps down the mat. So I can't identify with the Home Alone of it all because
That's fair.
not that smart. So, let's say that's the part. So my final thoughts on this movie. Of all the movies that I've seen recently, not in theaters, this is one of the few ones in like months. So that not just held my attention, but I wanted to keep watching it. Like most of the time I'll watch these things in spurts. I'll watch them on the go. I watch them while I'm walking because A, I have no time, and B, like just like I have really short attention span. And Rory, those are her final thoughts.
Good final thoughts, Rory.
So, Rory, come on, man. You made me forget my thing.
Figure it out.
That's right.
Held your attention.
It held my attention, unlike this moment right here. So even when the dog was barking, and even when all the chaos, and I was trying to cook and I was trying to do a whole bunch of things, and I just found myself just staring. And that just speaks to how captivating this movie is and how a movie it is. Yeah. Like, I kind of miss these sort of like late 90s action-ish hero things. Like, I think at some point we went too explodey and forgot that an action movie like this could actually sit and you could let it breathe for a moment and cook for a bit instead of just having explosion. And I was actually a little surprised because oftentimes with older movies, like, I'm bored for most of the time. Like, it's just what happens. And oftentimes in new movies, I'm just bored all the time because it's the same crap
Now
that I've always seen.
I'm bored from the explosions. I'm bored from the rumination. What's going on here?
Exactly. So this is just, it's a very compelling story. I think the actors are really, like, the acting is so good, and that's also what brings you in. That's also kind of a rare thing when an entire cast is doing the thing. Haven't, like, it feels like some of, maybe I just been watching the wrong movies, but like, I really, really enjoyed watching it. It was nothing like I thought it was going to be. Of course, it frustrated me in so many different ways if I thought about it a little bit too hard. But it's like why I like The Rock. Like, it's the same type of movie.
That's like one of my favorite movies of all time.
That's actually very,
absolutely
very
The
good.
Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And The Rock is
Real
the best
present
Michael Bay
nature.
movie before I started blowing stuff up.
Yes.
And that's exactly the Home Alone of it all. No. So, yes, absolutely loved it. The punchline of the movie is that she never even needed those tampons because she lost her period.
And that's been our show for this week. And here we are on the period cast.
And now my rating. I wrote it down as we were
I
going
love
along because I
that
really
so
wanted
much.
to make sure that I got this. So
Yeah, that's good.
my rating for this movie is money will come and go. We know that. The most important thing in life will always be the people in this room, right here, right now. I don't got friends. I got family. Salud, mi familia.
I'm going to go next, and I'll tell you all about it.
That's for Fast and Furious.
Oh yeah, no,
I got it. I got it.
That's beautiful.
I've been forced to like the
I got
Fast and
family.
Furious. Yeah, I've been forced to like the Fast and Furious because of my wife. But my Home Alone of it all for this movie, I'll tell you all about it, has been like the action sequences. Like, I really liked how they kept doing action sequences, knowing or thinking that it was going to be a political, like, not even satire, like a political. I thought this movie was going to be a political, like, military drama, and it kind of was, but it also kind of wasn't. And I know that Steven told me not to read my direct notes that I wrote down, but I'm going to do it.
I never said that to you.
Get that out of there. Actually, not sure why this movie gets hate. It's a little heavy-handed on certain elements, but it's a 90s movie. I do believe, though, that if this movie were made today, it maybe would be a bit softer with some of the elements. But I don't know if this sort of thing would bother being made. Demi Moore was amazing, and that cast surrounding her was well-rounded and did a great job supporting. I didn't realize it had so much good war stuff, and I thought it was just a military political drama. I give this movie a 3.5 out of 5. I give this movie, this is great action sequence in an otherwise perfectly competent drama.
Well, Jason, that is so sweet of you to write that like that. Why? Oh my God, his head is gone. What do we do? Do we have to call somebody? I mean, we could,
Help.
but let's just. Okay.
I'm asking you to help me.
Oh my God.
Please call the ambulance.
Gotcha.
They had this removed.
We've called the ambulance. It's on the way. Keep your ears and eyes open for lights and sounds. So I think that this movie is good. I like this movie a lot, actually. But it's also one of those movies where you're like, it's the 90s.
Yeah.
And I love 90s movies. So it's already kind of like built itself up to this height that I'm standing on top of, where I'm like, all right, let's see what this thing has to offer. And I didn't expect it to be this grim, and I didn't expect it to be this sort of like disrespectful to things that like I thought had already been achieved, right? Like like as a viewer in 2025, I'm like, okay, well, I thought that was already dealt with, but I guess it wasn't. And watching the movie, I felt myself cheering for G.I. Jane, but the entire time also watching it, I was like, but what about all these meatheads? These meatheads they're the main characters almost, where it's like just her reacting to them. I don't really like know how to like break this down in the most eloquent way, but like what I can say is that every single thing that she does in this movie is either subservient to or in kind of audience of a man, and we are watching men watch a woman elevate herself, and like that's not kind of cool to me. It's kind of cool that she's doing push-ups and stuff, but like at the same time, like she's not doing things outside of that bubble. There's almost no moments in this movie where she does something that she just reflects about it on her own, where you're like watching her be like, I did this thing and nobody else can have this but me. And I don't particularly like that. But at the same time, like I do like that she's strong, and I like that she could kick the shit out of people, and she like knees people in the balls and stuff. But I also like that, like, you know, those guys do feed into her like ability. I do believe there's a part of her that like she couldn't have done it without the support of those people. But this is also like a completely fictional tale, right? If this was based on a true story, I would have been like, what happened? Like I would have been like, you know, researching like, what did she do? How'd that happen? What the but it's not. It's just a story. And like, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I kind of wish that it was less about the men in the story and more about her, because like it seems like everybody in the story has a little bit more to do with the story than she does. Like her story is just existing, and everyone else around her is just men being like, we don't want her to exist. I think that I turned it into like a rudimentary breakdown, but like, you know, that's how I kind of feel. And if I had to give it a rating, I'd say it's like a 3-inch dick, you know, but when I look at G.I. Jane, I'm like, 8-inch dick.
Should we talk about plugs then?
What
did you say? I don't think we.
Should we talk about plugs then?
Oh, I see. Right. We're going to talk about plugs now, which is all of us can tell us each other about what we are going to plug in this episode.
Which will be hilarious.
Yeah. So whatever you got to say, you can say.
All right. Let me just plug this in right here and...
I feel like I didn't actually explain my outro as well as I should have, but you know, it's fine.
You did great.
Well, yeah, you did a great job.
I can explain it, Jason. It's fine. No, why don't you go first? Explain to us what you're doing to us right now. Just kidding. If you have anything to
I will explain us what I do to us to you today. Explain. Did I do it right?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
You did it perfectly.
Thank you.
In fact.
I have no plugs except butt plugs. Watch this show. Watch my playlist. I love doing this show so much, and thank you to everyone who is engaging in the chat. And I can't wait to be back next week. And please make these guys have me on more, because I have so much fun.
You're so great.
I'm sorry about that. Like, it's...
I love that.
All right. Jenny R. Johnson
Oh,
our favorite
geez.
guest in a long time. We love you. I mean, I think
Worlds
it's just, I
above.
love you. I love you so much. I don't know if I've told you this like every time you're on, but I love you so fucking much. You're so cool. You're like one of the coolest people in my whole life.
Just so you know, Jenny, I think you're pretty good.
Jenny is like an amazing artist, and every time I see
I have your art
Jenny's
in my
TikToks
home,
and shit, I'm like, oh my god, this is like.
but I can't
the
say
best
that
person who's ever lived.
I love you as much as Steven
But
does.
if you have
I love
anything
you a
to
lot.
talk, if you have anything to talk about, just know that even if you don't, I'll still be like, but what about that backlog? That backlog's so good. You got so much good shit back there. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh my god. Well, you can pop over to my website, jennyrjohnson.com, and I sell prints, and you can check out my shop. You can sign up for my newsletter if you want to know what I'm up to once a month, assuming I send out a newsletter, because I don't always. And also I'm all over social media. It's a whole thing. You can find me at Jenny R. Johnson. Wait, no, I'm tired. At Jenny R. Johnson Art. Don't forget the art part. On Facebook, Threads, Blue Sky, TikTok, and Instagram. And you can come pop into the live chat on Virtual Trek Con, where we talk about Star Trek. We talk about Star Trek news on Tuesdays, and we Star Trek and chill on Friday nights. Yeah. Ooh, I just got woozy.
That's incredible. I love that.
You want me
Steve,
to go next? Okay.
what do you have cooking on the back burner of your stove?
So I do the voices for Darth Theorist and the Three-Eyed Theorist, and if you guys want to go over there and check it out, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm writing an episode of Darth Theorist right now. It's spooky and scary, and maybe some characters that you never thought could be evil are evil in it. Whoa. What if C-3PO was evil? I'm just kidding. That's not happening.
What if C-3PO came over the closet? Find all about it in the depths of the video.
Anyway, I love doing it, and it's gonna be great forever until the end of time. But I would like to do the Stanland. Is that okay?
Yeah, do it.
All right.
From WSUS Raleigh, I'm Milo Goddard, and do I have a story for you? In the fall of 2022, a podcaster by the name of Melanie Hughes went missing. A few weeks later, by the side of a road in Poolesville, Maryland, a digital recorder belonging to Melanie was found.
The wardrobe is a portal?
Yeah, though technically the portal was there first. Mom built an IKEA wardrobe around it. It's the Flarden-Flula model. Some of these changes, wow, not sitting good with me. Everything's a little too modern.
So let me understand, Zingia was a simpler place, but in the past 12 years it's become Myrtle Beach?
I am Azran, king of Zingia, hence retired. Now I rule nothing. I forgot to introduce you to my guest.
Bobby? Look, I'm bringing this dump into modern times, and you morons are gonna help me.
We're stuck here as his servants unless we find some other way out.
I suggest you head to the dreaded dungeons of Chiorotha.
He's called the Dark One for a reason. Dread spreads across the land upon his growing shadow, or something.
Hello, guests. Greetings. Come in. Come in.
Get me home. Open the portal. Get us both home. Me and Melanie. I'm done.
You're not going anywhere.
Stanland is a 5-part audio fiction series featuring Bobby Moynihan, Ray Seahorn, Steve Little, Tim Sharp, John Hamm, John Waters, and more.
You're not going to want to miss Stanland, available this summer on the Sonar Network and wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe now.
I'm in that. I'm going to be in that.
That's awesome.
I was in that trailer. Did you hear my voice at the end being like, oh, John
I did hear your voice at the end.
And other than that, you know, Darth Theorist and the Three-Eyed Theorist on YouTube. You can hear me. I do all the voices and the narration. I'm pretty cool. And I'll toss it over to Jason. How about that?
This week, I'd like to promote Noel's. Yep. Yeah, that's right. I'd like to promote Noel's 15 episode fuck.
15.
Fuck.
I never know that there was a 15 episode fuck, but here
That's
we
what
are.
I was wondering what you meant.
What the heck?
I'd like
We're
to
here.
promote Noel's 15 episode fucking episode streak. It's not really a streak, but it's been off and on. And
That's fantastic.
you can get 15 episodes of Noel's on the shows. Also, what I'd like to tell everybody about is every single week you can find this podcast. Hey, did you see this one? Right here on YouTube, right here on Facebook, right here on Instagram. Nope, we don't do Instagram anymore. Twitch is kind of the primary place so we get to do it at. I also am the announcer for professional wrestling at Super Character. I'm the best to ever do it. I've been thinking about telling people that my new announcer name is Jason R. Phillips, the first professional wrestler in wrestling history. I think it's loaded, and that's what you got to do when you are a professional wrestler. Listen, I'd like to tell everybody else about all of the episodes that Jenny R. Johnson has been on. I can't wait till we get to 5 episodes because then I can promote the fact that you, yes, are the best in the world to ever do it. I'd like to talk about Stephen R. Waters for just one moment.
Hello.
Stephen R. Waters, I think, is
They don't care. It's fine. They can abuse me.
Stephen R.
I think Stephen R. Waters is the best.
That's not the middle name.
Hands down. Hands down. Look, this guy agrees. Eric Scott agrees. Well
Art
done,
Scott
everyone.
is
I feel like
legend for still being
if
here.
he's been around the whole time, then I don't even know.
That is incredible.
I'd like to thank everybody that came through tonight. Also, having a chat to talk to is unprecedented and unparalleled.
My lip just quivered in like a weird, like sad way. I don't know why.
I've been trying to make you cry for months.
Yeah, I know, and it wasn't because of you.
I'd also like to talk about talking. Can't you believe it that you can do it? Just low key too. I thank you, Jenny, for coming on. I appreciate your time. It's a lot of time. I've just taken a long time spending on this. We also had some of the highest numbers we've ever seen tonight.
Wow.
10 to 11. We had 15 people watching at one time.
Amazing.
Listen, I am the announcer.
I know this is Feminist Masterpiece Theater month, but Jason is going to
I'd like to give a shout out to women.
Him the whole night, and he's going to think that he's the reason that.
I'd like to give a shout out to women, whatever you do. It's Feminist Masterpiece Theater month. Whatever you guys do, you people.
Nice. You people.
You people. Whatever you people do out there with your boobs and your child
bonfires.
You didn't mention anything about boobs before, but I am actually excited about having all of my friends come onto this podcast, and I guess we have to wrap it up. So I'm going to line up.
Scott says I have to go to bed.
Oh my God, Ridley Scott is like, you need to go to bed.
I'd love some nuts.
So I've got some people coming in here in the morning. You need to vacate. Get out of here. Everyone out of here. I need to make sure.
Speaking of getting us everybody out of here, there's one thing that we have to do every week. And since we have 2 guests this week, like Noel, I've been prepping you for weeks and months, and Jenny, you sort of came into it at a bad time. What I need to ask both of you to do right now is ask the same basic question we have to ask each and every week. And I think if I count down from 3, I think you can do it. I know Noel knows how to do it. And I'm going to count
it perfectly on my first try. Come on.
3, 2, 1.
Hey,
did you see this one?
part where somebody has to make a joke or else I die.
I never saw a wild thing sorry for itself.
Yeah.
A small bird dropped from frozen to dead
Oh,
from a
no,
ball
no,
without
no.
having felt
No,
sorry
no.
for itself.
You had it for a moment.
All right, well, you do
Wait, what was that last part?
A small.
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. Tune in to X-Rated, the X-Men animated review show. Artistic interviews with graphic histories. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And movie reviews with Hold Up, a movie podcast. And while you're at it, spin a few records with Eamon on Track. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mario Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
Jingle